telephone cut that ring. Shout out my son for the ringtone. And I won't cut my lane. Running fist fire, scared no risk. Go pop one ring, go break one bench. I pop missile if I wish I put one pistol on my head. What's poppin' and poppin', love in the morning. Blue come over to come in the morning. Vogue in the flick, poster forming. Confident boy run a halo on me. Jealous in the envy, all fill up in the air. I be hitting minimal when I'm on the air. Yeah, boy so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, catch a bone on the stair. Renegade, Horoscope, 24. Got him all blood with a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3 kid. Room boom, but 400 dash roll. Got to see 100 D and move. Get lifted by the new big cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body up another on me. Skittle my life. Skittle. Grape hat flavor. Grape. Take all the vibes. Right side center. Pesky side. I need to spin it. Blind with a face, spin relay on this light. We gon' see where to take off. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1.
Renegade, 危险将我包围。Renegade， 弄我自我击坠。雨落下，扣紧我外套。一辆车穿梭在轨道，你不想成为我目标。Renegade go on the mall.
Renegade, Horoscope, 24. Got him all blood with a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3 kid. Room boom, but 400 dash roll. Got to see 100 D and move. Get lifted by the new big cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body up another on me. Oh, double 9. Renegade, Horoscope, 24. Got him all blood with a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3 kid. Room boom, but 400 dash roll. Got to see 100 D and move. Get lifted by the new big cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body up another on me. Oh, double 9.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make us free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, if it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
my head of this. You don't know the half of it. I got dreams of looking up, high as I can get. But nothing feels like how it feels to know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's just thread. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me. And everywhere we go, it leads to an open door. We've made our mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really breaks if I got you. Look at the sky when you go outside, and know there is nothing to keep me back from you. I got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and know there is nothing. And everywhere we go, we're leading to an open. Keep me back, keep me back, keep me back.
welcome to Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia 2024 Stage 2 Playoffs. I'm Abigail, your host for today, and here with me, Zahk, as your analyst. Hi!
Hi, Abigail. How are you doing? Firstly, welcome to Game Changers SCA. I know that you've been doing a lot of the broadcast in Indonesia before, but now you're here with us for SCA. How does it feel?
It feels amazing. I'm very excited because we are going to be able to see the performance of the 8 participants on this playoff, Zahk.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we had stage 1 come through. We had our favorites. We had one particular team dominate and sweep it without losing a single map. And now in stage 2, we're going to be deciding which 3 teams are going to be going to represent the SCA region in Pacific Game Changers to see who will eventually take that slot for that global championship. So there's a lot on the line.
Exactly. A lot more upcoming matches, which is very interesting to watch too. So make sure you guys still stay tuned until today, from today until the end of this playoffs, because you better don't miss it, because this is going to be very competitive than last year, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think definitely going to be exciting at the very least, especially when you consider that there are a lot of new teams, new players coming into the mix here who are just starting to participate. So we could definitely see a lot of stories starting to unfold here, which might, if not coming to fruition this year, could definitely set the stage for the future of Game Changers in SCA.
Yes, and also we will have Realize and Professor Caster, but in case you all want to know the journey of these girls before reach today's playoff, let's take a look at the tournament format explanation. Here we go.
This is the Valorant Game Changers SEA 2024. There will be 2 stages this year, Stage 1 and Stage 2. There will be an open in each stage and a group stage in Stage 2. The top 4 winners of Stage 1 will be seeded into Stage 2's group stage. The opens for Stage 1 will be held from the 26th to the 29th of March, and the playoffs will be from April 1st to the 5th. The opens for Stage 2 will be held in early July, followed by the group stage and playoffs. In Stage 1 Open, the top 8 teams will proceed to playoffs, and the top 4 teams will be seeded into the group stage of Stage 2. Stage 1 has a total prize pool of $10,000. In Stage 2 Open, the top 12 teams and the top 4 from Stage 1 playoffs will be seeded into group stage. The group stage consists of 4 teams of 4, and the top 2 teams of each group will proceed to playoffs. Stage 2 has a $10,000 prize pool. Visit gamechangers.fsl.gg for more information for Valorant Game Changers SEA 2024.
In my opinion, this current format is more competitive than last year because they need to compete once again on one more stage, which is Asia Pacific with Korea and Japan, before they can proceed to the main event of Valorant Game Changers 2024 itself. Zach, what do you think?
I mean, yeah, this year we have streamlined that process a little bit. It used to have like 3 opens, and there would be a point system. And personally, well, I did prefer that because there were a lot more opportunities for teams to really qualify, and there was always that hype around that LCQ. Yeah, like you said, this does streamline things a little bit more. And one thing I am pretty happy about this year in particular is the fact that Pacific will be getting 2 slots for that Game Changers Championship instead of just 1. However, this does come at the cost of merging that East Asia region with like the rest of the Pacific region, so it's a broader pool that you're actually getting these 2 slots out of. But either way, I am very excited to see when it comes down to SCA who those top 3 teams would be. I mean, I'm pretty sure all of us have our bets on one of the teams at least that's going to be locked in if you look at this, because like we were talking about, we have some pretty familiar faces and some new ones coming in as well. Like I think that both XIPTO as well as Boba were the top contenders from that first open, so I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to be playing.
Yeah, and the 8 teams who participate in this playoff comes also with the interesting storyline. Like, for example, XIPTO, who used to be Team SMG last year, but basically they're just, there's nothing much difference between them. And talking about the roster itself is also very interesting. Like, that one of our casters, Tyror, actually played a couple of matches with for fun.
Yeah, I mean, Eliza's just amazing.
Yeah, but it is not a tournament if there's no prize pool to fight for. So $10,000 prize pool, which will be distributed to every single player participant based on their performance, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, there's something for everybody here, but I think while the 3,500 in first place is very nice, I think the main contention for all of these teams is that qualification to that Pacific region, especially since this is the first GC LAN in Pacific. It's gonna be happening in Thailand, so yeah, if you want a nice little vacation to Thailand where you can compete for a slot to play at that Game Changers Championship, which is being held in Berlin this year, if I'm not wrong, definitely a lot on the line here if you want to be making it into that top 3, but you know, price was always nice, like you said.
Prices is always nice, and also I want to take you guys to see the brackets today, and especially in this playoffs bracket, because we're going to use a double elimination system. But I think for the upcoming matches, it's also a very interesting one, and especially the first and the second match. But I want to ask which match that you really want to watch, Zach.
Honestly, I'm always down to watch a XIPTO game because they're just really fun to watch, but I am kind of excited about Boba versus Avernus because Boba, of course, one of the free agent teams here with some very talented players. They came second in the last split as well, so I'm going to be interested to see what kind of improvements they managed to cook up, especially with them having to find a replacement for one of their best players. So that's a team that I'm very interested in. But what about you? Which match of this like really stands out to you?
I personally really want to watch the second match of today, which is the Invincible GC versus a Cardboard Dinosaur, because I really want to see the Cardboard Dinosaur get their revenge against the Invincible GC.
Oh yeah, that was a spicy group stage for sure. But yeah, I would definitely like to see if that's going to be the case. But yeah, first game for today, XIPTO versus LILAC. I mean, XIPTO, I think anybody who's watched any kind of Game Changer since last year would know that XIPTO, or as they were known last year, the SMG roster, are the most dominant team in SEA, I would say, and I don't think there's anybody in our entire talent who would disagree with me. Like, I'm willing to make this bet. It's a pretty safe bet.
Yeah, it's pretty safe. But I think XIPTO have not encountered LILAC so far, and this is going to be a very tough one for LILAC as well, because in their very first match, in the very first day of playoffs, they're gonna come up with the match against the scariest team in this playoffs.
Yeah, I think that definitely, you know, when you talk about the boogeyman, when you talk about the team you want to take down, that is gonna be XIPTO here. And I mean, the statistics say it all. They haven't lost a map this year. Like, forget a series, they haven't lost a map this year. And I was going through the games of the group stage, and the closest game so far has been 13-4. So 13-4 is the closest that somebody got to taking down XIPTO. Like, there were some 13-0s in there as well. So yeah, definitely the boogeyman, you know, the Baba Yaga, whatever you want to call them, the John Wick of the server, you know?
Yeah, because XIPTO players, every single player from XIPTO is just too amazing. I mean, they have Aneri as the one of the best duelists in Asia Pacific, and also they have Tara as the IGL who really match with them, and also they have Alexi, one of the most beautiful and scariest flex player in this Asia Pacific, right?
Princess Alexi, man. Princess Alexi. Like, at this point, we should be calling her Queen Alexi because, like you said, one of the best flex players. You know, you see her on the Reina, you see her on the KO. You like one of the most flexible players you can really imagine. And I think you can say that about the whole of the XIPTO roster as well. But here, LILAC, like you were saying, this is a team that is relatively new on the block here. I do believe that Nuki does have that prior experience. I remember seeing her on Reina a few times. The IGL for the team is, of course, Shellerac, but there are two players on this team who have never played in GC before.
Yes.
So this is going to be a bit of a challenge for this team, I believe, especially when you're going up against XIPTO.
Yes, and also I think for LILAC itself, since they also have a player who are experienced in Game Changers, I think it will give a moral boost to the other players. And for these two players, especially Mimo and Bubu Cute, this is the right way, the right time to prove themselves, especially adding a coach in their team management.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a very difficult match. Let's be real. It's against XIPTO, and so far, I think even the most experienced GC players who have won trophies in the past have struggled in regards of trying to take this team down. So definitely going to be an uphill battle for LILAC. But hey, every single bet counts, and if they somehow do it, I mean, they will be making GC history because nobody else has taken down XIPTO quite yet since the squad formed.
Exactly, and you know, the most beautiful part of today's playoffs is like we are able to see the new patch and map rotation played by these girls, and I personally want to see Abyss, although it's sort of impossible to see Abyss on the first day.
I mean, I've seen it a couple times. I've enjoyed watching. I think my favorite agent on the new map is Yoru. I'm a Yoru enjoyer. For anyone who has known me, you've seen how much I like seeing the Yoru on the server. But in general, I think talking about Asian pinks, I do expect to see maybe some double duelist comps coming in because recently, the duelist got a buff, Reyna got a buff. I mean, Aizo, even with the super big buff he got and then the immediate nerf, he's still looking pretty good. And if you have aim like the XIPTO girls, you really do want to try and pick that up. But we do have our map veto here. What do you think so far?
Well, I think it is probably one of the best pickup for LILAC as well to prove themselves in here against XIPTO because Ascent as Lotus is one of their two best maps.
Yeah, I mean, statistically, for sure. I think LILAC, they haven't played too many maps, but like you said, Ascent, they have a lot of playtime on it. They played it 6 times so far. And yeah, they weren't able to win it against Team Lilith and Boba, but, they do at least have some reps on it, so that's good. Lotus as well, like you said, they played it a few times. I do like that XIPTO aren't being, like, super overconfident here. They do know that the best map for LILAC's, the one where they have a 100% win rate, is going to be that Icebox, so you see that immediately coming through in the ban here. And, I mean, I would say that LILAC's made the right bans as well, but the problem is that XIPTO has a 100% win rate on every single map. So what do you really ban here? It's kind of a bit of a question mark.
Yeah, because
I'm sad we're not seeing the new map.
Well, yeah, because we can say that this first match is sort of like a David versus Goliath for LILAC set. But I mean, we are very happy to see another breakout also for the XIPTO itself. And also I really want to know what kind of agent composition that these two teams will bring, because the newest patch will give us a very sort of like fresh agent composition. Like for example, like I've seen Deadlocks and also Neon already joined in certain maps, like for example Lotus and also Bind. What do you think?
I mean, look, I know some people like to cook with Deadlock. I see the value of it, but I'm a Killjoy main, so I gotta save my girls the best. I'm a bit biased, but yeah, I mean, people have been cooking with the strats here, especially with Neon getting a stupid buff where, you're fully accurate when you're sliding and, you just hit every headshot. I would love to see some Neon action because I do remember an area picking it up when the Fracture map was a thing. So I know Fracture's not in the pool yet, but a lot of people have been running Neon on other maps, so I would like to see a little bit of versatility, a little bit of flexibility. So hopefully we have a fun game ahead of us. I think that in terms of agent compositions, the maps that we're seeing, probably not going to be anything too crazy because, look, it's Ascent. I think XIPTO might cook something because they're feeling confident, but in general, it's the same bread and butter comp that you see every time on Ascent. I really doubt we're going to be seeing too much variation in that. Map 2, of course, split. I hope that we see, we do see XIPTO pull a Paper Rex here, pull in the triple duelist, make it look a little bit of fun. But you never know. Yeah, they could do the 4 duelist Cypher thing like they did last year at Champions.
I remember I saw that last year, and I also remember when XIPTO players pick a 5 controller out on pro. But let's see, and Linus finally dropped Clove in this asset.
Clove gonna be really valuable. I mean, you can't smoke after you die. You can play a little bit more aggressive, and there's that Deadlock pick as well. So interesting. You're starting off on the attack side here for LILAC, and they don't have a single duelist. They're running double Initiator, double Sentinel here. Really an unorthodox comp that they're gonna have to capitalize on. I think that Nuki is gonna have to play that de facto duelist since KO is the one with the flashes. Those top flashes are gonna have to be incredible for them to take any kind of space. And XIPTO, we were talking about how we were hoping that somebody would be messing around here, but aside from that double duelist, it's pretty much the meta comp. They've just replaced the KO with Reyna on an area. And honestly, an area being an area, I think Reyna is perfect for her.
Yes, and now it is the time for us to see the first game between XIPTO and LILAC. So without any further ado, casters, it's your turn now.
Hello and welcome back everybody to Valorant Game Changers. Once again, my name is Raph, and obviously that handsome gentleman right there on my left is Realize. We are so happy to be back. And first and foremost, I think we'd like to give a thank you to our prod, for making things as smooth as possible, as well as our panel and our analysts, giving us all that info that we need.
Yeah, W production, and as well, You know, it's always that time of the year again. Game changers right around the corner. It is here now in our eyes, and we will jump into the game soon with LILAC's cooking something up, playing with no duelist. Of course, the like how Zahk mentioned it, the de facto duelist will be the KO. I mean, you can also play Clove in an aggressive way, but you know, sometimes you have to take risk as well. When you have that ultimate, when you have the not dead yet, you can take that risk. But I feel like XIPTO, they're playing a much more traditional composition, but they have that extra firepower in the hands of the Reyna.
Definitely, there's going to be a lot of front-facing value for XIPTO, which is something that they like to hammer down, especially at the start of our stages. And to nobody's surprise, they are going to be running that double duelist. Now, I gotta give a little bit of love to the Deadlock pick because a good friend of mine explained why Deadlock is so strong against double duelist. I mean, you know, naturally when you're playing double duelist, it tends to be really loud, especially on the site. So that trap plus the wall can be a big problem if you get caught in between.
Yeah, that is additionally a very, very strong delaying power as well. You know, when you have the Deadlock, 2 Sentinels as well. I feel like when they know starting as attackers, they will play much more aggressive, but then when they out against later on, it will be much more smooth sailing. For XIPTO Esports, of course, playing in a much aggressive way. Enery already tapping heads. First blood, and the second one as well connects. Nuki and Boo Cute has to be taken down. They have mid control. Alexi on the hunt, taking down the turret, and now B main players all pushing up. Camille with Atara behind her will be able to take control fully of the spike as well.
And how fitting it is for the Empress herself and Neri to get the inaugural kills for our first day, as well as full spike control. Now you see XIPTO, they pushed up quite a bit. LILAC feeling a little hamstrung here as Alexi is going to find yet another frag. And before they can even take an early fight here, they get cleaned up really quickly.
Yep, another headshot as well for Alexi. And now it's just Mimo, and she has to submit to Tara. And XIPTO, flawless round. A good start as well, the pistol round. But now, talking about flawless, Raf, we did point this out, you know, pre-game, or even on our, you know, ping check and all that. We tried to glaze XIPTO for their flawless run in the group stages. I was like, no, they can't be that flawless because maybe they would face bumps. But then Zahk mentioned it. You know, 13-4. That is a very, very consequential score. And now, on this flawless run they have, I feel like it is just going downhill for LILAC. But still, it's the start of the pistol round, and they still pull back. But Enery now, buying that Vandal, of course, a very, very fitting buy if you have that aim power. But Shirazi with the outlaw will take down Marpan. The second one connects as well for Enery. He dismisses out Mimo will also get one back, but will not live long enough to tell the tale.
Wow.
And it's just Alexi coming from behind, and look at the control that they have. They're not playing it safe. They're just pouncing and firing in all cylinders.
I mean, you know how it is for XIPTO. There are no defensive sides. It's 2 attacking sides. It's just this time they don't have to plant. And yeah, we were talking about it backstage, you know, how XIPTO really makes it so difficult for any other competing team to make a scratch or even a dent against them. And I feel like the glaze is valid. You know, it was their first appearance in their champions last year, and they got really, really far in that run despite everything. They've been flawless all throughout last year, and now starting off the year on the same note. Are we gonna see a faster round just like the last 2? Alexi has something to say about it. The operator does whiff. Now LILAC, they hear that. They might just concede a bit more, but they're a bit more wary of that flank, realize.
Yeah, I mean, if you're buying an operator in 3rd round, that is kind of a statement that you want to end the game as soon as possible, because now you have extra holding power. Cubby control is all in the hands of Alexi. And look at LILAC, they're afraid to take control because they know XIPTO could pounce on them any minute, especially Enery now. Taking control so deep towards B main, they have to pop flash this or maybe just push her away. But Enery is not afraid to take the duel. Sadly, though, she misses and has to pull out the knife. And LILAC might find the window to hit towards B side.
That's right. Maybe they could have taken her if they did flash out, but it does look like this execute is going to come into the way of XIPTO. And Eri, still undeterred, will pull out the Leer just to give her some space. Gets a peeking Yuki here. Does get the heal off. Will fall back onto the site, and now everybody is collapsing around her, but the Empress again tries to hold strong, runs out of bullets, and will get overrun by the forces of LILAC. It does look like XIPTO still have 3 members strong. The Operator, the Outlaw, and the Spectre, however, not the best weapons for a retake.
Yeah, that is indeed true, but Terra will catch Mimo only with the Spectre running through the lanes. Backside, still one controlled. Alexi will get the kill, and it's suddenly a 2v1 only for Jelarak to lose to the Operator of Alexi. Third round Operator is crazy. As XIPTO, what looked like a round that they almost lost, and all control they relinquished towards LILAC, still they're able to pull it back, and LILAC's still on a blank note. And that was actually an uncharacteristic whiff from Eneri. But, you know, it's all good. The backup is there. XIPTO, they are attacking from all sides. LILAC just couldn't hold the ground.
The fact that she played the same position, didn't get punished for it, still got a few duels off and got a lot of damage despite, you know, getting fragged, is still so much value. At the same time, I did say the Operator, the Outlaw, and the Spectre were not good on retake, and I like how XIPTO just says, just hit your shots, bro. Any gun is good.
Yeah, indeed. And now, Eneri repositioned towards Cubby. She'll be the front woman to take control, but Jelarak, what a tap towards Alexi. Operator gone. Eneri now pops up the Empress, will dismiss away. Easy pickings for her, considering LILAC do not have enough firepower, enough guns to take down the players of XIPTO Esports. They're now taking control of mid, slowly creeping in. Even Cameo as well, jumping into the fray. They're just picking down flowers at this point. Jelarak will have to run for safety, looking for Eneri, jumping around with the shorty, won't really hit anything. And Eneri with the triple kill. XIPTO, they pace up towards 4.
That's right, and they are piecing up LILAC as well. You see Eneri smile after that classic kill. You know that these girls are playing with the utmost confidence.
Yeah.
And the fact that they just collapse onto the opposing team the moment they get their first frag is a testament to how well oiled this machine is and how well practiced they are. At the same time, these duels, some of them are going in the way of LILAC. But again, XIPTO, they just play with an overflowing amount of confidence. They do go for the timeout. It feels like they're not happy about losing a few members in the last 3 rounds. There must be something going on.
And this is what I really like about XIPTO Esports. Even if, you know, on paper you could see that they have the firepower, they have that aim advantage, they're still disciplined, you know. Even if it's not really disciplined the way we saw how they were pushing up forward, they're basically, you know, on that W gaming streak, right? But they're still looking to organize, to reorganize, to rearrange what was, you know, lost, what was missing, what was lacking in the first few phases of the rounds. And I feel like with this timeout, they kind of really want to reorganize that department. They really want to try to, you know, proper up the formations, not really explode when you know, when you have a man advantage that you can really maximize, you know.
Yeah, I do appreciate the fact that they're always looking for things to refine, and I do agree with you that playing ahead is a big skill to learn, especially for a lot of these teams. And, you know, the risk of overheating could be an example here of Alexi, but hey, if she hits her shot, then why not, right? Somebody's gonna walk into it. It's going to be Marpandes getting quick, or at least quick drawn on. And now XIPTO again, forward onto Ascent.
Wow, I feel like the tactical timeout wasn't about playing defensively. They're even more offensive now. Look at how they always win the first lanes in the first few minutes. But Mimo has something to say, takes down Camille. Camille's gone. Jelarak, though, trying to open up a space towards a main. The 0 point doesn't really scan anyone. As Tara's playing backside towards Dice. A deep smoke towards A main will falter or will halt the movements of LILAC. Pop flash inside. Paranoia towards A main, still holding their ground. Shirazi is here for backup, but the metal will try to decay her down. She has to push back. Tara looking for the angle to take down one. Jelarak falls, so does Boo Boo Cute. And Eneri joins up the fray. Nuki is down. Mimo 4 HP, dripping with blood. And XIPTO Esports only lose Camille in the process.
Oh no. Mimo's limping away here, trying to get any exits or just any frags her name at this point in time, but it doesn't look like she's gonna be given the chance as Shirazi does find her Killjoy counterpart. And you're absolutely right. After the pause, it just seems like XIPTO's that much more aggressive.
Yep.
At the same time, they're really conditioning LILAC to give up so much of the map. And I feel like that's always step one when you're playing against XIPTO, is to not be scared. But then they'll quickly remind you why you should respect the aim duels and just the amount of space XIPTO can't take at any given point in time.
Yeah, that's a very good point that you brought up, Raf, that, you know, XIPTO is able to condition LILAC to not be able to take that space, because look at how they're playing in the first few rounds. They're playing defensively. They're not, you know, brave enough to take control, to take space, to take duels as well, because of how aggressive XIPTO is. And LILAC now back in an economical disadvantage. They are playing with the 4 sheriffs and 1 stinger as well. And XIPTO, they're just as aggressive as ever. They're able to push up forward, and maybe a lot of people are kind of surprised, but you know, we have to take note, this was a team with the SMG core that placed top 4 in their LAN, in their first LAN in Brazil. But then now they're just, you know, even asserting more dominance up in this point of the game changer Southeast Asia. But LILAC will be taken down as well. Camille with a shock dart will take down Marpandis. 5v2 now, as Tara also contributes towards another kill.
And it's looking like it's gonna be a 6-0 shutout for now. And you know, usually when we try to dissect the map, it's like, where is it going wrong? Are they spending too much resources on the choke fight? Are they trying to force and execute too much? At this given time, it's like, well, map control is definitely going in favor of XIPTO. And I have to remind everybody, LILAC is not a pushover team. They went 5-1, I believe, in their group.
Yep.
But this is the most difficult litmus test of all time for them. You know, you kind of go against the reigning champs, the dominant reigning champs. You know, show your mettle. I believe the marker now is 4 rounds, right? That's the most a team has won against it. Wait a minute. Alexi does crack immediately onto the side. Oh! But the hop shots are still ringing.
Alexi,
she even manages to dodge that. But again, LILAC making the most out of this cloak pick. And Airy has something to this as well as XIPTO. Replies are overflowing, and now LILAC's down to the last 2. And Airy doesn't appreciate them stepping onto this site, and we'll get lucky number 7 for XIPTO.
oh my god, look at the rate of backup. The cavalry arrives as soon as Alexi falls. The fact that she was able to survive that long, dodging the annihilation, dodging everything thrown at her, is so good, so immense. Even though LILAC was able to pop the not dead yet, and able to get 1 kill even. But Alexi was so smooth with this fleet footwork from the main player of XIPTO.
Right.
But yeah, this is looking grim for LILAC. The fact that they're not calling any tactical timeouts as well. They're on their wits' end. And now B main control is again. Reduce, reuse, recycle, rinse and repeat. Shirazi will get Nuki. And a smoke popped up, but oh my goodness. Boo Boo does get 1 kill towards Tara with the stinger. And Alexi evacuates from the crime scene as LILAC has to be content with Nuki falling first.
Again, they try to keep the world green, but that's a lot of yellow tape, like you mentioned, that they have to cross.
Yeah.
LILAC with the sheriffs looking to commit. Bit of thievery here. They just really want to damage the economy at this point, and everything else after that is a real bonus. But again, XIPTO with a weapon advantage. Just so much to deal with. Alexi again trying to peer down A main. But little does she know an execute is about to happen towards B. A peek, perhaps? Oh, teasing, perhaps. Camille now with a heavy machine gun, the Odin trying to strike down the rest of the attackers, but it slows down again for LILAC.
Yeah, that scan kind of reveals at least 1 player up in B main, so they might be moving together, moving in unison. Shirazi now having to fall back to the metal, but Boo Boo as well. So many delay power from XIPTO. As the Gravnet thrown towards market, they have control of B side. This could be something that LILAC could work with. However, how do they hold? They don't have enough infantry. They don't have enough firepower to hold on to this barrage of weapons, barrage of bullets coming in from XIPTO. They're moving forward. They have the lockdown. They have the Hunter's Fury. But how long will they hold? Mimo has the advantage, has the angle, and takes down Shirazi. Alexi gets the operator shot. Hunter's Fury popped up towards B main, but they're missing out on Neri, who's just creeping towards the backside, and Camille follows up into the party. And that is all XIPTO's. LILACs, they are not invited. 8-0 as XIPTO. They're cementing their dominance.
I can't believe they just walked into it. Was like, oh, okay, we have a player that died from B, man. That was fine. Just don't worry about it too much. Because look, Mimo gets the kill here. Right? Look, nobody even marks that. Again, just the confidence of XIPTO. And knowing that they have the clear weapon advantage, just trying to play like a bunch of Terminators here. LILAC, like you mentioned, maybe a little confused, maybe a bit dazed, but they have to recover. If they want to mount this comeback, they do have the tools for it. They have the lockdown, they have null command, they can brute force their way onto the site, and it looks like that might just happen. XIPTO playing it smart still.
Oh, pop flash now towards the smoke. Camus still bursting with the bullets of the Odin. But they're zoned out. Enery gets caught in the grav net. Has to... What? She still survives? With the dismiss and a good backup from Shirazi. I thought she was dead. But at least now the spike has been planted. Though LILAC's looking and scratching for a defensive play now. But Alexi will march on. Shirazi with the popping heads. Jalarak still looking for something, spraying for the second one, but still can't really lock or hold on for long. As XIPTO, they just crack open the base. They just crack open that base camp of LILACs in the B site.
That's right. I mean, it just feels like it's so hard to keep track of everything, considering how fast XIPTO is on that retake. And aside from their defensive aggression, they can be really clean with it too on the retake. As we saw earlier, I thought for sure Jalarak had a chance to even this out, but the moment short was left open, the rest of XIPTO just once again flooded in, destroyed everything that they could find, and now have a 9-round lead against LILAC. Still, they have not dead yet, which has been the best bet for them so far. They've been able to push through A, but maybe not challenge Alexi on this mid peak would be in their best interest. Look how far Neri is, but you know what? That's an overheat.
Yeah, that is indeed an overheat, but she knew that she had cover, though. Mimo will take down the two spearheads of XIPTO Esports. Alexi and Neri down. Could this be the window frame for LILACs to get their first round? Shirazi gets the headshot, but still, Marpandis with a good trade. Down to 12 HP, but B side is all empty. This is free real estate for XIPTO, or for LILACs rather. As now the rotation coming in from Camille and Tara. Could this be the first round for LILACs?
Big question. Like you said, no agent needed for them to step onto, and that's a big 3K by Mar. Getting the rest of the members some safety for their push, although she is really low, will eventually rest as Mimo gets one for herself and one on the board for LILAC. This could be the beginning of something.
It could be. It could be the, you know, you always start small. You don't really need to assume you have to pace up with the players of XIPTO Esports. But, you know, I think LILACs, they know the aggressiveness of XIPTO Esports, and maybe they could play to that disadvantage, because maybe for XIPTO, that aggression is an advantage. Is an advantage, but for LILACs, that is the disadvantage of XIPTO, that you could really exploit, you know, that weakness of punishing these over-aggressive players like Enery, like Alexi, like how they were pushing so far away. Getting one kill could be the, you know, opener. It could be the key to unlocking even more success as the round progresses.
Yeah, because it feels like XIPTO, they're not necessarily in positions to trade as quickly, especially for their solo players pushing out. But it does look like they've made their adjustment here. Alexi did get the tag, but will get the confirm on Mar. And now XIPTO rolling with a full head of steam yet again. LILAC trying to salvage the situation. Not dead yet, not popped at all. Down to the last two members on round 11. And XIPTO, they have a full control of everything.
Yeah, they control everything. Oh, Alexi gets the tag, but a disgusting one tap from Mimo. That is so good to see. But still, how do they fight back? Because Mimo, now down to 12 HP, has to fall back, retreat. Collect the spike maybe. But XIPTO, they're everywhere
this.
around the map. Even Enery is far forward though. Boo Boo will catch Enery. How do they recover this?
30
Mimo
seconds left.
stuck in a rock and a hard place. Shirazi will look for something, but it's Camille with the operator. Getting Boo Boo now. Mimo 12 HP. Turret popped up by Shirazi. Just needs to shoot the body. And XIPTO gets their first double digit in this series. 10-1. LILACs, again, they are in front of a cul-de-sac.
That's right. They are just confused at this point. Do we just head back or do we keep going around in circles? Perhaps it's something that they're thinking about. At the same time, maybe what they did in that round they won was a stack up, right? They, again, like you mentioned, they waited. But other than that, despite trying to play the numbers game, you see XIPTO adjusting as quickly as possible. 10-1 is the scoreline of this current match, unfortunately for LILAC.
And I feel like, yeah, we haven't really seen that much of an ultimate play, you know, a proper execute from LILAC. It was only them kind of shouldering their hopes upon Jalrak maybe getting the entry kill, but Alexi will get the backup. No, she won't. She does get one, but the Annihilation now popped. Doesn't really catch anyone in that process. Though two players are moving towards a main from LILAC as they rotate now. Can they get the opening pick towards the A player? They do. Terra is down, and on the A side, it's wide open. But can the spike stand by? Can the spike run towards A side?
That is a big question for LILAC to address as they do make a mad dash. Look at Aneri. She does have the crown on. Defender Killjoys. Lockdown is in place. They are going to go tit for tat here. Aneri ready to jump onto the action. Does get one Lear kill here. However, they still can't get rid of that lockdown. All players but Jalrak alive to try and maybe make a statement here. But no.
She's detained.
Was that important?
Aww. Well, that is unfortunate, but I believe we're going to have our analysts, of course, our panel to break down this first half. So we will be throwing right to them.
Thank you so much for the casters. I mean, I saw how big the struggle of LILAC with this kind of comms. Aim is one problem, but utilizing the comm is also a big problem too for them. Because although you can play with the rigs by using gloves, not that yet, I think it isn't enough because they don't the worst fragger like Jet or Race who can enter the side in instant.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty dominant half coming out of XIPTO, but I think there are some signs of hope. Like, we talked about how this is a newer team, but they were pretty impressive. They found a couple of first bloods. I mean, in the last round, we saw that lurk from the Killjoy kicking in, so they've been kind of catching XIPTO by surprise in a couple of these moments here. And in particular, I've been pretty impressed with the level of trades that are coming through. And yeah, I know the scoreline looks bad, but remember, guys, this is XIPTO. So I think that's just enough.
Yeah, but I think their defense side will be better because they have lots of utility to prevent XIPTO to enter the side. I mean, you have Deathlock, you have Clove, you can play with the risk, you can reduce the space of XIPTO, right?
Yeah, I mean, Killjoy, we've seen how incredible that can be on that defensive side. So you put like a Deadlock on A side, you put the Killjoy on B side, all you have to really worry about is mid. What I'm concerned about is kind of the coordination here because you saw how difficult it was for them to attack without a duelist. And I think that kind of proactivity is very important when you're dealing with a team like XIPTO. So, you want to go in for those aggressive peaks. You want to try and get that first blood. You want to try and start off with an advantage here because the way that XIPTO likes to play, sometimes they go for these, slow defaulty kind of plays. Most of the time, they just like to run it down, especially when they're feeling the momentum like they are right now. Like 11-1, you can definitely say that they're feeling it. So I wouldn't be surprised to just see them W keying through.
Yeah, but I also agree with a point when, as a LILAC, say when you match up against a XIPTO, you need to reduce this space. Not only reduce this space, you need to control the early round itself. You need to frag at least 2 people so you can give every single player from XIPTO in a disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a couple of those in the last time. Even though some of these rounds were closer than the others, the round where they won, they were constantly keeping the pressure up. Like, even when it was a 2v4, we saw one of the players push through that market door, break it open with the Odin to try and spam the player behind it, and they got that kill, bringing it down to 1v4. We also saw, like, how annoying that deadlock wall could be in kind of keeping XIPTO from really coming in for the retakes. I'm hoping that on that defensive side, it's just a little bit more valuable. I do think that the double duelist comp that XIPTO is running is going to make it a little bit difficult to put a stop to it, especially if you're not like guarding mid. So I think that mid is going to be the area that XIPTO is going to be focusing on.
Okay, all right. Let's see the second half. We're gonna toss it back to the casters.
Thank you.
Right back into the action. Well, I certainly think I'm very excited for this half already.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it has been a very, very hard pill to swallow for LILACs. They're trying to climb a mountain, but they're still up in the hills. And for XIPTO, this is, you know, it's very nice for the. It feels very nice for them as well, getting this lead. You know, 2 more rounds towards securing the first map. And this is actually not LILAC's. This is not XIPTO's pick. You know, it's LILAC's pick. So obviously, it adds even more insult to injury. But for XIPTO, breezing up towards mid with the pistols that they have, working on everything that they can maximize. You know, B site, I think, will be the focal point of attack for XIPTO. But LILACs, they're just waiting in the wings now as the defenders, as the silence will pop, because now XIPTO making their way towards B side, running around. Enery gets the kill, but it's Alexi registering that second one, and Nuki gets 2. Still holding in backside is Mimo, but Alexi gets a triple, and it is 2v2 situation now for XIPTO Esports and LILACs.
This is definitely doable for both sides here, but Spike still has not been retrieved. Does have a smoke coming up and a paranoia to push back the defenders. Mar and Jelarak have a lot in their plates, try to combo down. They did buy themselves some space, but maybe they've funneled themselves into a trade here. The timing! And Alexi, she might be on pace for the ace here.
Oh.
One more as she waits for the smokes to dissipate. And no ace to be stolen away for the princess herself. And XIPTO looking to close this out as quickly as possible.
Yeah. The princess now ascending to that queen title, like how Zahk was able to describe, because she's just running rampant, getting the entry, getting the first blood, opening the site single-handedly, as Enery being her second in command behind her. But look at how crispy the shots are, and also a good blind as well coming in from Tara. So that backup was on point, but Miyamo stuck, having to just give up her life towards Enery. Nuki gets the trade, but it is a 4v4 now with minimum weapons in hand for LILACs. They're just crumbling to pieces. Everything is coming up roses for XIPTO. Still Woo Cute and backside, holding for dear life, looking for another one. She gets the second one with the stinger. Shirazi trades one back. 2 kills for Shirazi. Now 2v1 situation, but Mar Pandas has to give herself up. As XIPTO Esports complete the almost flawless game, 13-1. Ascent is theirs.
Dude, that swing from short was not even on a full stop. I see Alexi rocking the frog on her head too. I got a little frog over here.
Wow, I don't have a frog.
But anyway, you'll get
I have
one.
this.
I have wingman also.
What
is that? Is that a
Snorlax?
That's a Snorlax.
Yeah, a mini one.
Pokemon there. Oh, that's right. I'll if I throw this at my monitor, is it going?
I think it will.
Catch it. Are you sure? We're gonna try.
We're gonna try.
I'm not doing that. But guys, I feel like that second half was a bit of an intermission. You know, you mentioned how XIPTO can really be overbearing to play against, especially with the way that they try to choke teams out early on, and really, like you mentioned, cement, maybe not even cement, but just bring the whole construction crew to put everybody in their place. But I think that's enough for us at the moment, guys. We will be throwing you right back to the panel.
It's just a couple of minutes and we're back again, Zach.
We're back. We're back. I mean, I feel like the second half was shorter than our halftime. They just ran that through 2 rounds in a row, and XIPTO take it 13-1. Honestly, better than some of the teams in the group stage. I can tell you that there were a bunch of 13-0s in there. But yeah, for her team with 2 completely new players and the rest of them, relatively inexperienced, I think that 13-1. I mean, it's not a pretty scoreline, but we saw glimmers of hope. We saw glimmers of brilliance. So I kind of hope that this team with a little bit more coordination should be looking a bit better.
Yeah, I agree with you because, I mean, for example, Mimo actually played a good role in Ascent as a killjoy. Not only provided phase trade for her team, but also her backup is sometimes already right on time.
Yeah, I think that talking about backup there, I think that's one thing that the XIPTO roster did really well, because you could constantly see them taking these fights, aggressing, swinging. Alexei in particular got some really sus shots with that operator. Very, very scary. And she's going to be the MVP after all. And Ace in that penultimate round to close it out. 370 ACS on the Jet, Inari right behind her. I mean, in 14 rounds, both of these players have each almost dropped to 20 bombs. So, even though Camille and Tara don't have any kills, it's just because they didn't really see any people. I think Inari and Alexei were just going through and taking out the entire lobby.
I mean, Camille is practically slacking off. I mean, the only thing that she needs to do is just to provide information for Inari and also the Alexei, and the rest of the people will get an instant kill against those LILAC players.
Yeah, I mean, they did get a couple of kills. I think Mimo in particular, while New was also pretty impressive in some of the lurks there, I think that they were able to find the timing while walking into A side, was able to take a couple of entries. And I think in general, I was surprised, but LILAC's actually managing to come out top in, they might not have had too many first splits, but in comparison to the rest of the teams that usually, go down against it, it's usually something like 0-11, 1-12, something like that. But they actually managed to get 3 first kills. So again, while it seems like we're trying to grasp at straws here, you need to understand that XIPTO is a team that haven't dropped a map this year, and this is again, like you said, it's David versus Goliath. It's that story. So while David doesn't really win anywhere except the Bible, you can hope sometimes, and I really like what I'm seeing, what we are seeing from LILAC.
Yeah, I guess I mean, it is sort of a good start considering their potential on the first map. I mean, the way they try to do a fast trade, because XIPTO is just practically being crazy and aggressive each time they enter to the side.
Yeah, I mean, hyper-aggressive plays, it's kind of their trademark, especially if you have the confidence of these players, if you've been, just demolishing lobbies left and right throughout the year, and you have the confidence that, alright, Inari's gonna go in, she's gonna get 2 kills, but even if she doesn't get a kill, Inari knows that there's gonna be Shirazi or Alexei or one of her teammates right behind her, and I mean, if you 67 kills across the team here, and if you look at the heat maps, you can see that XIPTO are really taking these fights onto the side. They're willing to contest every single angle. Usually, the heat maps tend to be more concentrated towards those main areas, or for example, the B-side stairs or something, but you can see that despite XIPTO's opponents kind of putting up a fight, trying to hold on to every bit of space, XIPTO are not afraid to push and contest it. And I think in B-side in particular, you can see that a little bit more of a passive playstyle really kind of taking a toll here for the side of the defenders on the first couple of rounds, and even on attack, they got so far. XIPTO were happy to just push on other lanes of the map and take whatever they could get control.
Yeah, and this is Alexei, the MVP of the first game of today, and especially in this first map against LILAC with a 19 kills of 4.4 KDA. I mean, it's just too awesome. And it's just like a standard Alexei, the Queen Alexei.
Princess Alexei really coming into play here. I mean, I have been loving this Alexei arc because, last year mostly she was kind of in that supportive role where you saw her on the KO, you would see her on some initiators, but this year you're seeing her stepping more into that jet play, and personally I am loving this arc here for Alexei. Just absolutely, her, Aaron and Inari are the dream duo, it's like the Jing and Forsaken of entries when you look at it. So that's what really brings back to me. But yeah, just a little bit of a kill montage here. Music, but aside from that, just absolute daylight robbery, no trade at all, and the peak do absolutely dominant. You do see some nice trades coming in from the rest of the squad, but unfortunately XIPTO are just so good at map control.
Yeah, not only good at map control, but they're also playing very disciplined, which gives another disadvantage to the LILAC players.
Yeah, I think it was just gonna be an uphill battle the entire time, and you know, Mimo in particular was able to get some nice timings, but I think awareness-wise, there are some mistakes, fundamental mistakes that you see coming in from XIPTO's opponents, which I think that they will have to work on. LILAC's, of course. I mean, it's a nice first attempt, but I mean, come on. I feel like if they had any other team as their first opponent, you know, maybe it would have been like a better debut for them on stream. But it's just very unfortunate they have to go up right against like the demon of SC, I suppose. That's the only way you could call them.
But I think the game is not over yet. I mean, the match is based off their cities, and they still have another map. And if they can secure at least one map, we can go to the third map. And even if they lose 2-0 against XIPTO, they still can go to the double elimination bracket, so they can go to the lower bracket and try to find a way to secure more wins. And that's our first map, and we're gonna move to the second map after a short break. So stay tuned with us. everyone, welcome back again to Valorant Game Changer Southeast Asia 2024 Stage 2 Playoffs. Still with me, Abigail, as your host, and also your analyst, Zach. And we're going to continue the match between XIPTO and LILAC because practically XIPTO already took the first map, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, they took it by a pretty convincing margin as well, 13-1. 2 players with 20 kills in about 14 rounds. I think that tells the entire story right there. We did see some pushback coming in from LILAC, but they're going to have to do a hell of a lot better if they want to really push this to a map 3, especially when you consider that this second map split is going to be XIPTO's pick. I mean, we've said it before, XIPTO so far 100% win record on every single map, so they have a flawless record. LILAC, if they have to beat it, they're going to have to pull together something special here on split.
Well, to be honest, the performance of LILAC in split map is not as bad as you think because they still have a 67% of win rate and they only lose to Boba during this year.
Yeah, but Boba lost to XIPTO, I think, in the previous qualifier. It's kind of the problem.
It's like a triangle.
It's like a level, you know? You gotta like beat teams level by level, you know? First you beat like your teams around you, you make it to the playoffs, and then you beat Boba, and then if you still have Boba, you have a chance at maybe beating XIPTO. So it's like step by step here, because so far at least XIPTO is completely unbeatable this year. I think, look, I know it sounds like we're like really glazing XIPTO here, but trust me, that's not the case. We're just stating the facts. I'm sorry, and if it sounds like a XIPTO sponsored fan stream, but they're just that good.
But we're still happy to see, you know, the potential inside this players team from the LILAC team because, I mean, the way they trying to secure the face trade and also trying to back up each other, although, yeah, well, there's a lot of fundamental mistakes, but it's still, you know, it's just, you just need the experience. I mean, and 2 of their players is having their first time to in this game changer. So I think, well, that's always first.
There's always a first time, and I mean, it's gonna happen sometime. I just don't know if this is gonna be the case here. I mean, I don't want to sound like a hater, but I gotta be a bit realistic. XIPTO are looking quite unstoppable, and I would be very surprised if they do lose the split. But, you know, talking about split, let's talk about agents. What would you like to see on this map?
Oh, well, to be honest, I really want to see Neon. Because I want to see people playing aggressively with the screens. I mean, you can combine a Neon and also the Viper, but I think it wouldn't be happy because based on the information that we have, XIPTO players and I mean LILAC players really confident and really convenient with the Clove player.
Yeah, I mean, I like this Clove pick. It kind of lets them play a little bit more aggressive. I think Jillarak in particular, and that last map as well, was just W King with the rest of the team doing our best to find those trades there. And I mean, once again, for LILAC, this time they're actually going to be investing in the duelist. Boo Cute had a little bit of a rough game 1, but hopefully on that race, it's going to be able to pop a little bit off. They're also going to be having that mid control on with the help of that Sage and, of course, a Cypher as a solo anchor. On the other side, it looks like a similar composition, except that, you know, instead of that Sage, you are going to be having that secondary duelist. Once again, Alexi on the Jet. So Inari switching over from the Reyna to the Raze here, a much better pick on this particular map. And I mean, pretty much a meta comp for both of these teams. You do have the difference in the controller, of course, and XIPTO having picked the double duelist, but nothing really meta breaking. I'm a little bit sad we're not seeing Alexi's Breach because I'm a huge fan of Alexi's Breach, but that said, you know, almost a mirror matchup, should be a pretty close game, but let's see how it goes.
Okay, let's see how it goes. So we're gonna toss it to the casters. So casters, it is your turn.
Welcome back, and thank you again for the lovely introduction. It is still me, Raph, and that handsome gentleman over there in a nice brown jacket, Realize.
Wow.
For your casters, and you know what? That map 1 was really fast.
Yeah, it was too fast, too furious, and XIPTO were looking furious the way they played, and the fact that now Split is their own map, I feel like this is also going to be quite a deja vu maybe for XIPTO. But what I like from LILAC is the fact that they are not afraid to cook something up. They're picking these unconventional agents, the funky ones. You know, you got the Clove, you got the Sage Sky again, and back in Split. In Ascent, they did pick up the Clove without a duelist. So it's interesting to see how they will operate with this agent composition now in Split.
Oh yeah, I love the creativity. I love the fact that, you know, they are definitely playing to their comfort and not letting playing against XIPTO kind of, you know, mess with them a little bit, maybe take a hit on the confidence, because that's, as we mentioned, right, that is step number 1. If you play against XIPTO, you still have to be confident no matter what XIPTO does.
Yeah, I think confidence is something that is actually very underlooked, because, you know, people would assume that confidence is just a mental game. But then when you have that much confidence, as much as XIPTO does have, you're always on the lookout for these pickoffs, for these angles, for these duels. And that was what essentially won XIPTO most of their rounds. You know, the insurmountable lead they had, you know, the control. Of course, the avenue to go team as Alexi entering.
Oh.
Both of the players now taking down XIPTO. 3 kills, or LILACs rather, taken down. And B side will be the point of attack for XIPTO as they plant the spike. And this will be an unfavorable retake for LILACs. And it's just one player left standing. And that is Mimo, taken down with the Trailblazers, popped in the head by Alexi. And XIPTO Esports, again, a very, very flawless pistol round.
Man, just like a hot knife through butter,
Ugh.
XIPTO just went right through the middle of the map and asserted dominance yet again. Beautifully executed. And, you know, you saw the aggression and you saw how shocked LILACs was, quite frankly. You did see Alexi even push forward into CD. That's something that a lot of the teams have been doing quite often. I wouldn't be surprised if LILACs is going to go for a force here. But it seems like they're going to go for a more conservative buy.
Yeah, I feel like that is the case for LILACs, but Alexi gets the first kill. Towards A they go, controlling both sides, but Jelarak with the Bucky. The Bucky goes Bird, taking down Tara. Looking for a second one, she pops it, but Shirazi will not let her run away. Creeping in the smoke was indeed a very, very advantageous position for Jelarak. But now XIPTO, they're down to 3 players. So is LILACs, but now the satchel towards sight by Enery. Still someone waiting. It's Nuki now.
gosh.
Passed down with the Bucky, still taking down the players of XIPTO. But Shirazi and Kamiyu would be the ones to close out. But all things considered, that is actually a very, very good round for LILACs.
Absolutely. They got their picks. They got the value off the Bucky, as you mentioned. And quite frankly, XIPTO may be slipping up a little bit here in terms of diligence, not checking the smokes. But this is also a reminder that nobody's immune to these types of plays.
Yeah.
Nobody's immune to the cheeky Bucky every now and then. As we saw, the success on the side of LILACs. And hopefully that does go on for them in the rest of the rounds and maybe even more. Especially on the full buy rounds. It does look like they're a bit more aggressive with their utility. They're not trying to contest this space as much as before, especially with the Cypher cages out in the way.
Yeah, I think the cages does kind of open up new spaces, new horizons for XIPTO to exploit. But for LILACs, they're stacking a site with at least 3 players and even 4 standing by in mid. The blind goes through, Boo has to re-evacuate, but Enery gets the kill. The trade goes on though, 1 for 1, Nuki gets 1 more, but Shirazi will put her to sleep. And it is suddenly a 4v3 situation for XIPTO, as they still take their time to run to the site. Cages up and running, so does the tripwires. But I feel XIPTO, they're looking for another trajectory towards maybe potential rotation.
Yep, they're going to re-angle this attack, but A is definitely on the books for them. Shotguns abound on the side of LILACs. They're still trying to enforce these closer angles, and we might see another victim here. Tara, you are tempting fate, but the rest of the team does get damaged. Again, they go for this closer corridor, and they will be punished for it. 2v3 in an almost impossible situation now. For our princess, Alexi tries to put on the crown, but she gets absolutely demolished by Marpan. Beautiful round here by LILACs.
Ooh, let's go. LILACs finally with the judge in the hands of Jelarak. Look at how Tara was dancing in the edge of a knife. But this was actually a very good opening pick from Enery, just zoning out Boo, not being able to go back, and Shirazi as well with the follow-up. But that judge play though, the fact that she was able to read the repositionings of XIPTO towards, you know, that little pathway towards screen was so good. They stopped them right in the tracks, but XIPTO still back with the rebuys. The flash goes in, and again, they're going for an A-side execute.
What they do, Boo cute, trying to put a band-aid on this situation as XIPTO, again, uncontested on the site. They will march down, but Mimo is going to get the first frag here. The replies are coming in spades and in doubles. XIPTO will command a presence over this hit yet again. Marpandes and Jelarak, the last two players alive on the defending side, trying to make what they can with whatever they have. Will get chipped down slowly but surely. And now you see XIPTO. They're trying to surround the last few players. They don't check. Neri lands a clean one. And they don't know where the last player is. Unsure. They check ramps. But they leave position open. And you see Marpandes is on a stealth mission now, just trying not to lose her Vandal. But wait! He still gets caught out.
Oh, again, the fact that XIPTO is still confident to rush towards A site, knowing that LILAC can still pull out the cheese card in the shotguns, and the judges, and the buckies. Still, they have, with full confidence, the ability to just pass through that first line of defense of LILAC. And now LILAC, they could still rebuy, but again, it's a mixed buy with 3 Vandals, a Bucky, and a Stinger. Still, you have that firepower, but now this could spell trouble because there's only one player in B side, and that even could still be very, very dangerous for LILAC. As they flash out towards a mail room, only one player, and that is Tara, just left with the flanking duties. But Alexi, shrouded in the smoke, she hides alongside Enery, looking for the moment where they could pounce out. But now XIPTO just taking their time, slowly approaching. And maybe, just maybe, they could just decide on last minute which side they want to hit.
This is looking like a much more traditional default here by our XIPTO players, and it does look like there's a bit of a difference in ideas here between Alexi and Enery. One is walking, one is running, but either way, they make it to their destination. BooBooQ tries to hamper this and maybe slow it down. No avail. Nemo still not discovered. LILAC are in a good spot for this retake. However, they're not going to be able to stop the spike down. Mimo trying to push through the smoke as Marpandes and the rest of the squad position themselves. XIPTO, they played carefully. They play far back. Look at this, though. Look at mid. This could be a free kill.
Oh, Nuki does get it. And Tara is down. Alexi, though, gets to refract the second one. You blink and you miss it. He just pops down 2 players in an instance. And now Shirazi down in B main, catches the player dropping towards hell. And that is Mimo. No longer living. Nuki has to submit herself. Camille gets the final kill. And that flank was actually working for Nuki and for LILAC as well. However, sadly, the players inside, they were all just evaporated in the hands of the Queen.
Indeed, and the kingdom does grow as this lead does the same. Shotguns again, looking for those sneaky pickoffs and potentially Vandals to pick up for themselves. Again, it did look really good for LILAC here at the start, getting, I believe, as a frag on Nuki. But as XIPTO tried to hold off the rest of the defenders, they did so well. LILAC now looking for a more B-oriented defense, but with these sheriffs, what can they really do?
Oh, just jumping in, swinging, bringing the assault towards LILAC. And Alexia is not stopping anytime soon, taking control towards CT spawn, where BooBooQ next on the chopping block. And it's just 2 players left standing. Disastrous for Team LILAC. Jelarak and Nuki. Nuki is down, no longer in the board. But Bucky for Jelarak does do the damage, does deal it. And Shirazi just waiting up in heavens, wanting to avoid this Bucky. It's looking very scary. Jelarak just caged. But the Bucky's still with the triple kill. She gets the overheal with the pick-me-up. And Shirazi is low,
I can't believe.
but I don't think there is any time left. And yeah, Camille just puts her back down to the spectator board. And XIPTO, 5 rounds.
I can't believe the Bucky did that much damage. Like, at that range. Was that like a full right-click bloom? Because I think the Raze was decently healthy still, right?
Yeah.
And Neri had a chunk of HP here. Oh my gosh. But anyway, valiant effort, like you mentioned. Just not enough to keep it afloat. XIPTO really running it up on what's usually the weaker side of this map. We are gonna go on a full gun round here, and it does look like everybody has their ults up. So it's just a matter of where where defense breaks first. Is it mid? Is it A? Is it B? The slower default yet again by XIPTO to try and assess their situation.
Yeah. So far, it's looking very swimming for XIPTO, but oh, Marpandes gets Alexi, one spearhead down, one more to go, but the headshot from Tara is way too crispy. Neural theft activated, they have all the information that they need, but how do they react to this? They're still kind of far away, gapped in between the lines. Then Henry will just pounce in with the showstopper with no hesitation, looking to shoot something, does get Boo Boo cute, crossing into elbow, and a sight. They crack it open like a cold can of soda. And now Henry back in ramps, looking to instill even more damage. Rubbing salt to the wounds, getting the quad kill, even the ace, looking for the 6-1. Oh my god, Henry! This girl is on fire, unstoppable. XIPTO, they breeze past 6, and LILAC's looking to stop this onslaught.
6 kills for 6 on the board. XIPTO is looking unstoppable right now, and it is causing so many problems on this defensive side. It feels like they try to take space, but no, denied. The Queen herself, the Empress herself, looking to get a few more kills to her name. And XIPTO try and run it up. LILACs are trying to adjust here again. So far, they've been running out of defensive gambits.
Oh, even Alexi gets Nuki in the process. Shirazi just takes down Boo Boo Cute with little to no effort. Flashes flown towards heaven, and Jelarak back with the trusty shotgun that she has. The Bucky was her best friend, and the judge could be one, but oh, what a shot from Shirazi. Catching and beheading the players of LILACs. They're left with no bodies. And XIPTO even getting the 7th one without breaking any sweat.
Absolutely. It does look like it's another day in the office for XIPTO here, just going through the motions. At the same time, this tempo change that they do where they go for a slower default into a heavy hit must be putting LILACs in a bit of a blender. I mean, if you're defending, right, you have to make the correct guess or play to adjust, but XIPTO is just playing their cards so well.
Yeah, this is a time where maybe LILACs could just, you know, refocus, rearrange, and maybe reorganize the things that they missed. A lot of loopholes that actually was exploited pretty well by XIPTO. Maybe they could fix it now, because this has been the first time out, or this will be the first time out that LILACs is taking in this series so far. And this timeout could maybe fix the things, or fix the, you know, irreversible damages that XIPTO Esports has been inflicting so far. They have been unstoppable. There has not been any, you know, sophisticated or complicated executes that XIPTO has been demonstrating so far. It was just all linear takings. It was just all linear attacks towards either B or A, or even mid control. And mid control has been very pivotal for, you know, every team playing in Split. And I feel like XIPTO, they know damn well how they want to take control of Split.
That's exactly right. Again, XIPTO, they're not overcomplicating the plan. It seems to be working. Meanwhile, we see a change of pace here. They try to prevent rather than going for the cure. But Tara has given something LILACs to think about. They've been stricken once more. It does look like this is going to be a heavy B hit by the looks of it. Revealed, but you see that there's no contest still on the side of the defense. Nades out, trying to get some sort of control here anywhere on the map. But XIPTO, they are just strong arming everything.
Planted.
Oh my god, they're just piling on the players of LILACs. And Nuki, the Seekers does seek out Alexi, but she fails to get the shot off. And there you go, flawless round for XIPTO. The timeouts not working for LILACs. They have to go back to square one, where they play again with the buck in the hands of Jelarak. Again, they have to, you know, reconcentrate their finances, not buying the maximum guns you need, because they have not enough. They don't have enough credits to do just that. And XIPTO, look at their credits: 8K, 6K, 7K. It's all building up for them. They're wealthiest ever. And XIPTO, even if they lose next 2 rounds, they can still rebuy for generations to come. And then for Lilacs, they have to hold mid good wall from Marpandes, but she will get taken down by Alexi, who just skips the wall. The wall climber was able to get the kill. Alexi looking for the second one. Bucky now kind of spells out a trouble signal for the players of XIPTO. They choose to just ignore the Bucky and maybe re-hit towards B side.
Go get him.
A bit of desperation here by Lilacs. One of their best rounds was with the shotguns, but so far that hasn't replicated itself. And it does look like Alexi is gonna find a stray, but her herself is gonna get caught out. The site again looking impenetrable for XIPTO. Neri trying to batten down the hatches, as well as Tara. All up to Boo Boo Cute, who's not found her first kill just yet. And she falls into the hands of XIPTO yet again. A dominating first 10 rounds. Lilacs, you know, I really appreciate the idea that they try to execute after that timeout. But so far, all the rolls, it's been pretty unlucky. Critical failures on some of them too. You have another half to consider it, but again, this is a huge lead to take into account.
Yeah, people would argue that Split is the defender-sided map, but when you have so much firepowers and you know, you're just impervious in the attacker's side, this is just so advantageous now for XIPTO as they dash in again without any efforts into the site. The tripwires does not catch anyone in the process. Now Enery just pouncing around in the site, jumping like it's just her own bedroom. And now Enery down in hell, looking for something. Boo Boo Cute could open up the killing spree for Lilacs. Showstopper still activated, looking for something. Dueling with Alexi, gets the double, but here comes the Showstopper, tapping the spike now, sticking it even, but it misses. Now 2v1 for Boo Boo Cute. 1v1, this could be it, but no, it isn't. Tara silences all the disturbances created by Lilacs inside.
That could have been the round. I mean, it looked very impressive here on the retake. You know, Boo Boo Cute getting herself on the board here in a very explosive fashion, opening up the doors for her team to flood in, but alas, the numbers advantage and maybe positional advantage was just too much. Trying to go for that duel into Garage, not working out. But slowly but surely you see Lilacs get an idea of what to do and how to do it. The thing is, XIPTO has so much depth and so much, again, tricks up their sleeve that it's going to be so difficult. Neri gets a freebie.
Oh, the Showstopper connects. So does Boo Boo Cute with the 2 kills. The Paint Shell and the Vandal does do the heavy lifting for her. Marpandes gets one back, but Tara, the jack of all trades for XIPTO, looking to even rub more damage towards the players of Lilacs. It's just Mimo with the neural theft. What do you do with this information when Tara is just shooting in front of your face? The triple kill connects for XIPTO esports.
Switching sides.
That's right, and again, an impressive half by XIPTO that our panel is gonna break down, so we will be tossing it to them.
Yes, this should do.
Oh, wait.
That goes there.
Okay, I can see Lilac actually had a better plan in this map, but well, you know, they have lots of different approaches. I mean, it's a good thing, but when it comes to matchup against XIPTO, you need to keep up with their pace and never give them space nor the map control. And that's the two things that they're kind of lacking of, because you know, XIPTO basically strengthened with their discipline, and their postman is too strong to handle.
Yeah, I mean, okay. You know, I know we're supposed to do like an analytical breakdown of this half, but I can do it in 2 sentences. Enery go kill, Tara go kill. That was it. Either Enery was like entering and getting kills, or Tara was lurking and getting kills and finishing kills on the post plants. I mean, there were some jokes apart though. There were some really close rounds. I think that shout out to Boo Boo Cute on this map. I think that she in particular really did pop up, especially when you consider that this is a player who is playing in Game Changers for the first time, and she was, in some rounds at least, completely decimating the opposition. So shout out. Really, we saw glimmers of what this player could become, but aside from that, usual XIPTO antics, 11-1 half, nothing really new for them. Do you think we'll be seeing anything different from what we saw on that previous map?
I don't really think that will be another change, because I also saw another problem in Lilac to close the round, even though they grabbed the opportunity.
Yeah, I think that Lilac's, I think their best hope is gonna be to invest in a couple of judges, and you know, BBQ can satchel into site, get a judge in their face, get a couple of kills. That might be their hope. But you know, Split, even with the map changes, it tends to be a defender-sided map. So I'm just a little bit scared.
Okay, so let's see what will happen next in the second half, and we're going to toss it back to the casters. Here we go.
All right, thank you, Abigail and Zach, for that insight. And yeah, we do agree that LILAC, they are back where they started again. In the previous match, or in the previous game rather, it was an 11-1 first half. But can they twist their fate now? XIPTO starting as the defenders, looking to just stop this mid presence. Boo Cute planting the bullets towards the bodies of XIPTO Esports, but Camille gets away with 2 kills, and suddenly it's a 4v3 situation now.
Magic 8 Ball. Can LILAC take this round away from XIPTO? So far with the early exchanges, signs say no. But they do have a few openings here and there as Tara is going to take a duel. Gets the cage off, but will still fall. Camille is quick on the cleanup, but there is a lurk, and it is Nuki. Shirazi and Alexi both have sheriffs in hand, so they can really do damage with these body shots. Now, the question is, do they anticipate this push from Heaven? Yes, they do. Still smoke in hand. Are they going to commit to this? Absolutely. Look at Nuki's tool belt, though. That is still so much to potentially push away XIPTO.
Ooh. The elbow player is still there, present for the players of LILAC. But Marpandi's just hiding behind her wall, repositioning towards elbow. Could this be the kill that is needed to present LILAC their second round? And there it is. They will twist their fate. It won't be another 13-1. As they get their pistol round, XIPTO, finally, they bleed, they scratch.
But they do. Still, they can bleed, but not very often, apparently. LILAC, they have a very realistic chance of swinging this in their favor, at least for the next 3 rounds. At the same time, if XIPTO is going to go for a force, it's really not that bad. They have so much room for error. This looks like they're going to go for something a bit more conservative. A lot of aggression still. And it looks like they're stacking up towards B. Boo Cute undeterred, but will get punished for her efforts to try and take Garage. Now, LILAC, they look to be a bit confused yet again. They try to posture up for a rehit.
Yeah, they're still just holding. Because in an eco situation, of course, a pick-off is like finding a trove, finding a treasure. And they are trying to treasure that treasure now, but the wall towards B main will just be denied by Alexi. The headshots coming in, the shorty as well doing the damage, but Shirazi, Shirazi Houdini with that movement, but it's enemy from behind who will deny the gun round. Thrifty now for XIPTO Esports, as match point is under their belt. Again, LILAC looking for that entry. But XIPTO, they're just way too strong with the pistols. Look at that headshot from Alexi, and Shirazi is bobbing and weaving left and right behind the cyber cage.
That's true. Again, Houdini right on the money here. XIPTO escaping an almost impossible situation again. Bound to the shades, you know, maybe sinking in the pool, but it is indeed a magic trick for them to recover that way. LILAC, hopefully not demoralized, will try to scrounge up whatever they can, take whatever is given, but nothing will be had. As the Lexi is right down the middle, but will get punished for her efforts. So can smell blood in the water and away from these points. And it looks like forces are trying to punch Tara. Sees one cross. There's a player here too.
The cam is there. And now XIPTO, they're circling LILAC like sharks in the water as the grenade comes out, but enemy gets the kill. It's just Mimo with the sheriff in hand looking to close this out, but it's XIPTO reclaiming their victory 13-2. It's just a 1-point lead or 1-point difference from the previous map as they close out the series 2-0, and XIPTO again just asserting their dominance again, unmovable and split.
Oh yeah, I mean, that was their map pick. You saw them be a little more refined, at least in comparison to LILAC. at the start was a very commendable effort. You did see more creative solutions to some of those problems, that being the Bucky. And you know, I'm still like very hopeful for this LILAC squad. They do show a lot of promise, especially with how they want to go about their compositions. At the same time, this is the hardest of all challenges on your opening day too.
Yeah, I think you always want to go on a good start, especially when you're trying to make it to the playoff later on. But of course, we want to throw it to the panelists to break down what happened. So Abigail and Zach, take it away.
Thank you so much once again to our lovely casters, and back with us again to break down every single thing that feels like it's just like a replay of the first map.
I mean, statistically, it's really an improvement for LILAC because they did double their, rounds from the first game. But I mean, XIPTO, that was the expected result. They are the favorites to win the whole thing. So I mean, for a newcomer team, very commendable. We saw some moments as well,
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it, like, modern problems require modern solutions. If you're getting one tap across distances, just get up close with the Bucky.
Yeah, it went great actually, and that's why I say that actually LILAC has a good had a better game plan in this map. I mean, the different approaches and also the element of surprise that they put to give a backup to the sort of the XIPTO's player, and the Anari and Alexi and Tara is just like XIPTO is XIPTO. XIPTO is like a gun machine everywhere.
Firing at full power, like the Canary goes in, Canary goes down. There's Lexi for the route. Wherever XIPTO was playing like their usual kind of game, like being able to back up each other, we saw like a really excellent kind of performance come out there. But the rounds where they were a bit more isolated, where you did see that LILAC were able to isolate those fights. I think that they had a little bit of a better time. In particular, Boo Cute, a couple of rounds really did look quite explosive. It seemed like they were gonna be able to make that retake work, but unfortunately, just not able to handle the current champions, I would suppose, of SCA. So LILAC's commendable effort, not the greatest statistically, but
God.
I mean, at least they got a perfect post plan, man. The one round where they actually won it. That's nice.
Yeah, that's nice. And it happened at the second half when they tried to secure the first gun round, and they actually did it. But XIPTO is just way too perfect to discuss because they basically have everything in their hands. I mean, they have the aim, they have the discipline, they have the strategy, they have the creativity. They basically everything in this game changer in Southeast Asia. No wonder they are touted as a queen of CA.
Queens of SCA, indeed. I mean, Queens of Fate back at this point demonstrated it, and I mean, he even believed some innings. I think that just SMG this year as XIPTO, they continue to keep up that excellence. A little bit more kills coming in this map. Sorry, 73 overall. I mean, XIPTO started off on attack, 11 rounds where they got the one run, which they lost thanks to those aforementioned Buckies. But yeah, overall, you can see that they have actually surprisingly gone in for more of that play. You can see the killer exactly where the spike plant was coming in. Also on the A side, you can see that they were not afraid to take, because usually you just take a kind of play where you just go into side, try to run it down, and then if you don't take that heaven control, it can get a little bit dicey. But almost all constantly pressure across the map, that the lurks coming in Tara, the mid pressure coming in from if they were pushing A. I think all throughout the map they were excellent at just kind of containing like possibly come out opponents. So XIPTO, I think, really demonstrated those.
Yeah, and they just took the map control aggressively, and they won the map control flawlessly too, because you can see the movement of every single player and also the heat map. And Anari will be our MVP for the second map, as it is also to close the first match with 2-0.
I think the first map as well, they had like 18 in area, like
19.
Just keep 19?
19.
Yeah, almost the same. This time saying Alexi, look, last time you're the MVP, this time let me get it. It's also nice because Alexi got an ace the last map, and Ari got a 6k this map, like not even ace. And Ari said, like, if you can do it, I can do it better. So just another Ari moment there, really coming out, popping off on that raise. 3.4 KDA. I mean, any other player, you'd be like, oh my god, that is insane. But Ari is just literally another day at the office for her.
And especially talking about the ace that she got on this plate by handling the spicy ram. So that's a bloody ram.
Yeah, think that Neri just demonstrating that excellence, continuing to demonstrate it rather. I don't think she's ever really slacked off. One of the best players, if not the best player in APAC right now. So yeah, XIPTO gonna be confirming their 2-0, confirming their 100% win rate, and confirming them moving on in that upper bracket. But like you said, LILAC not over for them yet. They didn't have to face off against the Queens of SCA in that first game. But hey, that's why you have the lower bracket. You always try to stick to them and come back. And if you do make it to that top 3, things are looking good for you in terms of qualification. So that is going to be the ultimate goal here for all these teams.
Yeah, because sometimes you lose, sometimes you learn. I mean, in terms of the performance between these two maps, whether it is Ascent or the Split, I can see that LILAC's actually a little bit more confident and convenient in Split because they try to secure the map control. They try to give the element of surprise, which is a very good thing for LILAC's side. But the problem is, although they tried everything, they just denied it with XIPTO's simple thing.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree with you there. I think that it was just a little bit of a difference. I think Alexi also bringing out the judge towards the end, kind of saying like, you know, if you can bring the Bucky, I can bring the judge there. But overall, I mean, like you said, it's very hard to really criticize LILACs here because what do you do when you're playing against XIPTO? I'd like to more likely focus on the things that XIPTO did do right. We talked about their map control. I mean, the kill feed talks about their aim. I don't think we really need anything to push through here. But I think that one particular thing that I really like is Tara in particular has been fragging a lot more. I think that Tara is also stepping. I'm not sure if Tara is continuing to be the IGL for the team or if Alexi's doing it or if they're kind of like swapping around the role. But I do really like what XIPTO are doing in terms of strats, and I think Tara in particular on that lurk is one of the most dangerous players on this team. Like, yeah, everybody's talking about Neri and Alexi and like how they're popping off and getting like 20 kills. Well, you know, they're just the demons that you can see. Tara's the one lurking in the back. She's the Cypher who's gonna come stab you in the back, and I think we saw some really great plays like that coming out on Split.
Yeah, that's the moment Tara always having in the right spot, and there's also the moment when you can see XIPTO already control the back lines of LILAC's players, and it's truly terrifying because you can leave every single angle empty. You need to control every single angle, and that's the moment also I think it's something that LILAC's kind of lacking off because they tend to, you know, not checking the corner correctly or not checking the corner completely. But I think we're gonna ask several questions with the Shirazi as maybe we can get a little bit interview. So please welcome Shirazi. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. It's
Hello,
lovely
Alexi.
to see
Hi, Shirazi.
the Princess Alexi and the Princess Shirazi. How are you feeling with this Game Changers 2024, guys?
Sorry, the mic is cutting off. I cannot hear. Wait. Oh.
Can you hear us?
Oh no, it's muted. I cannot hear.
I can hear Shirazi,
Yeah,
but
I can hear Shirazi, but it's just that they can't hear
Yeah,
us.
it's okay now.
Oh, it's okay?
oh, okay, there we go.
Okay, so the first question is just like, what do you think about this Game Changers 2024 so far?
I think this game changer for 2024 is gonna be so much fun. There's a lot of slots for the new Bangkok. I mean the LAN, right? So we get to meet many GC players. Yeah, we're looking so much forward to it. It's gonna be fun.
Ah, nice. It's gonna be really fun. Let's go, Zach.
Yeah, so, you know, Alexi, nice jet plays today, nice ace today. How are you guys feeling ahead of Pacific? You know, we got a LAN coming in. I'm like 99.9% if not 100% sure you guys are gonna make it to the LAN. I would be very surprised if you didn't. Please don't like prove me wrong somehow. Because so far I have like an anti-jinx record. I'm not the jinx here, so it's okay. But you know, how are you feeling about it? You know, the possibility of going to a LAN to qualify for Berlin. What are your thoughts?
If ever we're gonna qualify for the LAN, I think it's gonna be my second time also. So I'm really looking forward to qualify with my team. We've been practicing a lot for these past 2 months because we've been boot camping in Indo as basically
Bootcamp vibes.
yeah. So yeah.
Any obstacles you've
that's all.
tried so far?
Obstacle. What obstacle do we have? Is it the internet? I think yeah, internet. Yeah.
Oh my god.
So much.
I want to say something because I heard that you said your bootcamp is in Indo, but I think I will leave it behind. But yeah, I think I kind of feel it. I understand the feeling. How about that?
I think that's only our issue so far. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's it's an SCA issue. It's not a XIPTO issue there. So hopefully things get better. But you know, sir, you haven't lost a single bit. Are you guys a Abbott Apple? You know, the next tournament. Would you guys like to what would you like to run on it? What's a great
Wait, sorry, it's chopping again. I cannot understand. Wait.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Is it our internet? Sorry.
Oh, that's during the interview, not during the game.
Okay, sorry. Can you repeat again?
You're, like about the new map. Like, would you like to? What would you like to play on it? It was
I really cannot. The internet's so bad. I'm sorry. About the new map.
What do you think? Do you like it?
We hate it. We hate the new map. I'm sorry.
We fall it off to Rosie. Tell us the truth. How many times have you fallen off, you guys?
Earlier, I was playing ranked, right? And then the map was Abyss. My god, my teammates were falling off the maps. I hate that map so much.
So I think we will not, even though Abyss is on the map lineups, you guys won't pick it. Okay, so
honestly, good. I feel like
no Abyss for XIPTO. Okay, I think that's it for us. So I think still congratulations once again for you guys for the win, the 2-0, and I hope everything will went smoothly. Judging with your performance, and we will love to see you again on this next interview. Bye bye. Even XIPTO hates Abyss.
No, when Shirazi said, "All my teammates keep falling off the map," I felt that in my soul. Except that I'm that teammate. That's why I felt it in my soul. Sorry, Shirazi.
Well, I think the first match of today is already brought us a very good match to watch, but we still have another match between Invincible DZ versus Cardboard Dinosaur. So we're gonna continue after the short break, and make sure you guys don't go anywhere until we're back.
Right, shut up my son for the rain through. And I won't cut my LA. Running fist fire, ain't scared no risk. Go pop one ring, go break one bench. I pop missile if I wish I put one pistol on my head. What's poppin' and poppin'? Love in the morning. Blue come over to come in the morning. Vogue in the flick, poster forming. Confident boy run a halo on me. Jealous in the envy, all fill up in the air. I be hitting minimal when I'm on the air. Yeah, boy, so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, catch a bone on the stair. Renegade, horoscope, 24. Let him move blood with a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an O3 kid. Room, boom, up 400 dash roll. Got to see 100 the and move. Get lifted by the new big cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body up another on me. Scared of my life. Skittle. Grape head flavor. Great. Take all the vibes. Right side center. Pesky side. I need to spinner. Blind with a face, spin relay on this light. We gon' see where to take off. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1.
Renegade，你先将我包围。Renegade，浓雾自我击坠。雨落下，扣紧我外套。鱼篮车穿梭在轨道。你不想成为我目标。Renegade go on the mall.
Renegade, horoscope, 24. Let him move blood with a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an O3 kid. Room, boom, up 400 dash roll. Got to see 100 the and move. Get lifted by the new big cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body up another on me. Oh, double nine. Renegade, horoscope, 24. Let him move blood with a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an O3 kid. Room, boom, up 400 dash roll. Got to see 100 the and move. Get lifted by the new big cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body up another on me. Oh, double nine.
Welcome back again to VALORANT Game Changers Lotus Asia 2024 Stage 2 playoffs. Still with me, Abigail and Zahk. And after we have done the first match, and now we're going to start the second and also the last match of today, which is Invincible GC versus Cardboard Dinosaur. And I think this is going to be very interesting because I want to know if the Cardboard Dinosaur can get their revenge against Invincible GC. And probably they can because, you know, based on their track record, Cardboard Dinosaur already faced the Goliath twice, even though they lost twice too.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody's kind of like lost to XIPTO this year. It's okay. I'm sure eventually somebody will be able to overcome the curse. But so far, at least, it's not a shame. It's not like something to be ashamed of. I think it's kind of like a badge of honor. Like, oh, you lost to XIPTO, I lost to XIPTO too. But yeah, like you said it. You know, during the group stage for this, Cardboard Dinosaur and Invincible did face off, and it went to the full map series. All three games were kind of close here, but eventually Invincible GC did close it out. So kudos to them. Now rematch coming in here. In the first game of the playoffs for both of these teams. And first thing I would like to say is I find it really awesome that there is a GC team from Singapore that also has a dinosaur in their logo. That's all I'm gonna say.
yeah. The cute logo of the Cardboard Dinosaur is just, you know, it's too hard to be you know, sort of like, I don't want to see that logo, it's too cute, but you have to see it. I mean, it's too cute. But
I love
I think
pterodactyls.
to talk about their opponent today, Invincible GC, they has a dominant result during this game to 2024. They only dropped 2 maps. One against Rima GC, and the other one is with Cardboard Dinosaur. And this team consists of a tech player from Money First and Neon's actually. And even they add a new IGL, which is Ize, who previously played for Capybara again. And maybe we can also see the lineup of Invincible GC itself, so you guys can get a better know about who's behind the Invincible GC that we said it has a dominant result.
Yeah, I think shout out to Capybara gang there. We did see them kind of come out in that last stage. Unfortunately, didn't. I think that they kind of disbanded. Players switched around a little bit, but shout out to them because I love the name and it's always nice to see a cute logo with the Capybara. But yeah, this team has a lot of players with a lot of experience. I think that Kit Kat has been around since about 2021. I remember casting her like in 2022 way back. So both her and Felcha are like OG players. I think Angela has also been around. She was there on Neons last year. So a lot of these players with a lot of experience, full die team, so communication gonna be pretty good as well. But on the opposite side, Cardboard Dinosaur, we said it, fully Singaporean team, and I think NBS is probably the most experienced player on this team. Samfire as well. Both of them have been sticking together, and now they've got 3 more Singaporean players. I would say that they are a little bit more new comparatively. They have played for Amity before, but that's a team that didn't really make it to playoffs until now. So this team, relatively very new here, but I'm also very excited to see them because I think that Pigrudo, we've seen her a couple of times, Elfie as well. So I hope that this team they put in the time, they put in the effort, and hopefully in this head-to-head you can see that at least they are on the same level.
Yeah, they are on the same level. I mean, you can see the stats between these 2 Gecko players of Felsa and the Samfire. But in terms of the ACS and the average kills, probably like it's a little bit different because the average kills of Felsa is like 13 plus, while on the other hand, Samfire is just like 6.3. And I think it can be make sense because sometimes as a Gecko, you probably more focused on controlling the map, controlling the info, so you just make sure how you put a delay and information so far for your team.
Yeah, I mean, as personally, I think Gecko is one of the best agents in the game because it just lets you make so many solo plays. You can plant the spike, you can try to clutch, you can get an entry with your Dizzy, and the best thing is everything is reusable. You can just keep picking your flash up and using it every 10 seconds because it's a very balanced agent. But jokes apart, I think that Gecko, I do hope that we get to see some Gecko action. It was very sorely missing in that first series. I mean, the first series pretty much just flashed by, so hopefully this will last a little bit longer. I mean, in terms of both of these teams, I would like we said, they faced off only once before and it was a pretty close map. That time around it was Invincible GC to come out on top, but let's see if they still can be invincible. It's going to depend on how this map video plays out, and personally I am very curious to see what the battleground is going to be between these 2 teams.
Well, to be honest, I see this match as neck-to-neck match for today between these 2, but I really want to know if the Cardboard Dinosaur can overcome Invincible GC on a Lotus and Icebox, because that's the 2 maps that made them lost against Invincible GC.
Well, I mean, I hope we do have our map video ready because I would also like to see what these teams are going to be picking as we head into the series here. So what are any predictions, any thoughts? What do you think we'll be seeing?
Cardboard Dinosaur have never played on Bind and Split until now, so I think it can be they just avoid those 2 maps, or they want to secure their best strategy on these 2 maps. But on the other hand, maybe they can go with another map like Icebox. I think Icebox probably will be avoided by Cardboard Dinosaur because they struggled a lot in this map, and this kind of map fit to Lotus, Sunset, and Ascent, I think it's kind of fresh.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not sure about... So it's Lotus, Sunset, and Ascent. So the only difference that we're really seeing is that Icebox being taken out of the map pool, which is the decider that they lost. So kind of like that. I think that Lotus it was pretty dominant for Invincible. I think that they did a decently good job of being able to entry. I think in particular Samphire on the Breach was kind of the deciding factor the last time these two teams played. So I'm going to be excited to see if they're going to be sticking to that Asian comp. Sunset, on the other hand, it's a pretty interesting pick here coming through, because not a map that both of these teams have the greatest number of reps on, I would say. But that said, at least for Cardboard Dinosaur here, it does seem to be a map that is, I would say, a little bit of an unknown, because they haven't really played it too much. They played it once, they did win it in the group stage, but it was a very close win. So I'm kind of intrigued as to why they chose it.
Yeah, but I think they're gonna just put a lot of effort in the attacker side, because they, in terms of the statistic, they just kind of good on the attacker side rather than the defender side.
Yeah, I mean, statistics are statistics, but it's going to come down to the gameplay here, and hopefully Cardboard Box, they've been able to go back to the drawing board, kind of adapt around things, you know, and figure out how they want to come back from the loss that they had the previous time to this team, because last time it was the group stage, but now, you know, if you win, you're going to move on to that upper bracket. If you don't, you know, lower bracket, you don't have any more chances after that. So it's kind of do or die here for both of these teams. At least there is a lower bracket, so that is pretty useful. But yeah.
And to see Lotus picked up by the Invincible GC, they just want to close this series quickly, because they never lose in Lotus. 6 times played in Lotus and it's still 100% win rate. They escalate it very beautifully, and you know, like the attacker side on the defender side. So I just really want to know what kind of situation that Cardboard Dinosaur will bring us to.
I'm not really sure why Cardboard Box did pick this map, because I'm pretty sure that Cardboard Box was the one who picked Lotus, especially like you said, when the Invincible has such a decent record on the map. It's a little bit scary. I mean, to be fair though, it is the map that Cardboard Box has played the most as well. I think they have the most reps on it, so it is a map that they're very comfortable on, especially when you consider that in the map bans, both Bind and Split were the ones first banned out as well. But looking at the Asian picks here, it does seem like we're having a little bit of a Fnatic comp coming in on both these sides, with both these teams offering the Fate. I do like Invincible's comp a little bit more in terms of flexibility, because on the defender side, having the double controller can be so valuable.
Yes, and also not to mention the bridge on the Cardboard Dinosaur side. Whenever you are a defender, especially in Lotus, the utility kit from the bridge will be very annoying to Invincible GC. So I think that downs to the performance between these two teams on this Lotus map. So I guess this is the right time to toss it to the casters, because they are already, you know, sort of like, give it to me now. So this is the right time to toss to them.
Give it to them now.
I think I don't really want to toss it to them that fast, because I really want to talk about the Invincible GC and versus the Cardboard Dinosaur different lineups, because if you have a Viper and also the Omen, and it will give you a lot of advantage in terms of the utility, especially as a defender. You can play from a long range, and you can just drop the utility, and especially after you put a spike.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of surprised there's no Gecko really coming here on this map, but, you know, all's well that ends well. I do hope that we can Breach and Fade really coming into play here. Can be very, very useful on that attacking side, especially to open up lanes of attack here, but, I mean, double controller versus double initiator, we're gonna see who comes out on top here as we head into map number 1. Any predictions?
Predictions. I think it will be the win for Invincible GC, since they have a very perfect record in this. But I think let's see what the casters thought. Let me toss it to them.
All right, thank you, Abigail and Zach. Of course, you know, I always love it when Valorant teams have dinosaurs in their logos. We know one of the most, you know, favorite teams there is in APAC also has a dinosaur in its logo. So maybe, just maybe, this could be the entry point where we would see another W Gaming, and maybe, just maybe, Raf, if they do perform pretty well, we would see Paper Rex signing a Game Changers team.
Yeah, wouldn't that be interesting to have Cardboard Dinosaur and Paper X under the same org? I mean,
yeah,
it is very close. You know, you could definitely tell where the idea came from. But yeah, we are hoping that that's going to be the pace of today, you know, aggression, W key.
Yes, indeed. With the lineup as well, with the agent composition, that is actually quite supplementing that aggressive playstyle. I feel like that could really help them, because if we take a look at the agent compositions coming in from Cardboard Dinosaur, they have that sort of control that they're seeking out for Raise, Fade, Breach. So does Invisible GC. They also have that Fade, Raise. But if we're talking about control, I feel like Cardboard Dinosaur, they have that extra umph inside of it because they have a Breach, especially in the hands of Samfire. Samfire, also a veteran in the GC scene, having played with SMG with the likes of Kohaibi and the others. But now, ace side execute, where ace side is completely free. We're now Cardboard Dinosaurs. They have control of this fully in their own hands. Paint shells to the backside. Now they're planting this as safe as possible. But are they looking for even deeper control towards the spawn?
This is looking like a reverse clear here by Invincible GC, but it does look like they'll get the first frag on the board here. Even gets a double down on that statement, and although the spike is down, the numbers are slowly dwindling here. A few replies here by Cardboard Dinosaur, but there is a lot of water trying to melt them. And it does look like they're gonna stick it, no resistance whatsoever. Good idea, but the staying power is just not there.
Oh my goodness. That was actually all free for the taking for Cardboard Dinosaur. However, they weren't really able to hold on as long as they could, as long as they wished for. For Invisible GC, they have everything setting their own sights. As maybe we will wait for a few minutes because the HUD will refresh and will represent the real weapons that they're buying. As of now, they are looking for a main control. Rumble is very, very pivotal and trying to win out the fights, but she's fully blinded. And she's able to get one kill though, so that's all good. However, the movement still halted by that one smoke. Angela though, being able to take control is very, very good now. The judge in front and B main looking to take someone. Rosie still on A main alongside Angela. And they're all closing out the doors for a possible take towards B or A. C is the only, option that they could have.
Potentially, there is an alarm bot there somewhere, but I doubt that there is anybody to quickly respond. As I say that, we do have a member on the side of our defending team here just to dissuade them. Viper's Poison Orb is going to be in the way as well. Cardboard Dinosaur, they'll try to brute force their way onto the site. They will take so much util damage. Doesn't seem like it's gonna bother them too much, but they have to be wary. There is an outlaw around the corner, but it is everything else that is shredding them to bits. And it looks like it's going to be an easy conversion. And yet another round on the board for Cardboard Dinosaur. Invincible, not really queuing the title card just yet.
Yep.
As they're looking for maybe a better bonus.
Indeed. They're pouncing with that 2-0. Especially that rumble control was so good coming in from the players of, I think, Invisible. Yeah, it was Invisible GC. Getting 2-0 instead of Cardboard Dinosaur. But now, as we take a look at the third round rolling in forward, they have even more util, more credits to spend in this particular round. But it is the gun round for Cardboard Dinosaur, so maybe they could just fight back. Now the sequence flashes, flying forward in front of him. Or in front of her, rather. She opens up the smoke and 2 kills for Envious. She gets it, but it's traded back, though it is not advantageous for Invisible GC. Because Fels does get one back, though she's down to 5 HP. And Cardboard Dinosaur, they're marching on, putting on their running shoes and running towards C-site. This could be the site where they're looking forward to get their first round.
I mean, realistically, if they just get one more frag on the board, then it is going to be fully acceptable. And that's exactly what they'll do. They bounce back. They know they don't have a lot of HP to work with. As Cardboard Dinosaur is trying their best to keep this post plant as tight as possible. The Vandals are going to help quite a bit. And it does look like the swing is going to come into play. The first shot whiffs, but the adjustment is going to come as this site is still looking to be difficult to get into, but the Outlaw nearly gets two
1v1?
in a 1v1. Where is it? Information has been given now. It is going to be a dance of death. Good tap to spike here. Both really low. Doesn't really matter who hits what. This situation, leg, body, anywhere, it's going to be done and dusted. A stun in hand, and that could secure the round. What?
Oh, what? She gets it. But is there enough time? Is there enough time? There is enough time. Invisible GC. They debunk the possibility of the first round for Cardboard Dinosaur.
Oh, man.
Wow, what are we... I'm actually... Wow, the fact that it was actually winnable by for Samfire, she had all the tools needed. But again, like you said, it doesn't matter who hits what, as long as it's in the body. It does register, especially with such low HP. It really helps to just get the kill. It was given on a silver platter for Fels up in this angle, but then she was stunned, still bringing out the ghost. And now Invisible's GC, they again re-aggress towards a rubble.
That's right. And again, this default has been working out in favor for Invincible. It does look like they've been having a better time trying to take up these fights. As Cardboard Dinosaur still looking to make a statement here. You know, they lost their bonus, which is something that you would really hate, no matter what team. At the same time, could they potentially steal away this round? I don't know. It's not likely. Look how far out Invincible is. And I feel like in this little moment right now, I just realized, like, so there's Raph, me obviously, right? Zahk, and Abigail. So on this very desk, 3 out of 4 people just decided to use their names. I think we're a very creative bunch.
It really says something about me. I like to realize a lot of things, but Pigruto does not realize that Ize is in C site. They will try to walk towards C now, running even. Ize will be the player having to hold all the pressure towards C side. Kikowo looking for a tap, gets it. Kit Kat is down, broken into 2 pieces. Looking for the second one. Kikowo only with the sheriff, looking to look for more magic. Triple kill for Kikowo. Rosie though shuts her down, denying her of the ace. But Rosie stuck in a rock and a hard place, looking to even push forward, but she's forced back with the C's. Ize now having to do the heavy lifting, but Elfie will wrap around towards the back site, and Samfire secures the thrifty round for Cardboard Dinosaurs. But oh my goodness, Kikowo, that was Kyowo.
That is, I don't know what that means. But
Kyo means cute. It means cute. It was a very cute play. It's Kyo is cute in Korean, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm just trying to make it rhyme, you know.
It's all good. It's all good. You're smooth with it. I'm just very honest. Sometimes, like, okay, what does this mean? You know me, I'm a very curious person.
Yeah, that's
At the same time, Kiko really putting the team on her back here and landing disgusting shot after disgusting shot. Hopefully this is going to give Cardboard Dinosaurs a second wind. But look at Invincible. They are just once again trying to press the issue here, denying Cardboard Dinosaur of any presence towards A.
Again, this A rubble seems immovable, impenetrable for Cardboard Dinosaurs. It is so impervious the way they want to stack up 3 players just to control this very choke point in Lotus. And the fact that they concede 1 or 2 members not guarding B site. And maybe, just maybe, Cardboard Dinosaurs, they could, you know, come to a realization that maybe C side is the better side to hit. And Pigruto will try to open up the space. However, the alarm bot is aware of that. Oh, they will force the issue here towards a rubble. Satcheling in, Kikowo will get the shot, but Rosie still holding on to rubble. Triple for Rosie. And it's Cardboard Dinosaurs only left with 1 dinosaur before she goes extinct very, very soon. However, the cage will prolong her life, and Pigruto will try for the clutch. However, it looks very, very hard now.
That is an understatement and a half. That is difficult. There's pit, there's everything that they could use if they really want to be greedy with this round. At the same time, the Mad Dash won't avoid the judge. And Cardboard Dinosaurs, I like the fact that they try to swing off the momentum from that pistol round, or rather that eco round with Kiko. At the same time, they already saw the spooky balloon, the haunt, and everything coming their way. Statistically speaking, it's like, okay, we see what you're trying to do, but there was already so much util in your face. And unfortunately for Rosie, there's no ace for her. I thought it would have been time for another one, at least for our second series. Still, we're Cardboard Dinosaur on their own map pick. They're making things very thrilling. At the same time, they can't let this lead slip away. At least not too much.
Yeah, because I feel like that, you know, that little play that was made by Kikowo and Samfire, that Sheriff play was, yeah, indeed, a second win for them. A resurgence and maybe a shift in the momentum. That could really happen sometimes, but the fact that Invisible GC, they just hold on and they're not letting any more space slip for Cardboard Dinosaurs. They're looking to just stop them in a roadblock. However, Rosie was able to get out with the Shrouded Steps, and she repositions into a much better position. However, the rotations towards B, Hobbit all filled by players of dinosaurs, or of Cardboard Dinosaurs. They're still holding on, but now they march towards B site. Showstopper active in the hands of Kikowo. Samfire does also have the Rolling Thunder. Could this be the dinosaurs feasting in the B site?
This could be it. I mean, this could be a nest that Invincible don't really want to rattle. Rosie, off the back of that huge 4K, looking to help the entry here. Can't really get the timing off and will get executed by Elfie. Showstoppers pop. Kit Kat tries to fight her way through the site, but the members all around her are falling like flies. And Cardboard Dinosaurs, they finally get another round on the board. Invincible looking a little mortal in that round. As, like you mentioned, just the certainty of taking B. So good for Invincible.
Yeah, that last second decision to rotate, they were actually halted by that, you know, snake bite, by the delay that Invisible had towards that Hobbit entrance. However, they still waited. They gambled on re-hitting towards B side, and it worked because, again, Invisible, they like to stack 3 or 4 players into a choke point, conceding one player to just not guard a single site. And that was the window, that was the advantage that the Dinosaurs was able to see through. Now they're heading towards east side. Could this be another mass extinction? But this time for the Invisible. Kiko opening up that paint shell, controlling towards the entrance. Samfire looking to plant the spike. Still has the Rolling Thunder, still has the Neural Theft as well in the hands of Pigruto. Information is very, very important in this stage of the game. Now Invisible, of course, with the Prowler wanting to scan out information. Kiko will be left alone as the sole player inside. Now the Nightfall, of course, towards Seaside, looking to tap the spike. Kit Kat will stick it. Where's the backup? Where's the damage? There you go, Samfire, and now it's just an upheaval inside as all the bodies of Invisible turn mortals now. Dinosaurs, they stomp on the Invisibles.
That's right. Trying not to leave any fossil fuels behind. By the way, guys, save the planet. Recycle as much as you can.
Reduce, reuse, recycle.
Yep. Public service announcements.
PSA.
On the other hand, Cardboard Dinosaurs doing a good job of recovering and not letting that huge 3-round swing deter them from what they need to do. You see the executes. They're a lot more composed and a lot more confident despite the utility being thrown their way. And I like it. It's forcing Invincible to invest just that much more and perhaps maybe go for a few more gambles that could hamper the defense of the other sides. But look at this. The Lurks in the middle of the map could potentially butt heads. That doesn't seem the case just yet.
Pigruto just holding her ground. The Prowler presents Invisible to one information, and that is at least one player in front of B site. But Pigruto won't take the gamble to fight through it. However, Envious will pop the Nano Swarmer, baited to be popped up as Kikowo maybe regrouping towards Seaside, and Seaside has been presenting Dinosaurs with the most amount of success rate and hitting the sights. However, Rosie is still standing strong in that rubble area. Now Seaside again, the focal point of attack. However, KitKat shifting around with her judge gets Kikowo, the main damage dealer for Dinosaurs. Now Spike planted, and this could be one hell of a retake for Invisible. They do have the lockdown, they have the showstopper, so is the Viper's Pit that is up and running. There you go, the lockdown popped up. KitKat shrouded in secrecy, hiding in that smoke, looking to pop up now, and there you go, the judge on time, right on cue. However, the showstopper traded back. It's now 2v1 for Pigruto, having to clutch this. The plant though, it is so unfavorable for her, and she has to sprint inside. The cage is there, but Angela is on the left side as Invisible GC. They get out with minimum scratches.
I wouldn't say minimal. That was still expensive, but at the same time, they did manage to swing that situation into their favor.
Yeah.
When the snowball began, it was just so difficult for Cardboard Dinosaurs to recover. Again, they have a lot of veteran presence and a lot of firepower, obviously. At the same time, there's just too many members on the site and too much utility being thrown at them for them to safely stay there. But with that out of the way, Cardboard Dinosaurs, they're gonna have a grand old time going for a heavier hit, maybe staying a little bit longer. It does look like it's gonna slow down as they scale up towards A.
Yep. Now a shift in control. They will relinquish control of Rubble. It's all in the hands of Dinosaurs. However, the gamble is not working because they were expecting Dinosaurs to actually go towards Mound, to go towards that C site. And now it's A side again. Deja vu of pistol round, where this side was all free for the taking. Dinosaurs, they have control. Invisibles now, they play retake on this round again. But how will they retake now with minimum ultimates? Only with the Viper's Pit and that from the shadows from the Omen. However, Fels with the Prowler looking to hold her ground. Pigruto full blinded, and Angela gets the kill. 4v5 now inside.
That's right. It's going to be a bit more difficult for the post plant to stay intact. KitKat does find a mark here as well as the other players. Viper's Pit is still very much a threat. Felchi getting one more, but Elfie is saying something about this. Down to both initiators. He tries to stick it to half. Elfie doing her best to try to close the distance, but Felchi, she is ice cold in this nightmare. But does she have time? Yes, she absolutely does.
Oh my god, the timing betrays her. The timing of that shorty pull was so unlucky. A good blind though coming in from Rosie, and this moment from here, Elfie was just drawing out her weapon, and then Felsi was able to peek out, and it was all, you know, aligning for her. And now Invisible, they get one more round.
It was really awkward in that situation for Felchi, or rather not Felchi, for Elfie here.
Yep.
And it's funny how both initiators rhyme, but it does look like both teams are trying to drop a few bars on each other's heads. Cardboard Dinosaurs, they pressure C again, maybe hoping to pull aggression from that side as they make their way elsewhere. But look who's down in the middle. It is KitKat, who's been so stable as a Viper player.
She's a brick wall, of course. Immovable rather, in B site. And now Angela still playing that high-low angle with Rosie towards her left. However, Pigruto is quite suspicious of this angle that she wants so to badly clear. However, Kikowo now shifting up in B main. The cam does it spot out though. The haunt broken. But the backup coming in, all stacking towards C side. However, the A control though, wanting to build upon that presence up in A side. The Prowler and the smoke thrown away. Kikowo having to bite that bullet, having to bite that damage. But the rotations now being built upon towards A side. This could be the free site where again Dinosaurs are able to lay their claim on A side.
Could be a trap. We've seen the plant go down, but the post plant has been a bit shaky for Cardboard Dinosaurs to secure. They do have Nightfall here, so they don't want to lose Elfie early. Envious here to provide backup, and the Paranoia is going to find so many players. Doesn't stop the Nightfall, but Elfie again tempting fate. KitKat with the trade, and look how ambitious Rosie is, swinging into all those players. It's all up to KitKat, but again, broken by Envious as Cardboard Dinosaurs get yet another round on the board.
Ooh. Nice round for Dinosaurs. They're able to this time hold on, and this time the way they held on was not playing passively. They took control of Heaven. They were able to spread out their wings and play a bit more aggressively. Sure, they were taking a risk, but that risk paid off big time. Now they're trailing from behind, only down 2 rounds. This time they have the Nightfall in the hands of Elfie. A lot more eager to take control of Rubble. Envious marching forward. Has the smoke to put towards stairs. Opening up the rolling door. Does she check Angela? Angela is unchecked. Gets the headshot. However, the Prowler will reveal her position, and Samfire is able to get her. Now A site again under attack. So susceptible towards the assaults of the players of Cardboard Dinosaurs. As Invisibles, they rotate up towards A site. And Pigruto just running back. The Bucky catches Elfie. However, Samfire gets the refrag. And B site only filled with 1 turret. And Izzy that is no longer standing. 3v2. Felsi and Rosie has to do the heavy lifting.
That they do. No more smokes, no more initiators. Everything that Cardboard Dinosaurs have to do has to be a dry peak. But Belchi feeling the moment, getting the second. Can Pigruto stop this? Position's already been marked, and time is winding down as a round stolen away from Invincible, or rather Cardboard Dinosaurs, and they even get a bonus at the end of that. It is not looking too good for Cardboard Dinosaurs, considering this map is attack-sided.
Those 2 kills were handed on a silver platter for Felshi. Look at the timing that she had, but this first kill was actually very important, and this Bucky one as well. The fact that Felshi was able to get this moment up towards CT spawn, look at that. Both of them were peeking out towards Waterfall, and it was all aligning for Felsi. And now Rubble control, much more brave, much more valiant now from Cardboard Dinosaurs. They're able to hold on. Envious will tiptoe towards that box, but now Rosie does get 1 kill, and she runs away. She gets the escape. However, the Haunt tags her. Not for Angela though. Still hugging the wall closely, but Elfie does bite back. Felsi is down 4v4. It's a 1-for-1 trade for both teams.
Usually that benefits the attacking side. No more smokes again, no more paranoia. Checking these corners and taking anything difficult. They do, however, manage to lurk into C, and Invincible has no idea that they're backing off. However, this rotation could get stopped dead in its tracks here. KitKat gets a kill. Cardboard Dinosaurs, they are on a roll. They've now opened up C. Showstopper in the hands of Kiko, so that is maybe going to give Invincible a few, second thoughts. But it does look like this plant is going to go down. Rolling Thunder in hand. Maybe they want to play offside, but it does look like they're going to go for an unconventional play. They stack up towards CT. Look, Invincible. They slowly bleed from everywhere else onto the site.
Yeah, this angle is so sus. And she's going to flash it, but there you go. 2 ultimates coming out already. The Showstopper and the Earthquake from the Rolling Thunder. Kikowo still with the ultimate. Does tag Angela down to low HP. The Viper's Pit too far to reach out the spike. It does though, but it's planted all for Cardboard Dinosaurs. The stun is out and they're all dazed, but KitKat is still holding on with the triple kill. But there is not enough time as Invisible holding on a tight rope, and that rope is broken, cut into.
We are gonna let the panel dive into that first half as we give it to them.
Oh my god, Carbon Dinosaur seems to had a hard time at the early of the first half, but they turned the tide back as good as possible. But the problem is Invincible GC retake power, not to mention the day utility and also the body system of this team is also too good, and same goes with the aim.
Yeah, I think one point that I really like that Ralph brought up is that this does tend to be an attacking sided map. So the fact that you did see Cardboard Dinosaurs kind of struggle in that aspect to really make that impact. I mean, yes, they were able to bring the score up to 5 eventually. That last round especially, they were able to win just off the back of time despite that Viper split, despite that triple coming in. They were able to bring it to 7-5. So I think that if they can win this pistol, start building up that momentum and denying that to come through for Invincible is going to be something that they really need. But that said, this is the map that Invincible is also very, very good on, and they already do have a lead. And historically speaking, they have beaten them before. So I think that it's gonna be, it's gonna have to be very precise gameplay on this defensive side coming out of Cardboard Dinosaurs here. I think that their Sentinels in particular are gonna have to step up huge. I think that on the attack, the Pigrudo on that Cypher was finding some incredible lurk value. Hopefully they can continue doing that on the defense with some kill trips, with some one-ways, I don't know, whatever you want to cook.
Yes, I think it's just like only get 2 rounds away from 7-5 with the Invincible GC. So I think this is gonna be very interesting to watch too. So back to the casters and enjoy the game. Here we go.
Ooh, thank you to our panelists, both Abigail and Zach. And wow, that was a nail biter of a first half, but that triple kill was not enough. Now we will see how Invisible will play this composition in the attacker side, because you mentioned it, Raf, that Lotus is much more attacking side, and I do agree in that point where it enables the attackers to have much more freedom of movement and space in this particular map.
And at the same time, it does give the defense a bit of a difficult time when it comes to rotations and how they want to commit to the defense and whatnot. It does look like Invincible are looking to take control over C, as the smokes are going to come down. Doesn't look like they're ready to commit just yet. They see the trap wire. They're not too happy about it, and they are kind of boxed in. You see the Vipers on the opposite side of the map, just trying to maybe win out a 1v1 and, reallocate some attention from the defense. But it does look like they are hella committing towards Z.
Oh, Pigruto has 1 kill, but she's taken down by Ize. They're still holding on. C side though, assaulted, and now they have the entry. And the spike being planted, a snake bite to delay. But the players of CBD or Cardboard Dinosaurs are way too far as they close in on a gap. Kit Kat, the entry point, the guardian of this barrier. The alarm bot popped, and without any suspicions, Kit Kat gets 2. So sharp on the pistol. Now Rosie holding down on the bend. Ize gets the trade towards Elfie. Triple kill for Ize. And Invisible, just as their name suggests.
It feels like it's just a game of inches at this point. One slip up from either side, it could snowball into a conversion. And, as the rounds are telling, Invincible has been much cleaner when it comes to those confirms.
Yeah.
At the same time, Cardboard Dinosaur's ability to recover in the eco rounds, in the lesser buys, something to take into account. So going into this anti-eco, Invincible don't want to walk into Kiko's Sheriff, but this time around they're blessed with an ultra conservative buy. It's gonna be classics all around, and dare I say, this is a round locked in for Invincible.
Indeed, as they have even the advantages given to their hands, right? The guns that they have, as Cardboard Dinosaurs, Pigruto only being defended by 1 trapwire rather. Samfire still shifting up in A side, just jumping to see a shoulder of the players of Invisible GC, and they're taking their time, not wanting to rush this, because of course an eco could really turn everything around. However, Angela already breaking the silence, wanting to tap in with the satchel, breaks the trapwire, and now C-side all in the hands of Invisible GC. They grip this with 5 fingers, both hands, and now They control every possible angle in the site.
That is indeed a vice grip that Cardboard Dinosaurs don't want to fall into. Something that they'd like to slither out. But again, with the classics in hand, this is such a difficult task unless they find a way to close the gap. Maybe not swing out individually, but hey, lo and behold, that's already max value out of Elfie. They remove a few of the perpetrators onto the site. They try to strong arm their way onto this retake, but now the classics, they're still doing damage. In fact, they're doing hella damage. Elfie picks up a Bulldog, down to 1v2. Kit Kat not able to clutch. And that's going to be barely enough time for Cardboard Dinosaurs to steal this away. You know, I keep saying like, oh, this could happen. This shouldn't happen, but the complete opposite just comes into mind. Like, why? Am I jinxing it? Am I cursing it? I don't know. I don't think so, right?
Well, you do have that aura in you, Raps, to possibly jinx or curse a situation with the contradictions happening out. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, curses and jinxes, people look at it as something that's bad, but I feel like people who has that ability, they look cool, you know? Like, you know, it's kind of like a plus 5,000 aura inside of them.
Listen, I'm not trying to bring down ill omens on all our players here, you know, but I'm just like trying to play off the stats and, you know, be a little bit more analytical, but envious. Talk about numbers. She needs 1 to get rid of Kit Kat.
Yeah, she's looking for a second one possibly as well. As she pushes up forward so aggressively. Is taken down, spraying for the third one, but Pigruto will be there as the firing squad backing up Envious, just cleaning house towards a rumble. Rosie shows herself. Angela gets 1 kill. However, Pigruto just puts her down back to her sleep. And Cardboard Dinosaurs, easy round for them as they gear up for the real round now. A gun round as well for Invisible GC.
Indeed it is. It is looking mighty competitive. It has been all throughout, but again, Invincible, they've just had those moments where they string 3 and 4 rounds together. They're looking a little bit cleaner. But Cardboard Dinosaurs, they're making a strong case of coming back into this. They do have 2 Bulldogs. I don't know if that's necessarily going to play into the bigger picture, but those gunfights are going to be a bit more difficult if they go for something a bit more straight up. And C has been taken care of. Look at how many players are waiting outside, though, on the wings.
Yeah. Look at the control now as well from Dinosaurs, from Cardboard Dinosaurs, rather. They're so brave to push out. Even now, much more aggressively. Stacking 2 players at C-Mount, playing in the back of Samfire's stuns. That is, of course, a winning condition for them to take control of the choke points. However, Invisible GC, they're looking for other avenues. Maybe crack open that B main site where it's all guarded by Pigruto. However, the paint shell will push them back. The rolling door open, and maybe C side is indeed their next objective or their next, you know, place to hit. However, it's just all a ruse. And maybe the refocus rendezvous towards A site, in which A site currently is all empty.
30 seconds
That's right.
left.
They still have a lurk threat in the form of Kit Kat, although the trap is stopping her from pushing all the way towards B. There's already some defense in place. The camera is gonna alarm everybody on the side of Cardboard Dinosaurs that the rest of Invincible are gonna be marching through, and there you go. As soon as I mention her name, she gets 1. That's the Cypher away. But her staying power denied. Kiko may be looking to play the spoil sport here on the plant, but no, the bullets don't ring through. Cardboard Dinosaur looking to wrestle this side away, but Angela does get the first frag, at least on this retake. Elfie marching forward, Envious too, cracking down on this post plant. They're too far away. Izzy in an almost impossible situation gets 1 more. They are gonna stick this. Don't think she has the angle to deny. And Elfie once again cleaning it up, making it all even for both Cardboard Dinosaurs and Invincible GC.
After a one-sided match, we are dancing on a knife's edge now in this match. Still the first map. But I love how Cardboard Dinosaurs, they're so fast on the trades, on the retakes as well. The fact they're able to just tone down the pressure from Invisible GC. And we talked about how this could be an attacker-sided slump for Invisible GC. Turns out, Cardboard Dinosaurs, they're still holding as far as they could. And Invisible GC, they do have to, eco on this round with the sheriffs that they have. But there we go. A technical pause. What is Game Changers without a technical pause, right?
Well, what is, that is the nature of the beast. That's how the cookie crumbles. And while we take our time to, maybe move away from the game a little bit. But before that, there's a lot of utility on the side of Cardboard Dinosaurs that they could use to flush out Invincible. It is an eco round, so Invincible, I doubt that they're going to hard commit too many things onto this. But anyway, realize I didn't know you spoke a little bit of Korean. Indulge us, please.
안녕하세요. I'm trying my best, I'm trying my best. 안녕하세요 is the only word I know. I used to have a Korean friend. I remember his name, Park Yoo-min and Park Yoo-chan, They're my tomodachi. That's actually a fake name. I'm kidding.
That's good. Don't dox your friends on the internet. There's a lot of
they're like my
There's
friends,
a lot of
my good
PSAs.
friends. Yeah, a lot of PSAs, guys. But so I try my best to speak Korean, but I'm still trying. But back to the game we go because the technical pause is over, and it's a quick one, right? So it won't take much of our time, but 8-all, and as you mentioned it. Ultimates in the hands of Cardboard Dinosaur could maybe ease up their executes, but the time is freezing again, right?
Well, interview time. So what other languages do you speak, Realize?
French.
Really?
Je parle français.
What French do I know?
Oui,
Je
oui,
m'appelle Raph. Je
m'appelle. Yeah.
Is that's French, right? Je m'appelle. It's like my name.
Yeah, it is.
I know chat's probably that is a terrible accent, but hey, we're trying, we're expanding our worldview.
Yeah, it's very fun to learn French, to be honest.
Really?
I finally have an excuse to roll my tongue and to t'appelle. Comment tu t'appelles? Je m'appelle Faiz. Je suis indonésien. J'habite à Jakarta and all that stuff, So it's very fun. Fun fact, while we're waiting for the technical pause, I once met a French-speaking Filipino, I think,
really?
in Valorant. So I was playing, right? And he had this accent with him, so I thought he was French. But then he told me that he was half French, half Filipino, and we.
I think I know who this is.
Who is that?
I think because this could possibly be one of the local casters here too.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So that could be Yusuke. That could be if that IGN is familiar, but that's a very funny coincidence,
interaction,
what I mean? Yeah.
Wow, that's
How do I say I don't speak French? Because I know you just say François for French, right?
Yeah. So if you don't speak French, means je ne parle pas français. Yeah.
All right. Well, this is how we get things going on a technical pause, guys. It's a bit of a podcast, to be honest with you. We've talked about the game, and we are about to talk about the game as we put that on the sideline. We are right back onto that. Timer is moving.
Yep.
And it looks like both teams want to do the same thing. They want to kickstart the action as quickly as possible, and a heavy C hit could be in the works.
Nous sommes de retour, which means we are back into the game. And now Kiko just holding on up in C main. They have 4 players stacking up in C. And Angela only with the sheriff. This is unfair for her if she has to deal with all the utilities coming in.
Dear.
Kiko triple with the big shell as well. Perfect execute towards C mound. That is more than unfair. That is outrageous. Looking for the ace, however, only a quad kill. A flawless round for Cardboard Dinosaurs.
They will die on that hill, and Kiko will make sure that she will stand her ground. And what an explosive way to get back into the game here. Cardboard Dinosaurs refusing to lose on their map pick, rallying back, and might I say, that's a perfect paranoia. Now again, we did say this is an eco round, but regardless of the weapons, that was beautiful. That was such a gorgeous sight to behold. And I see chat also participating in the Little French conversation. I'll add that to the list, you know?
Very nice. You know,
Yeah.
Language is a universal way of speaking, so it unites
Yes.
everyone, just like Valorant unites us all. And now, Invisible GC looking to execute towards C-side again. Big Bruto still holding with the trap wire, but the showstopper from Angela, where will it go? Shooting too high, but Angela still gets Big Bruto in that process. A shooting star, as Angela will now take control of Waterfall as the lockdown commences and completes, catching no one. Angela given the space, the time, the freedom to roam around the waterfall area, but no one's going from there as the retake comes from both sides, from the back.
Water has definitely been poisoned, and Felchi is going to sandwich every single player trying to defend from Mound. Elfie all on her lonesome, does have the Nightfall, but will concede this round and go for a save. Cardboard Dinosaurs, they want to keep this economy intact, but wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is this too early of a rotate? No, it's not. There's no time.
Yep. No time, and they also put down the Viper Spit, so it's all good. They can still see it through C-Mount, even, if needs be, but only Elfie saving up the Vandal with 7k in the bank. So still, credits-wise, they can still rebuy. They have a lot of time and space to recycle what they have. But Felshi again, coming up clutch with the defense up in the back line of the players of Invisible GC. Now, Cardboard Dinosaur. They have 3 ultimates going on. The Nightfall and the, Showstopper could be very detrimental towards the progression of Invisible GC as they try to fight for control up in rubble again. So pivotal, yet so significant. As Angela just holding on in the rolling door. As backup is there with Rosie alongside her.
Free room not very contested, as you mentioned, and
Yeah.
Angela and the rest of the gang, they are going to try and push their way through this. Little do they know, Cardboard Dinosaur is very, very close, so this timing is going to be strict. Yes, they're going to get the plant down, but it does look like Cardboard Dinosaurs are looking for a swift retake here. They hear the plant. See a lot of movement coming in from stairs. Look at that. No sound cue here. Nothing to dodge the showstopper. And Kiko's going to find so many targets here, but it's the rest of the team cutting down Invincible. Once again, like a swift guillotine, they behead that post plan.
Wow. As quick as lightning, they're able to snatch back the control of sight. Cardboard Dinosaur, they reject extinction. And the Primal Wrath is there. But look at this. Seamless retake coming in from Cardboard Dinosaurs. Even the usage of the utility is just way too sleek for these players. And now, as we take a look at Invisible GC, yes, they did win the previous round before this, but their economy, their credits is coning down, shaping up to be a disaster for them as Cardboard Dinosaurs, rich dinosaurs now. Kiko holding. Yeah, they're super rich. I mean, 5k, 8k. So they could still hold on for even 2 or 3 rounds coming up on top.
Oh, yeah.
But now Felsi and Angela just holding up in mid.
And that's something that people have to consider too, because when you have a lot of bank, you can be really aggressive, you can take riskier plays. And Cardboard Dinosaurs, look, they try to clear the back portion of this map, but little do they know, Invincible are running the same action here. Again, not the greatest situation for Rosie. Doesn't really matter. The rest of the team have found themselves in positions that Cardboard Dinosaurs don't expect. Kiko may have passed, but the rest of the team has no idea. Somebody's lurking in the shadows. That's Angela triggering the rest of the team to go into a bloodbath. And now Cardboard Dinosaurs couldn't even retaliate. This map 1 is as competitive as ever.
They're still holding on for dear life, and yeah, 10-10. We are the deadlock here, in which both teams are just fighting back and forth. Left jab, right jab, cross and a hook.
Haymaker.
Haymaker. And a knockout. Still, we are yet to find the knockout, but I think they're both racing to get the first one. A Timefire, Rolling Thunder in hand. This could be the main retake tool if needs be. if push comes to shove, you know, she'll pop it, surely.
And they square up, like you mentioned, they are just measuring carefully with all their weapons here, whether it be the hook, the jab, the straight, anything. Cardboard Dinosaurs, they're a little more cautious of what might come to see, and it does look like they have the right read. However, players are still not deterred from taking this. Cardboard Dinosaurs, they are in a good position for a swift retake if that happens, and they also have an idea that KitKat has been roaming around in the backlines, causing so much trouble. Still a minute left on the clock, so there's still a lot of rounds to play.
Yeah, just taking their sweet time, not forcing anything, but I feel like the force would be now trying to penetrate this seaside, but KitKat gets the first blood. Kikowo is down. Angela staring right at death in front of her face as Envious prepares the paranoia. But Rolling Thunder in the hands of Samfire could be the party pooper for the players of Invisible GC. There you go. The retake is there. Pigruto coming from the backline. Envious on time with the flank. And KitKat and Ize both together standing with bodies being left down. And there you go. The closure from Cardboard Dinosaurs is so good.
Cardboard Dinosaurs, like you mentioned, although they say they're made out of cardboard, they are definitely sturdier than most. As this game progressed, they have just been ramping up in terms of power level. Invincible, they do manage to take some bodies and keep their weapons in hand, but Cardboard Dinosaurs slowly but surely still racking up the credits, like you mentioned. It doesn't look like they're going to change too much, but there's going to be a lot of defensive aggression towards Rubble. They don't see the cross yet, so they instead use that nade to push early presence out. And again, we slowed down to a crawl.
Yep. Still taking a very slow approach. It's always on a needle's edge, you know, just playing it slow. You could hear a pin drop as well when it's this quiet, not wanting to break a single sound. But Cardboard Dinosaur again looking to just put and hold the pressure within. One-way smoke to help Envious, but she has to open up her body. The pain shell coming out, and Angela gets the headshot. A perfect one at that, but the stun follows her up. The one-way smoke now helps Elfie, betrays Felsi. Back behind it, the flash forces her back, trying to open up the site now. It's still a 4v4 situation. Envious for Felsi. Spike planted, and we could see the biggest bloodbath sooner.
It's been a chess match here. Moves have been measured, and they have been taking risks, but they don't expect Angela to swing into 3 players and take all of them. Pigruto and Elfie slowly getting whittled down by KitKat as they try to hold down a crossfire. All alone yet again is the Sentinel, looking to steal a few frags away from Invincible, but it's looking like it's not gonna happen. Timer is winding down. That's the first headshot, maybe the last, as Rosie right on her tail to keep this afloat, to keep it even. 11-11, make a wish.
Wow, look at that swing from Angela towards the waterfall area. That was a swing towards 2 players waiting for her. The first one was good. The second one was sublime. Look at that. The trigger, you know, just holding her trigger, not forcing the crouch spray, because usually when you swing like that, you're bound to crouch and spray, and then your movement gets rattled around, and you can't really move that much, and you would eventually die. But now, 2 separate timeouts coming in from both Invisible GC and Cardboard Dinosaur, looking to minimize their mistakes, because it is down to the wire now, 11-11, and we could possibly even see the first overtime for today.
You could be jinxing it though. I mean, like, this is a realistic, like, 2-round swing for Cardboard Dinosaur if they can take this round, because look at the economy. That bank that they were building up is still very much in play. Meanwhile, on the side of Invincible, the best that they can get the next round, maybe like 3 Vandals, maybe a pair of Bulldogs. But at the same time, still really not out of the question, no? Overtime, potentially, on the first map of the second series. Wow. I mean, it's been entertaining. Both these teams have been going at it.
I'm not one to jinx, you know. I have a pretty clean record of you know, speaking.
Listen. It's not up to you if you jinx it or not. I swear, it just happens to fall on your shoulders one day.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, for both teams, it is indeed very close, as we did see earlier. An ultimate pop by Rosie, just trying to gather out as much information as possible, but Pigruto left her to her own devices. Envious will be there to cradle for her, but the Nightfall already popped. Showstopper as well, looking for a victim, but there you go with the Prowler just chasing down Pigruto so far. Angela can't reach her, but she's taking the risk to swing out. Such a brave woman she is, as one kill is enough to just go back and cover herself with the blood of the players of Cardboard Dinosaur.
Cover going out.
It does look like Invincible have found themselves a wave of momentum that they are surely going to ride. Hopefully till the end of the map here is Elfie trying to be the first person in for the team and will succeed at breaking open the site. Sapphire spawns, and look at the shooting gallery presented to Invincible. Cardboard Dinosaurs melting under all that pressure.
Oh, match point finally. Invisible GC able to lay their hands on that 12, on the number 12, excuse me. But Angela, you can take a look at how aggressive she is, but it's aggressively calculated. You know, the movements not so much overheating, and the way she swings, it's so calm and not too, you know, not too shaky as well. So for Cardboard Dinosaurs, the bank that they built is now slowly dwindling, and they might be calling in for bankruptcy at this point with the buys that they're presented with. Stacking towards Seamount with 3 players as the one-way smoke falls down. And Invisible GC, they're just taking their time. No need to commit so far because they know the buys from Cardboard Dinosaurs is not the best buy you could have.
That's right. Cardboard Dinosaurs, they're in a position where they have to make a move. And Invincible, they know this. They know that Cardboard Dinosaurs is desperate for whatever shifts the balance towards them. As they, again, go back to the site, that bot is going to give them an extra layer of information, but maybe staying towards Rubble, or rather Mound, would be unwise as both teams prepare to duke it out yet again on C.
This could be the final showdown for both. Who will knock out first? But Kikowo lands the punch towards Easy, still holding the lockdown. Won't be destroyed, but it does. It gets destroyed by the Aftershock and Pain Shell combo as Kikowo runs from the crime scene. But there you go, Angela's hatchling in towards the backside. The stun connects and a shooting ensues up in a seaside rather, and they all fall down overtime as how we all demanded it to be.
So there's no jinx, is what we're saying. There's no jinx.
No jinx, because we talked about how overtime is imminent, and it happened. So, you know, wow.
Highly possible, right?
Highly possible.
Again, there was nobody denying it, but hey, here we are into overtime. You know, I really appreciate the fact that these players are still playing as clean as they can be, and you haven't really seen like a decay of diligence. You know, they've been clearing the angles that they need to clear. There haven't been any clumsy fumbles as of yet. We are at a reset point, and they know they only need 2 more rounds to advance to the next map. Kit Kat has been doing a lot of work, as well as Kiko. Both sides still trying to find whatever that tilts the balance in their favor.
Yeah. Cardboard Dinosaur, their resilience is just something commendable. The way they hold so far. And now Seaside, again, full stacked with 2 pseudo sentinels. I mean, Viper is also categorically a sentinel when she's anchoring a site. But, oh, Envious already in C. Looking to open up an angle as Kit Kat is low on HP. Able to be tagged down, but Easy fast to the rescue, to the response as well. Rosie gets Pigruto down as they control a Rubble, and Seaside relinquished, and they will play retake. But look at Cardboard Dinosaurs. They want more than just the site. They want the bodies of Invisible GC, but the whiff coming in. The spray down, though, is there. Elfie and Samfire both backing up and avenging the death of Key Kowo. Now 3v3, Elfie low HP. Coming in from the backside, but Rosie is down. Envious, what a shot, looking for the second one. The headshot is connecting, and the triple kill for Envious presents Cardboard Dinosaurs the match point.
You really can't tell which way this map is going. Cardboard Dinosaurs recovering from what looked like a major loss on that attacking end. You know, they gave up a lot of map control, you know, investing that lurk, and they had to march onto the site. But hey, they went forward, they took down the defenders, and obviously Envious with an amazing solo effort to keep the flanks busy and to even shoot them away onto the spectator lobby. Cardboard Dinosaurs are very close to shutting out Invincible on this overtime. But hey, what's better than an overtime? A double overtime.
Double overtime. What's better than a double overtime? A triple overtime. And we might see it all today. Because, like I said, these two teams are going toe-to-toe and both are equally strong. You know, you have the firepower from both sides. They're firing from all cylinders. And for Cardboard Dinosaurs, they just have to hold as far as they can hold. Because again, Lotus is indeed their map pick. And for KitKat, looking for a lineup to try to cover stairs area, I assume. But the Haunt, as they invest 4 players in C. Now rotations coming in from Invisible's GC as Pigruto will give up the site. It's all going to be a retake game at this point for Cardboard Dinosaurs.
Both Smokes invested, and they really don't want anybody flooding out of top, and they really don't want to find any trouble in drop. Pigruto trying to lead the charge again. No utility on her belt, but looking to frag out, maybe give her team the win. As Invincible, they play this as safe as possible, and you already see so many players lying in wait, but it's actually Angela getting caught out here by Elfie. So many blind players, and they can't confirm the kill in time. And Envious is defusing, and this looks like it's gonna be it for Invincible. Andy has something to say. She has to make a mad dash, but Samfire is gonna body block their way to victory. Cardboard Dinosaurs, despite losing the first 4 rounds of this map, storm back against Invincible.
Wow, what a match. That is the closest of matches we had so far today. And there's still map number 2, of course, but that Lotus, their pick finally falls into their own hands. And that is actually a very, very close encounter for both teams, both equally firing. The aim power is there, and the fact that they were able to be as calm as possible in the last stages of the game is something that is so much appreciated. And what could we assume? Maybe in the second map it could be triple overtime even, because as things stand, they're both equally strong.
You're asking for a lot of, from our teams here. But at the same time, yeah, it's been really competitive. Yeah. It's been great for everybody. And it's just a testament to how high the level has risen, every year with Game Changers. But that's going to be all for us, for at least for map 1. We will be throwing you right to the panel, guys.
Thank you so much for the cast, and it's really lovely to see that Cardboard Dinosaur already have done their homework, because last time they were beaten with 13-7 score, and now they turn the pressure back to Invincible GZ, Zach.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, being able to take your map pick is huge, especially, since our casters were saying it was such a slow start for them. They started off 0-4, but, they were able to come back, and even when things looked rough, they got it to overtime, and I think once it was in overtime, but they had the confidence, I think, in particular, to highlight players. I mean, Pigruto, huge lures. I think throughout the map, Pigruto is finding, incredible impact, both on the attacking and the defensive side. Really solid site holds as well. And I think overall, despite that slower start, despite them being actually down after that first half, I think that it's really commendable, the comeback coming in from this team, and the fact that they're able to take this map and head into Sunset with 1 win under their belt, it's going to be such a sigh of relief for them. And I mean, looking at the scoreboard, you have these 2 MVPs way on top, 27 kills for Elfie and 25 for KitKat, and everybody else is just chilling, but somewhere between 50 and 20. That's kind of nice.
Yeah, it is nice. But I also want to give a little bit support for Kikowo, as she always causing a lot of duel towards the Invincible GZ, as well as open the space and creating the space for Cardboard Dinosaur at the same time. And Elfie is just too amazing. She's stepping up really amazing, because she is not only providing info and also causing the delay power, but also being the killer machine besides Kikowo. And not to mention how fast they trade the kill to make it hard for Invincible GC to be not so invincible in terms of setting up the post plans.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the biggest change. I think that Invincible, they weren't really able to use their team comp to too much effect because of the value, because of the space that, like you said, the raise for the side of CBD was constantly finding. I also think that overall, in terms of map control, CBD just looked much better. If you look at the stats here, I mean, Invincible did showcase some nice retakes, which is why CBD, despite getting the plants in all of the rounds, were only able to convert 5 of those rounds, despite them getting that post plant through. But on the other hand, when you look at the first kills, it's really impressive that CBD, despite lagging so far behind in terms of first kills, were able to convert so many of these rounds here. So pretty impressive for them. And I think in particular, a lot of the players were able to stagger and get these multi-kills in a lot of these crucial rounds. So I think that CBD, at least in terms of resilience, definitely popping out on top.
Yeah, but actually it's too bad for CBD who couldn't secure the gun run to make the score even to Invincible GC quickly. But at the same time, I really love the way a Cardboard Dinosaur tried to secure or at least create a magical moment by the 2 Thrifties.
I'm like pretty sure that looking at that C site, it is just chaos, and I'm pretty sure half of those kills are from the raise for the side of CBD. So that said, I think that it was a very, very close game, and really shout out to Cardboard Dinosaur for being able to go back to the drawing board. Like you said, last time they faced this team on Lotus, it was a 13-7 loss. This time it's an overtime victory, and the MVP, of course, is going to be Elfie. 27 kills on the Fade. Absolutely popping off this game. So many multi-frags, 2.6 KD. This is the kind of performance you expect to see from like your Raze or like your Chamber, but you know, Elfie just says, give me the Fade and I will take care of it. No worries.
Yeah, I can say this is one of her best performance so far in this Game Changers of 2024, but the highlight will say a lot of things about what happened on the first game, because I mean, it is a very good start on Invincible GC. They just took every single map control on their side and not giving enough space to Carbon board play comfortably.
Yeah, I think the post plants really showed that. I think the rounds where Cardboard Dinosaur were able to convert were the ones where they pushed much more aggressively. I think that proactiveness really helped them, but also they looked a little bit questionable in some of these trades, like that previous round where Envious was able to get away with like a 4K. But yeah, Kiko will really high impact kills. I think most of these rounds here, it was her being able to put together those multi-frags and get those timings that really enabled this team to come back here, because on this side, the Invincible just looked very clean, especially with them getting that pistol. But I think this anti-eco being stolen away here with the help of Elfie getting out of Bulldog, and after that the momentum, it was completely in favor of the side of, well, not completely in favor, but it started swinging in favor of CBD. Like you could see them getting more and more comfortable.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the moment when they start to play more proactively to, you know, lessen the space from the Invincible GC. But I mean, it's also good for Invincible GC because they tried to step up in a very crucial time while playing more aggressively and almost close the first game. But again, when it comes to the overtime, it has become the game of momentum, and sadly, it is the momentum of Cardboard Dinosaur.
Yeah, I think Cardboard Dinosaur were the ones to run away with it. I think by that end game, they were like feeling it, man. They were hitting like almost every single shot, just absolutely popping off there. So kudos to them. They are going to be taking that map 1 Lotus, but we still have 2 more maps ahead of us, possible two more maps ahead of us. I am looking forward for Sunset. Any final thoughts before we go to break?
Oh, I think I'm just gonna say you just prepare your snacks or everything else, because the second map will be very interesting. So we're going to take a short break, so you guys stay tuned with us until we're back. welcome back again to Valorant Game Changers 2024 Stage 2 playoffs. Still with Abigail and Zahk as the analyst, and we're still in the middle of the competition between Invincible GC and Cardboard Dinosaur. Sunset will be the only chance for Invincible GC to prolong their breath in their first match of playoffs. Otherwise, they will drop to the lower bracket and have only one chance left. And for Cardboard Dinosaur, on the other hand, I think they need to keep the momentum after what they got on the first map. But to be honest, the attacker side of Invincible GC is something that they need to be afraid of, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this map, it definitely came down to the wire. Like, yes, Cardboard Dinosaur were able to win it, but remember, this was their map pick, and they barely won it after a very rough start. So it's gonna be very difficult for them to take it forward on Sunset, but that's kind of where Invincible GC does have that advantage. Like you said, it is their map pick. They do look a little bit more comfortable on it. That said, though, I mean, when it comes down to this map, they haven't really played too much of it. They have played it once before, and they were able to win it in a very, very close game against the side of Panny Sitter. But aside from that, this is a map which we haven't really seen them play too much. The opponents as well were able to beat Rima GC, so no slouch either, because Rima is one of the teams, if I'm not wrong, that did qualify for the playoffs. So I think that it's definitely going to be a competitive match for both of these teams. I think Invincible looking just a little bit stronger on this map, because even though both teams have only played it once, I would say that Invincible has defeated a stronger team more dominantly. So for that matter, I think it will be better. But, you know, talking about Sunset, what do you really want to see here from both of these teams?
I really want to see how Cardboard Dinosaur will play the agent composition, because if we talk about these two teams in agent composition, they're kind of really different, because Invincible GC doesn't bring a club or sort of unorthodox agent composition, while on the other hand, Cardboard Dinosaur did.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I think that Invincible seems to be more comfortable with what you call the meta comp. I think that could definitely work, though, especially on a map like this. You do see people kind of cooking with the duelist picks. I saw some people running like an Iso and a Yoru, Iso Neon, Yoru Neon. I don't know. I've seen all kinds of duelist combinations on this map. So I would like to see something spicy here. Definitely would like to see the Neon. I see more and more professional teams kind of picking up the Neon here to run with that agent getting a buff as well. I mean, it's bad. I mean, Valorant already has a lot of run and gun, but you know, with Neon you can now slide and gun as well. Really, really balanced game, really fun to play. So I would like to see some Neon action coming out on Sunset, but I think this map's most meta pick would be that Cypher. I see a lot of teams really just being able to excel with the Cypher, and to counter that Cypher, you see picks like Sova or picks like Sage really to be able to cross over those tripwires coming in. So it's quite interesting as to how this map's meta has evolved, but I'm going to be intrigued to see what these two teams are going to be picking in, and whether it's something more defensive, something more information focused. Let's see what they do pick up.
I think one of the most important way to play in Sunset is how you delay your opponent so much, and in Breach is a agent who can provide that kind of kit, and Cardboard Dinosaur, they don't change the composition. It is the last composition that they played, and they're going to play it once again. But Invincible GC also the same.
Invincible, yeah, both teams sticking to their comfort, sticking to what has worked for them in the past, and both of them are pretty close to meta. I really like the double initiator for both. I think I completely agree with you. Breach is one of those agents that can be very disruptive, really help you take control of areas like long, or even just cause disruption towards mid for like rotation. So I think that KitKat in particular has been on the Breach before. Envy is also one of the best initiator players, so looking forward to seeing this action. I do favor the Clove a little bit more, just because of how much more aggressive you can play, and especially of how valuable smokes are on this map in the postman. So even if you do go down as a smoker, it's important. I think that CBD will be able to keep getting those smokes in, keep those refreshes coming, and overall I think the only main real difference is the choice of initiators, or the choice of controllers, because everything else is the same. Like you said, almost mirror composition, head to head here on Sunset. Both these teams 100% record, but for somebody, that's gonna be the end of that one today.
Yeah, but also what happened on the first map, I have a high hopes for Cardboard Dinosaur, but let's see what's gonna happen on the second map. So casters, it's your turn now.
The immovable object versus the unstoppable force, a tale as old as time. 100% on Sunset for both these teams. I don't think it's gonna last very, very long, right? Once again, my name is Raf. That multilingual gentleman over there is Realize. How are you feeling about Sunset, good sir?
Oui, very nice, right? Thank you for the introduction as well. But Sunset, I feel like this is, you know, a much more younger map in the map pool, but it's surging in popularity as well. A lot of teams already making Sunset as their own home. I remember the first time I casted Sunset was actually in a Game Changers match, not in the traditional challengers or the other leagues. So now we are going to jump into the second game of the second match, Invisible GC against Cardboard Dinosaur. What we saw in the first game was actually the conclusion of what was going to happen in this series. In this particular match, it is going to be very, very tight for both teams, and like how Raf described it, the immovable object means an unstoppable force, or, you know, maybe if I slipped a bit, I'm sorry.
I think that was accurate enough and apt at that. At the same time, you know, I'm really worried that maybe some of the individual star power here for some of the players are gonna be generally affected, because KitKat is not on the controller role anymore. She's going to be on that breach, so she's going to be influential in fights a bit more directly now, and maybe stopping her from lurking a little bit. Again, I don't doubt that she's going to do well, but at the same time, that lurk was doing so much work for Team Invincible. Invincible GC.
Yeah, lurking is part of a game as well. In Sunset, especially when you have a lot of corners that you can traverse around, and as we can see now, Invisible GC, they're taking control of mid, as Angela will get the first blood, but Envious trades it back, though Felsi is there on the backup, as they will just pull out, and they will play reactively towards the player of Cardboard Dinosaurs. Though for Envious, she hears the steps now up in A site, or Samfire rather, excuse me. Still has the Dizzy, has the Wingman as well, but they're all running from elbow. The side of Invisible GC is the spike being planted slowly but surely. They hold on, but Samfire still overthinking of the angles behind her. But Rosie is there to just pop her head down, and it's a 2v4 situation now in favor of Invisible GC. Pigruto does get KitKat, but Kiko is very low, though the overheal will help her. Rosie just tiptoeing from behind. Pigruto might get caught here. Rosie from the back won't even need to shoot anything, because Felsi will clean house. Invisible GC, they get the first round.
Beautiful stuff there. Again, so hard to call how that round went. For a moment there, Cardboard Dinosaurs had complete control on the left side of the map and potentially could have postured for, you know, a heavier retake. Despite losing a few members here on that mid lurk, they still managed. Once again, it's really that map movement, you know. Lotus is a lot larger than Sunset, so a lot of these rotations can be surprising if you just come from a really long map like the previous one. Again, they look like they're ready to duke it out once more. No dilly-dally. They commit to be.
Ooh, the satchel will help him, or will help her rather, for Angela to push forward. The spray down continues, but Pigruto gets the trade with the classic, though it is a bloodbath inside of B. All in the hands of Invisible GC, of course, with the much better arsenal. They will turn down the players of Cardboard Dinosaur, though the real round starts now, because both teams available to purchase the guns needed.
That's right, we are going to be heading into the bonus here, but much of the armory from the previous round was retained by Invincible, so that's going to be helpful in their endeavors. They are one away from the thrash too. So, keep your guard up. Again, Cardboard Dinosaurs, they have to consider that they could get caught out here. And it does look like, I'm fairly certain this is the bonus round, so there's gonna be rifles about. The Bulldogs are still very much in hand for Invincible, but this time they try to split it in the middle. They put a lot of their forces towards mid and maybe pressuring market.
Elfie this time with the raise, because we saw her playing the Fade previously in Lotus. Gets the trapwire and proceeds to fall back. However, Felsi already planning with the Wingman. And the B site all one by the players of Invisible GC. So the Thrash now comes out, looking to find information and maybe a detain as well towards one player, but it will go back to Felsi. Samfire will try to clear mid. Oh, Rosie gets the kill. So does Ize, and they're looking like it will go down as a bonus win for Invisible GC. Pigruto and Kikowo left having to shoulder the weight, the burden of winning this round. Felsi tapping to the smoke. Ize will come out and spray. One down, the 4K for Ize. As Invisible GC, they hold their ground and win their bonus round.
This feels like it's deja vu for Cardboard Dinosaurs. Again, they started Lotus, and it seems like this would be the case for Sunset too, with 4 rounds a deficit. Maybe they're gonna come back again for an overtime win. Maybe they're not. But Invincible, I'm 100% certain they want to keep this momentum going. Again, Sunset a lot smaller than Lotus, so a little easier to be tricky on those rotates.
Yep. Rotation wise, I feel like for in the case of Sunset, it's much more easier for the defenders to do so compared to Lotus, where you have to reach out and branch out 3 sites across the map separately. But for Cardboard Dinosaur, now back with their minimalistic approach with the guns that they are dealt with, having to play with this as Angela ever so confidently just step towards mid. Envious has the stun, but it does not really connect to anyone. An Invisible GC, they're just poking this out, not wanting to commit, because they know they still have no clear information on who's where and how many players are in one site. The satchel is there for Angela. The blind is perfect from Samfire, gets the kill with the Sheriff. Now the mosh pit will help her retrieve one Vandal, and this could be a brawl inside of A.
It could be. It already seems like the gloves are off. Samfire does have a little bro here if they want to try and use that, but the spike is all the way in the middle here. Samfire getting huge, getting 4 for herself. Kiko will chime in, and this is almost exactly like the start of Lotus. They get 3 rounds, they get a few Sheriff kills, a stray rifle goes in the hands of Cardboard Dinosaurs. The rest is history.
Rewind and repeat it, you know, for the players of Cardboard Dinosaurs. They do very well when pitted against pressure like this, when they're pitted against situations, unfavorable situations that come to haunt them. And you could see how Samfire was stepping up huge. The fact that she had 0 kills prior to that moment, and then that 4K just skyrocketed her, and now the Thrash is available for her as well. But for Invisible GC, trying to build up that bank, but that bank isn't really banking that much. It's still susceptible to inflation and maybe economical deprivation, but Angela will jump in. The trapwire catches her, though the cannon is still there for the shooting, and Pigruto taken away. The spike planted, and Angela just hiding inside the smoke will peek out aggressively. Gets the head of Kikowo. 3v5 now. It's Cardboard Dinosaur. They will try to wrap around the site. Through market they go, but one by one they're falling like flies, and the stun connects as well. Ize will do the multiple hurtings towards the players of Cardboard Dinosaurs. And Invisible GC, they still stand strong even after that major setback they faced previously.
It does seem like this is a storm coming in the way of Cardboard Dinosaurs, and they did not get any returns on that investment, as you mentioned. Invincible still looking quite clean, using the market position as a pivot point for everybody, and getting a lot of clean duels there. Again, Cardboard Dinosaur, they're losing a little bit on this map control. They seem to be a bit more aggressive this time around, flooding the front of B main. But Invincible have different ideas. They look to have a bit more of a flexible approach.
As they march into market again. Flexible approach like how Raph mentioned, but the Pain Shell does the damage, so does the Vandal. 2 kills for Angela before Samfire puts her down. Elfie with the Bucky as well, and there goes Pigruto with the Sheriff. They're making light work of the minimum weapons that they're faced with. but the spike being planted, Begruto does Fells approach her. She won't, as Begruto will send her to her maker. And Cardboard Dinosaurs, again, back and forth, losing, and winning the round. And again, this is the same tale, the same story as how we faced on Lotus.
Exactly. Again, Invincible, they seem to be very good at being the upstarts. A scalding start, a blazing start, but later on, I mean, it's not like they get any worse as the rounds progress. It's just Cardboard Dinosaurs. Honestly, reminiscent of that old orangutan squad where it's like this. You lose 6 rounds, aside, we'll win it in triple, quadruple, how many overtimes it needs. But we'll win it out anyway. Defense now has a Thrash and has a Showstopper in the pocket. Looking to get the value out of that. Look at this again. Invincible, they slow down, but was this the correct choice?
Oh, it certainly is not, because Angela taking down that explosive potential in the hands of Invisible GC. Now they have to play it rather slowly, because the spearhead of the attack and Angela taken away, eliminated. Meanwhile, for Envious, still holding on, just ready to service her teammates up in middle. Invisible GC, they're caged. They're not moving a single inch. They're all stuck down in mid. Elfie gets the peek. The second one as well continues. The satchel is there to relocate her to a better place. Envious with the trade and looking for the last one. Kit Kat shushed. And Cardboard Dinosaurs, they get another in their board. See, again, it's a tale of cat and mouse.
Yeah, but one is a dinosaur.
That's true. A dinosaur and I don't know what's huger than a dinosaur.
A bigger dinosaur.
A bigger dinosaur.
They're different sizes, you know.
A mega dinosaur.
Yeah. All jokes aside, like, it has been a very careful balance between both these teams. And before we get into the tech pause, you know, Invincible GC at the brisk pace, they seem to be shredding through the defense. But when they let it sit, when they let it cook, Cardboard Dinosaurs are just the better chefs. You know, maybe the mid-rounding calls are a bit more smoother on the side of Cardboard Dinosaurs, whereas Invincible, they're that much more sure on those early hits. But since we're on the technical pause, take this time to stretch. Hopefully you guys go, grab some water, because I feel like it's going to be a long night. Realistically, this could be a 3-map series.
Yeah, it could. Especially with the time we're given and the performances of the players so far. They're all very stellar. You know, it's not always a one-man show or one-woman show, if you prefer it that way, because they're all equally playing, they're all equally contributing, they're all equally shooting as well, and their aim is evenly distributed up in the team. So I feel like this has been a collective effort from both teams to really get the dub. But for both teams now, it's all down to the mental game. You know, sometimes it could get draining when you're playing multiple overtimes and when you're pitted against such a very, very hard situation. You know, playing in an 11-12 condition can really rile you up, and it's how they kind of pull through and just hold themselves to go through that ordeal. But I think for both teams, they have been very mature decision making wise. So far has been rock solid.
And that's the thing too, like, intangibles for all these teams are usually what makes or breaks a great team, because top to bottom, right, like, realistically speaking, any team can take out any team. It's just a matter of how sure you are when it comes to executing the plan and putting it all together. And like I said, it's just so competitive, especially at this level of play where everybody's just thriving to get better. And as I've said earlier in our pre-show, the level of game changers is constantly rising. It's just so high up now in comparison to previous seasons, and everybody's just getting better.
Yeah, I think the bar also has been raised very high. Because sure, everyone has been touting XIPTO esports or XSMG as the queens of game changers, but we do see that, you know, game changers Southeast Asia is more than just XIPTO. You know, there's other teams as well competing, and To be honest, it's kind of hard to accept the fact that we're moving generations, if you know what I mean. You know, back then when I first started casting Game Changers in the Indonesian desk, I was able to see, you know, players like Iceberg, Nabsky, and LDR, Q-Core, or back then was Alter Ego Celeste, and now you see new faces coming into the block. You know, you have young talents, you have players that are veterans but now making a name for themselves. So it's also very, very nice to see Game Changers having that generational shift as well. But as you know, sometimes the giants or the titans, they're still here for quite some time.
It's true. I mean, you know, one of the players that we can talk about who's now considered, I would say, a decently seasoned veteran is Samphire. I remember casting her earlier games on, I think it was Points of Authority Blossom or something.
Yeah.
And, you know, it was also, I believe, against the then SMG. You know, SMG's been big standard for a while, but wow, Kiko again doing what she does best, and it is to frag out. Potentially gets a third. Low HP, but she's dancing around the competition. Still can't snuff her out. And in the middle of our conversation, Cardboard Dinosaurs get to work.
Wow. This is where they strive. A flawless round even for them. 4-4. As again, it's a toe-to-toe game. And this clash is so scary for both teams because they're equally firing, they're equally on the same page. But for Cardboard Dinosaurs, at least for this round, they have the ultimates needed. It was a simple execute towards Market for Team Invisible GC. I mean, they took B side and then they shifted towards Market. But the firing squad from Cardboard Dinosaurs was there ready. But at least they were able to blow the showstopper in the hands of Elfie. And for Invisible GC, that showstopper can mean difference. As Angela tried to open up her space towards B main, forcing Pigruto back towards Spawn or Boba, potentially, as they know that the Cypher is lingering inside of B.
They can feel the presence, and they even saw the trap wires to confirm that suspicions. Now the rest of the map, trying to open it up. They haven't dared set foot in the center where two players of Cardboard Dinosaurs are laying in wait. At the same time, Invincible have made their way towards A, and Cardboard Dinosaurs, they have no idea. So once again, occurring theme for this matchup has been a full 5v5 on the retakes, and it's been absolutely fun to look. Now Cardboard Dinosaurs, they now can sense the presence of Invincible towards A, and this could get messy very, very soon. They do have a Thrash and a Rolling Thunder, but as well as Invincible, they have their own tools, their own weapons.
Look at the ultimate counts here, but easy. With a very brave peek. Envy is still hiding behind the cardboard. But for Cardboard Dinosaurs, they're rattled upon the Thrash coming out. Easy will get taken down by Envious. The flash is there. The Thrash will detain the Felsi on the process. Now Showstopper, or rather Rolling Thunder, will be replied back by Rolling Thunder. Showstopper out. It catches Pigruto. Left her on her tracks, but Angela still dancing with the headshot. Even the stun connects Kit Kat, connecting the shots. And the ultimate from the glove will not save her because the time is running out, and Angela dodges death and dances with the devil. Invisible GC, they're able to hold as long as possible, and Angela, what a hold that was.
Dodging the first Rolling Thunder, getting a frag while concussed, and then finishing it off by surviving. It has been a treat for Invincible GC to have this player on the squad. Again, it's just been so hard to get rid of these players on a retake. Cardboard Dinosaurs again looking a little mortal, looking like they're running out of steam. Economy is still pretty decent. They close that door immediately, but Angela trying to break into Market will be denied, but only momentarily. Elfie on the other race too, looking to do some damage, but the numbers, they flood in through Market, and Cardboard Dinosaurs once again walking a tightrope in this 2v4.
Again, spike planted now. 2v4, and Angela playing close with the judge. This could be disastrous, but no. Envious tones down the pressure. practically a 2v2 because Rosie is all inflicted with blood on her face. 5 HP. Time ticking though. As cardboard dinosaurs, they have to quicken the pace. As Envy is just spraying through the smoke, getting stunned. But Kit Kat peeks out in the right time, getting Samfire. And Envious just left her own devices headshot. But what more can she get? Oh, she gets the third one. Looking for the fourth one. Envious, my goodness. But is there time?
Shut up and let me work.
Oh, she makes it. I think she has it.
She has time.
Oh my gosh.
Envious clutches it out for cardboard dinosaurs, and they dodge extinction. Invisible GC. They are mortals after all.
That's one right back. Hey, Angela, that's a nice 4K. I can do that too. I can do that too.
Whatever you can do, I can do better.
That's right. On a supportive role, mind you. And again, just a sense of urgency, like you mentioned, very much present for our defenders here. Pigruto does have that neural theft, so if a stray pick might come their direction, then Invincible is going to be revealed and all that intel is going to be used against them. But look at this cardboard dinosaur again, rolling with the momentum, taking a lot of forward space.
Yeah, again, now forced to a much more minimalistic buy. But A-side still is the side where they want to hit relentlessly. Angela with the stinger tries to dodge the trap, but the mosh pit will slow down the pace. But still, spike planted, and the pain shell will make them flee. Easy taken down by Envious, who's on fire. So far, the aim has been perfect for her, but Angela catches Pigruto with the stinger. Two players low HP though for Invisible GC. Elfie coming from the back. Angela takes her down as well to her grave. 11 HP, still holding for as long as she could. But Invisible GC, they turn the script around. It's back and forth for both teams. Rosie and Kit Kat down in default. Kiko has the overheal. The one way or the smoke towards default kind of makes it hard for her as well to try to shift her aim. But the thrifty from Invisible GC, both teams just juking it out left and right to the death.
I swear I didn't say anything this time around. I didn't say the thrifty was going to be 100% in the bag. I'm just keeping it real, you know, I'm keeping it 100%. But at the same time, cardboard dinosaurs, they knew they had the weapon advantage, yet they pressed on. They wanted to play the closer angles, which I find curious. At the same time, Invincible still landing those shots, regardless of it being an eco or a full gun round. But I would not be surprised again that cardboard dinosaurs will answer right back. They don't have any big ults as of the moment, but if they can get orb control, then Rolling Thunder is going to be ready and waiting. Now, Felchi has been so impactful. With that Thrash, it could potentially secure either a round-winning frag or just info. As cardboard dinosaurs again play aggressive. Do they know that a hit towards A is in the works?
Yeah.
Monster on the loose.
That Thrash now popped closely, looking for detain, but doesn't really get anyone. And you can't really go wrong with Thrash, because even if you don't detain anyone, at least you get the information. And so far for Invisible GC, they clear out A main. And for Samfire, just holding.
More? Here's more.
And A Link could be the point of attack, but they skip it out. And Ize has to face two players looking out for her, just hunting her down. The flash connects, Ize taken down, but Angela dancing with death. 1 HP still to her name, but 3 kills collected in 2v4. Invisible GC, stronger as ever. They hold so strong. And now they also have the Rolling Thunder. This is looking so hard for cardboard dinosaurs.
That's right. Angela looking a little fragile at the moment with 1 health, but has the rest of her team to back it up. Pigruto holding down the line here, but her teammates are falling like flies, and Angela again to secure the round from the start to the finish. She has been contributing for Invincible GC. And now, you know, we are going to be tossing it to our lovely, lovely panel for them to nerd out over the first half.
thank you so much for the caster. If I can say the genre of today's matches, it would be deja vu. I love to see how Cardboard Dinosaur always find a way, and especially weakness in Invincible GC movement. But you know, Angela is another demon they have to conquer, and I really love how unpredictable this match could go, because look at the rate of the Thrifty round.
Yeah, there were a lot of thrifties, both on Lotus as well as this one. And like our casters kept pointing out, this is a very similar storyline to that map number 1. You know, 7-5 half for Invincible here. But now that side swap is coming in, and this is kind of where we really saw CBD excel. So I'm kind of hoping that's going to be the case here. Like you said, I think the biggest difference maker for Invincible on this map is that Angela is absolutely on fire. I think we saw a 4K and a 3K to help close out rounds, but we also saw some pretty convincing eco or like half by rounds coming out for CBD. So I'm kind of hoping that if they can take this pistol, they can kind of take the momentum and try to sweep through it, because this is a map where I think, like we spoke about, Invincible has a little bit more experience, be it playing more experienced teams, or at least winning against them. But overall, the level of play that we're seeing from CBD as well really shows that they do have some strats for this map. They just need to not let Angela get that momentum and steamroll through. So like, let her get those double kills, those triple kills, those quadruple kills, because once you let her pop up that much, it's gonna be very difficult to stop her.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you. And now it's time for us to see what will happen on the second half. Will Cardboard Dinosaur can finally secure 2-0 against Invincible GC? So we're going to toss it back to the casters.
Welcome back aboard the hype train that has been Cardboard Dinosaur versus Invincible GC. Certainly, this is not the exact same scoreline we saw on Lotus, right, Realism?
Yeah. I mean, on Lotus it was so close, but this time at least there's a gap, though. There is no gap in between the domes of Kikowo as she's taken down by Felsi. And now 3v4. It's looking harder even for Cardboard Dinosaurs as they try to rattle towards B side. Bigruto having to lead by example, but she's taken down by KitKat. They try to flee away the players of Invisible GC. Samfire getting the second one, but both players are low. And they're down one player as well. Izzy gets the headshot, and even KitKat on the cleanup crew. So solid in the retake. And Invisible GC, they win both pistol rounds.
Didn't this happen in Lotus too, Realize? I mean, they won the pistol and then they lost the force, right? They lost the anti-eco. So again, I'm not superstitious or anything, but the fact that I say that out loud is going to make the audience think I am. At the same time, this is almost the exact same scoreline in the exact same fashion that Lotus unfolded in.
Yeah, I feel like for Lotus, we also kind of like contradicted ourselves. We talked about how that was actually an attacker-sided map, but at the end of the day, you know, Cardboard Dinosaur were able to tone it down, and they are pitted against the same scenario back in Lotus as well. The fact that they have to be content with this minimum buy that they have with the Sheriffs, and 2 classics even for both Bigruto and Envious. However, Elfie might try to open up something. Through market they go, pain shell and stun combo. It catches Elfie, where she's exposed to the explosion and the mosh pit there as well to delay every possible player of Cardboard Dinosaur.
That's right, and it doesn't look like Invincible want a repeat of the previous map, and they're looking to take this into their own territory. But ew, Kiko again doing work with the Sheriff, so that's going to be a weapon picked up. Drops it for the rest of her team, and they potentially have A to take, but look how far back Samfire is. They have to find this Omen first before they can jump into this. And do they spot her out as she makes noise? Envious, she knows. Can she confirm? Yes, she does, and that's A, ripe for the taking.
Aside from A, they also get the upgrades and the weaponry. And this is a free plant. Look at where Bigruto is. She's there to cut the flanks. Sadly, though, no one is going from mid. Or rather from spawn. However, Angela will go from back. Oh my goodness, this is a reverse in terms of destiny. But Bigruto sadly loses out with the minimum weapon that she has, she can't deal that much damage. Now retake potential coming in from elbow. Spike planted towards Link. This is exposed to the players of Cardboard Dinosaurs. No way! Kiko gets the shot. Sapphire as well. The spray down is there. And they win the Thrifty round, as well as another mirror of what happened in Lotus.
I'm not going crazy, right? This is the exact scoreline again. They lose the eco. It's like a 3-round swing.
Oh no.
I'm not going crazy. I swear I'm not. I'm paying attention. That's why it's driving me crazy. Like this is playing out exactly how Lotus was.
This is scripted.
Shh.
Don't tell them. Don't tell them.
The audience doesn't have to know.
I'm sorry.
I'm just no leaks.
No leaks.
Although I did accidentally say your Twitter handle instead of your IGN. But hey, go follow him on Twitter. Do it right now, as Kiko will enforce the law with a 6-shooter yet again.
He gets one. And mind you that Kiko is on a low buy. Again with the Sheriff. It's not, on a greener pastures for Cardboard Dinosaurs. They still have to fight back. They still have to climb that deficit in terms of the economical advantage. However, they're getting there. And they're able to at least tackle down that gun round from Invisible GC. Now, Invisible GC, there is no way they'll be back with another Thrifty back-to-back. However, Rosie exposed down in A-Link. And the spike is just marching towards B side. Alfie exposed towards Felsi. Felsi gets envious though in the process. And it's just Izzy up in market. And the flash comes in, not revealing her yet. It's a spike planted. Another retake situation for Team Invisible GC. But the stun connects. Thankfully though, the plant has been cancelled. They have to do much more than just plant the spike now.
Oh, Samfire has Thrash, so it is in her best interest to play way back onto spawn, but never mind. I am talking some smoke when she can just find all these kills. My bad.
She heard you.
Okay, so maybe we're reinforcing the fact that I am, the jinx, but at the same time, hey, I was just going with the numbers and what would make a lot of sense. But
yeah.
Why don't we just frag out, guys? That is the sauce.
Yeah, aside from defying expectations, this game has been defying logics as well. We would potentially suggest Samfire to go back, but she's brave and she's confident in herself, so she does go for the spray down and gets the triple kill. Now this is where it makes or breaks both teams, because as we take a look at the guns that they have, rifles. But at least for Cardboard Dinosaurs, even if they lose here, they can still rebuy for the next round. But what about Invisible GC? If they lose here, they'll be back down into such a very, very hard, gallow to come out from.
That is true. It could be some still water that they could find themselves in if they do lose this round. However, at the very least, it's going to even out to 8-8, which is exactly what happened on Lotus. I'm telling you guys, I'm not going crazy. Please check it out. Check the VOD. Look at the VLR. Look at everything. And now we see some of the players getting a few frags here, but no commitment just yet. Look how open every side is. But as I say that, Cardboard Dinosaur will take A.
They're going towards A with their running shoes. Thrash looking to find a victim, but it won't catch anyone. The smoke one way preferred by Kiko because she's brave to take these duels, and we know how capable she is of fighting through it. Envious, the timing doesn't favor her. She goes back, the aftershock is there, but it betrays Alfie, and Alfie gets taken down. 3v4, Thrash still available, but Angela exposes herself to 2 players. Thrash goes back looking for a victim, doesn't catch anyone, but Kiko does the damage, does the work for them to detain, it seems like, but it cancels out. The spray down is there. Felsi gets the trade kill. 2v1 now. Envious as the insurance, but Envious will take it down by herself. Cardboard Dinosaurs, what a ping pong of a round happened there.
You talked about the doldrums and how Invincible could be in an awkward situation when it comes to the economy, and we are seeing it right now. The thrifty rate, as the desk mentioned, is still very high up, all things considered. So this is not a round that I would honestly say that this is done and dusted. for Cardboard Dinosaurs. At the same time, the Rolling Thunder can make a difference.
Yeah.
You see how I'm fair with the assessment instead of like, oh yes, I'm avoiding a lot of bullets here.
Wow. Indeed. Now for Cardboard Dinosaurs. No longer cardboards, only irons now, because they are an iron wall. Unmovable, immovable rather. An invisible GC.
There.
They do have 2 consequential ultimates, but how do they use it? Because Cardboard Dinosaurs, they'll bring out the aim power, they'll bring out the bronze, the muscle that they need to crack open this base, or this baseline of invisible GC, or for Cardboard Dinosaurs rather. Pigrudo will open up the space towards elbow. They go. Rosie will be the first to expose herself, but she gets the kill though before she dies, and that's 1-for-1 trade. It could mean something. As Kit Kat just hiding in the double box. She gets the headshot, runs away, still
way,
safe, but no, she won't get the second one. Kiko and Elfie does the cleanup. Retake 2v3.
Oh my gosh, the timing again! That can't happen twice in a row. Elfie picks up a gun. She's exposed her position to Angela. Despite her being so sharp, the weapon advantage is just too much. Izzy in a 1v3 with a lot of insurance. Being very careful about this. Players on the side of Cardboard Dinosaur aren't stacked, and that's exactly why they have to. But Elfie with a big 3k to close out the round and avoid some thievery. Avoid the thrifty.
It's always scary when both of these teams are wielding that sheriff in their hands, because it always presents them an opportunity to either one-tap someone or just pull out the most insane triple kill we've seen in our careers, in our lifetimes, even before Valorant launched. But for Cardboard Dinosaurs now,
Wow.
Rolling Thunder and Showstopper, this is going to be a massive showdown. 2 big ultimates, area of effects inside. But for Elfie,
Definitely is.
she'll run forward towards B side, and this side is all equipped with trap wires.
It is going to be the strong side, but you know, I had a bit of a moment there. I remember getting the beta on my birthday, and it does look like Cardboard Dinosaurs, they want to celebrate a 2-map victory over Invincible, but obviously, like you mentioned on Lotus, they are looking to be the party crashers. Invincible does have all the utility in the world to play this as passive as possible. So perhaps they're just gonna let this plan happen. And here you go, that's already 2 big ults being invested. Elfie gets Rosie, but that doesn't eliminate the Rolling Thunder, nor does it eliminate every other huge ult in the game.
Ooh, this could still be scary as they pop up the Thrash looking for victims. Angela, though, catches Elfie, slacking in market. And the Thrash runs, catches no one. Still a 4v4. Equally strong. Kiko can play aggressively because she has the Glove ultimate. However, the Showstopper now with the Rolling Thunder. So much things happening, but Pigrudo still alive despite being defused. Pandemonium inside. But Invisible GC shows why they are invisible. They still hold, regardless of what happened. Pigrudo was still alive, but the wingman is the clutch factor for that round.
Oh my goodness, that was a zoning ult. He meant
Zoning
to
ult,
miss.
yeah.
But at the same time, if that hit, it would have been disastrous anyway. But Lil Bro has got the backs of Invincible GC. And like we mentioned, right, there's just too many big ults to really fight it out anyway. Cardboard Dinosaurs, though, they've seemed to tip the scales, at least in terms of ult economy. They have their Neural Theft, which I don't think has been popped as of yet. But they do have the allowance to do so if that presents itself.
Yeah.
Invincible, look how passive they are now. Maybe this is how they're gonna figure it out. Cardboard Dinosaur.
Now Cardboard Dinosaur again. They want to try their luck for the second time towards B side. Previously, it went south for them. Maybe, just maybe this time, without the ultimates,
Oh yeah!
they could hold on longer. Thrash coming out and Rosie distracted. This is the time frame where Pigrudo will open up herself towards market. Elfie gets the kill towards Ize, and she wants more than just a kill. She wants all the members of Invisible GC. The headshot connects. Envious, they're all running rampant. Upheaval towards Boba. And Felsa on the precipice of death, having to hold on for dear life.
She's still
As
gunning for you.
Cardboard dinosaurs, wow, they're still popping that thrash. Looking for Felsi and dead in the hands of Elfie. 4K as she blows the water, and now Invisible GC back in the pedestal.
Indeed, they have put themselves in a high position over Invincible, but at the same time, they have to be wary of these sheriffs. They've been dead on for the most part. Again, the scoreline finally favoring Cardboard Dinosaurs. If this plays out the way Lotus did, Cardboard wins this one, and then Invincible wins the next, so it's going to be 11-11. And you're going to say, oh, this is going to overtime. And then it's going to go into overtime. And then Cardboard Dinosaur win. I don't know, it is a tinfoil hat moment. But what they are certain about with no conspiracies whatsoever is to run into A. They do get rid of Elfie, so the spear is blunted. Felty will trade, not dead yet, gives an extra body for Cardboard Dinosaur. Looking sturdy to fight. Again, there's just so many things to shoot. From the way of Felchi, they know where she is, but they can't flush her out just yet. Does a little bit of damage. Enough to keep him busy, but not enough to delay the plant. Now Envious has to be careful. That could be a rifle being given away. They stack up. Tigrudo being very careful. Mobility is not on her end. It's down to 1v1. Izzy has a sheriff. 2 more body shots is all they need. Samfire, again, in her sophomore year, looks to shine and looks to deny Izzy of the clutch. He runs back. She runs back. Does get the Vandal in hand, so this is fair and square. Izzy has no idea. She's moved around. She still thinks it's an elbow. Does she go for the half? And Samfire calls it out. Does she know she's sticking? Izzy so close. She's stealing it in broad daylight.
You think I don't know how to get by?
Oh my goodness!
What a clutch!
Daylight robbery. 4 easy. Oh my goodness, she gets the spike. And for a moment, Samfire had to process the thought of seeing that spike just being diffused. But my goodness, look at how this game unfolds. It's always these type of moments that creates the dramatic, you know, flavors of this game. And pros, they don't fake. Pros don't fake.
My heart rate has gone up, way up.
I need a doctor.
Oh yeah, this is a lot to handle. And dare I say, this has been one of my favorite series so far. If not for, you know, my entire time of casting Game Changers.
Wow.
Oh man, it's been so competitive. They've been playing clean. They've been playing good Valorant. It has been a brawl all throughout. Realize.
Indeed. Izzy rises to the occasion with that single spike tap. The faithful shall be rewarded. And she rewards Invisible GC with their double-digit score. 10-all now. Eskikowo having to just destroy the strap wire, and they progress towards mid. False is forced back towards side, and they will run rampant, but Izzy catches Elfie. The spike, though, is the hands of Samfire. Running back towards A side, as False still hiding behind that box. She's holding a round with 2 kills. Immovable wall inside A. But where's the backup, though? She could be cut by Rosie. Rosie close by. The wall bang from Angela is there. The spike is down. Envious. Left alone to her own devices. The flash connects, but no way she gets that. The stun is there. She is dazed as she's just circled around by the players of Invisible's GC, and there you go. Invisible GC, they get another round. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
You'll give them a sheriff, they'll take a Vandal. That has been the case for both of these teams. But again, momentum has been on the side of Invincible, and they have just been so good with it. At the same time, that is such a fickle concept, because Cardboard Dinosaur has been great at just punching the wind out of Invincible. We still have one more gun round. We have Rolling Thunder up very soon. Elfie is 1 away from the rocket. And Invincible, although they have everything, they remain passive, they remain safe. They really don't want to give any freebies away to Cardboard Dinosaur as they scale up towards the site.
Yeah. No, Invincible's GC. Oh, there you go. Angela gets Bigrudo. As Ize still holding like the rock solid player she is. However, Kiko has something else to think about. Looking to maybe open up something here. Rosie with the one way. Oof, the dink. Phantom moment there from Kiko.
Oof.
Meanwhile, Rosie down to 49 HP. No heals whatsoever. So they'll take their time. And so far, it's just mid control being seized by the players of Cardboard Dinosaurs. Meanwhile, Invincible's GC, they're still holding their formations 3-2, and they relinquish mid control. They concede it, so they're just allowing Cardboard Dinosaurs to roam around, and they'll just fight them in sight. But now Showstopper is out. False having to face the death, but she gets one with her towards her grave. And Rosie now left alone, having to carry on that burden of maybe stealing one kill. The aftershock is not on time. And the retake is there. Showstopper out. The stun does not connect to Kiko. She's still just running around. There goes the rocket. And so does KitKat. Invincible's GC still holding on. 12-10 match point. Could this be another overtime?
I don't know. This is looking like a much more confident version of Invincible. And they are looking that much more confident. Again, the fact that they still got a frag after the Showstopper was already enough to do irreversible damage in that round. And now Invincible, they're very happy with the bank that they've gotten themselves. Angela is so close to that 30 bomb. Meanwhile, on the side of Cardboard Dinosaur, it's been not too much of a one-person effort. Again, that's not to say Invincible isn't having a great team chemistry. It's just Angela's having one hell of a game.
Wow, Angela has been unstoppable. So good. But now this time, an operator is out for Angela. I think it's the first time we are seeing an operator here in Sunset. But for Elfie,
Right there.
2 satchels in hand, and they could be closing in. But she has the backup though with the Vandal she dropped close by. And Cardboard Dinosaurs just twisting their minds, looking for an opening towards A side. They're always very far with the, spike. Maybe they want to create some sort of distraction. They want to fake out the executes and maybe plan it somewhere else. But to invest at least 3 players running towards A side, you could always argue that maybe, just maybe, they could invest something here. But no, Kiko spots someone. Rosie gets the kill. The flash is there to follow her up. But where's the backup though? Coming in from CBD. They're dead. Taken out. Left. Cut it down to pieces. And the Thrash now is out. Coming in from Samfire. Catches Rosie. It does not. Elfie though misses the second satchel. Has to run to elbow. Now Mosh Pit up towards elbow. Elfie looking to find an angle, but no time. Time is running. Time is ticking. Not much time left. And there you go. Invincible's GC force us towards a game number 3. Oh.
How competitive this series can be and should be. At the same time, you just saw a different level from Invincible there. They elevated in the middle of the match, and at the moment, they just look like they're ready to run away with the whole thing.
Indeed. They did not give any possible angle for Cardboard Dinosaurs to close out. I mean, that stick from Ize and Samfire was late to the cancel. It was actually game-changing for both teams. But of course, we want to ask our panelists on what they thought of that game, because now we're going to toss it to Abigail and Zach.
Thank you so much for our insanely amazing caster. Well, it is sad that Cardboard Dinosaur couldn't be responsible with the map that they choose, but as usual, Kiko always played an important role. It's lovely to saw the combination of race and club aggressivity to provide a wide map control, and they performed consistently, to be honest. No backwards in the first map.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that this is a case of... I wouldn't say that Cardboard Dinosaur played badly by any means, except for a couple of rounds where, you know, the spike was stuck just under their nose. Those rounds, I think, are going to haunt them, because if they hadn't lost those, they could have probably closed this map out. But I think this is just a Angela diff game, honestly. When you're 28 and everybody else is less than 20 kills, that just means that you're having an absolute game. Look at her. She has 10 first kills. 10! Like, compared to the MVP on the other side. Samfire, of course, popping off as well, but 0 comparatively. Like, I'm pretty sure Elfie got a couple as well, but I would be willing to bet that nobody else had anywhere close to the number of first kills that Angela had. So many rounds she was able to get not only just the opener, but also these consistent multi-frags, 3Ks, 4Ks. I think this entire map she was just absolutely popping off and was that major difference maker for the side of Invincible.
Yeah, Invincible GC players truly scary in terms of their power and always stepping out in the most critical moment, and the favor turned back to them. I really want to give the kudos too for Invincible GC for their mind games played in certain rounds, which creating such a horror scene that how did the cast have to complete their win on the second map. And it is sort of like a deja vu like the first map, because Invincible GC got 16 first kills. It's pretty much the same with what happened on the Lotus, but the difference is I think the Cardboard Dinosaur find a really hard time with their post plan, and Invincible GC is always creating a lot of space and creating a mess inside this CBD's post plan strategy.
Yeah, I think one thing I really liked about Invincible was the kind of retakes that they had going. I think that they were really good at being able to cycle ultimates. Like multiple rounds, you could see the Rolling Thunder being available or the Showstopper being available, and they were just really good at using these ultimates to help take back space, even if their opponents had taken side control. I think that Cardboard Dinosaurs actually did decently in terms of being able to get plants and stuff, but by the end of it, I think Invincible, especially with Angela constantly being able to open up sights and find those crucial first kills, I think that it was just a very difficult map for them to really hold on to, especially I think the round where somebody stuck the spike right under Envious's nose. That was a little bit painful, because that was an eco round for their opponents, and that kind of just revitalized the economy, kind of broke the economy as well for Cardboard Dinosaur, so kind of put them in a cardboard box there, if you pardon the pun. But yeah, MVP here for Invincible gotta be Angela. We were talking a lot about her. Her team had 16 first kills, of which she got 10. I think that says the story there. It's Angela go kill.
It's Angela go kill. Angela go kill. Angela go burn the science to hell. And Cardboard Dinosaur find a really hard time to handle that a single player, because Angela, you know, had a couple times single-handedly just taking down every single player from Cardboard Dinosaur, and it creates a lot of space. I mean, the first multiple frags is always important if you want to set up everything.
I think a lot of these rounds were very, very chaotic. Just like the last map, I really, really like this game. Like our casters are saying, it's highly competitive. Both these teams are fighting tooth and nail, and often it comes down to just whether somebody can get one particular kill or not. So often we've even seen these insane clutches. I think Samfire pulls out a 1v3. You know, of course, Angela has been getting consistent multi-frags, and even Kiko, both this map as well as the previous one, has been finding some insane pressure. So I think all of these players are definitely feeling it for me. This clutch by Envy is just absolutely crazy. 1v3 to close it out, even had time for the defuse there, which is not something you often see. And overall, in terms of map control, I think both teams had a pretty good understanding of how exactly to go about it. It's just absolutely ballistic plays by I would say Angela that really made the difference here on this map. Like, Angela was the difference maker, hands down.
Yeah, Angela, and also I believe every single viewers in this live stream can hear a lot of how many times the casters always saying and shout out the name of Angela, because Angela basically is everywhere, and the one of Invincible GC on this Sunset map will unlock the designer map, and we're very, very, very happy to see which team will conquer each other. And designer map is on, and of course we'll need a little bit of time to prepare for it, so we're going to take a short break and we'll be back in instant.
Risco. Got him all blood with a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3 kit. Room, boom, up 400, that's whoa. Got to see 100 the end move. Get lifted by the new pick, cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me. Oh, double nine. Telephone cut that right. Shout out my son for the rain too. I don't want cut my leg. Running fist fire, ain't scared no risk. Go pop one ring, go break one bench. I pop missile if I wish I put one pistol on my head. What's poppin' and poppin'? Love in the morning. Blue come over to come in the morning. Vogue in the flick, poster forming. Confident boy run a halo on me. Jealous in the envy, all fill up in the air. I be hitting minimal when I'm on the air. Yeah, boy, so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, cause you're born on the stair. Renegade, Risco. Got him all blood with a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3 kit. Room, boom, up 400, that's whoa. Got to see 100 the end move. Get lifted by the new pick, cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me. Scared of my life. Skittle. Grape head flavor. Grape. Take all the vice. Right side center. Pesky side. I need to spin it. Blind with a face, spin relay on this light. We gon' see where to take off. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1.
Renegade，你先将我包围。Renegade，浓雾自我击坠。雨落下，扣紧我外套。一辆车穿梭在轨道。你不想成为我目标。Renegade go on the mall.
Renegade, Risco. Got him all blood with a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3 kit. Room, boom, up 400, that's whoa. Got to see 100 the end move. Get lifted by the new pick, cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me. Oh, double nine. Renegade, Risco. Got him all blood with a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3 kit. Room, boom, up 400, that's whoa. Got to see 100 the end move. Get lifted by the new pick, cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me. Oh, double nine.
Looking at the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Boris. Coming straight.
Welcome back again to Valorant Game Changers 2024 Stage 2 Playoff. Still with us, Abigail and Zach, and the decider map is now online. Will Carver Dinosaur get their revenge, or will it be the same story like last time? What do you think, Zach?
I honestly don't know. I think this could go either way. I think that both of these teams have been very, very impressive today in what we've been seeing. I think that, honestly, it could have been a 2-0 for Cardboard Dinosaur if Angela hadn't gone and Angela all over them. I don't know how else to say it. Like, she dropped like 10 first kills, 28 kills, whatever. Just raised if they're on that map. So, really a huge difference maker. And this map was insanely close. Despite Invincible being able to win it, I think that they had like a couple of very, very lucky rounds. You know, they were able to just hold the defuse under their opponent's faces, kind of pro stone fake moments, and you know, usually not things that you really want to see or expect to see, but hey, if you win, you're winning, and that's gonna be a sigh of relief here. That said, though, we're gonna be heading into Ascent, a map where I do think Cardboard Dinosaur has a 100% win rate so far. In fact, in the open qualifier, they took down Invincible 13-8, a fairly convincing scoreline on Ascent. So yeah, I think that both these teams, they have that practice, but in terms of the head-to-head and in terms of like overall win percentage, Cardboard Dinosaur is just that little bit higher.
Well, yeah, I think that it is also gonna be a good chance for Cardboard Dinosaur. And you mentioned it before that this is the map that they won against Invincible GC, and I wonder what kind of strategy that Invincible GC will bring to us, and especially, you know, the heat of Angela is already on, and she actually played it really good on the sunset, and I think the problem is, can they play it consistently until this Ascent map?
I think that Ascent, it's genuinely like a map that just depends on who plays better, because so much of the time you're going to be seeing the same agents again and again. Like, okay, bear with me, but I'm willing to bet that we're going to be seeing at least 3 or 4 agents in common for both of these teams. I mean, I was going through the agent compositions, and I am happy to say that at least in the defense of cardboard dinosaurs, they do thankfully have one deviation from the metacomp. They do run a breach instead of the KO, which I'm very thankful for, because if I had to see the same lineup, you know, Killjoy, Sova, Jet, Omen, and I forgot who's the last one, Sova, yes. So it's just really annoying. You know, you see the same stuff every time. You know, people working off short, people pushing to A, Killjoy also on B, getting messed up by util. It gets really tiring. I mean, I think that before when we were in the break talking about the possible agent comps, people were talking about cooking up things here. I do hope that we get to see some cooking. I wouldn't want to see people burn it, like, you know, we saw some teams in BCT do. Phoenix. But aside from that, you know, I am excited to see what this map holds.
Well, someone need to cook something to fulfill my analyst hunger. I mean, yeah, I agree at some point. Acid and Haven doesn't provide, you know, a lot of creativity in terms of the agent composition, because most of the time people just pick the most convenient agent and the most available in the meta. But I think in this year everything is kind of changed a little bit, and I think since we already saw Clove played on the first map, maybe we can see another agent. I would really love to see a double duelist, because I mean, considering the aim power of, you know, the Invincible GC, I mean, why not? If you can go with the Jet Neon maybe, or Jet Reina maybe, or Jet ISO maybe, I don't know.
Anything. Honestly, I would love to see people cook, but I would love to see like a ISO Neon. I don't think it will go very well, but it will be really cool to see. But yeah, it's just gonna be the comps that we discussed. Basic meta comp first, then Carbon Dinosaur, of course, switching in that Breach instead of the KO, which personally I like very much. I feel like Breach is a very underutilized agent, especially the only problem is that it's a very like high skill ceiling agent, so you're gonna have to combo it perfectly with your teammates' utility. I'm also just interested to see the role switches coming in here, with Kiko going back onto that Jet, and Elfie in fact switching over to the Omen here, so this should be pretty fun. On the opposite side though, it is going to be Angela now on that Jet, and an absolute fire previous game for her there, so if she can continue that momentum, because right now when you talk about momentum, it is firmly in the court of Invincible. Not only are they starting off on defense on Ascent, which is a very defender-sided map, they have that previous win as well, so things definitely looking very good for them in that department. Carbon Dinosaurs, I keep saying Dinosaurs, I don't know why, I keep picturing like dinosaur socks.
Yeah, but if Cardboard Dinosaur also had...
I want Cardboard Dinosaur socks.
I could give you one if I find one, or I also make one, because the only green socks that I have is the, you know, a dark one. I think it will satisfy you. But here we go, the very last map of today to decide the fate of these two teams. So casters, please take it away.
Silver scrapes, as we say it, and now we are down to map number 3. Still with me, Realize, and my amazing partner, Raf. Double R's for the last game of today as well. It has been a very competitive one. It has been a very tight one, but this will be the turning point. Who will separate themselves from the best here?
Oh, sorry. Abigail did say something about giving dinosaur socks to Zahk.
Yeah.
Are we included in that conversation? Honestly, is the real question here.
Yeah, please do. I really want dinosaur socks. So maybe I could run as fast as a T-Rex, maybe. But if you were a dinosaur, what would you be, Raf? Do you know any specific dinosaurs you want to be? Maybe a Stegosaurus or a Brachiosaurus or maybe a Pterodactyl?
I mean, like, you know, the most common answer probably, I want to be a T-Rex because he's big and mean, but at the same time, there's so many cool dinosaurs, you know?
Yeah.
You already mentioned the Brachiosaur. Man, long necks are cool. You know, 6-year-old me would be very proud. How does he know all about all these dinosaurs?
And of course, Cardboard Dinosaurs would be proud as well if they're able to clutch this win up. But Kiko now in a much more aggressive agent compared to that Club with the Jet, with the fire. that she has just dashing in. Healthy gets the first blood. Pigrudo walks through catwalk, or rather lane, as Easy gets taken down by Kikowo, and they crack open the site as easy as ABC. And now it's 2v4 retake for Invincible GC.
That's right, now they're playing the numbers game. If it's ABC, now it's 1+1 equals, it's a 4v2. Don't try and overpeak, don't overextend. Kiko not having the greatest time in terms of HP. And a stray bullet could be the end of him. And as I say that, Kit Kat tries to walk out of short, but will draw the envy of Envious. Will get eliminated. Now Cardboard Dinosaurs going for a different route, not starting off on a deficit.
Yeah, Cardboard Dinosaurs, as we saw in Lotus, or rather in Sunset, they lost both pistol rounds, and this time at least they are able to break that streak. They're able to win their own pistol round and maybe, just maybe, get that upper advantage with the guns that they are provided with, especially when you have so much economical advantage. The Cardboard Dinosaurs, they are going to shift towards A site. 3 players though guarding from Invincible GC, as Angela just kind of shoulder peeking that link area. The players of Cardboard Dinosaurs, they are without a step, so conspicuous, but the headshot from Samfire is perfect. The shorty won't do any work. It's easily taken out by Elfie. So does Kikowo, joining the party of kills. As A site, all 3 for them. 2v5 this time. It's harder for Invincible GC to retake.
I would say that was definitely not the path of least resistance. They went right through everything. And these classics have been working out so well for Invincible. Felchi gets a bonus here. Izzy with the Sheriff looking to flex her sentinel muscles, as she has been on the forefront of these impossible clutches. This could happen potentially. But look at how the players on the side of Cardboard Dinosaurs are positioned. They're not allowing any easy angles. Gerudo is on the lurk. Could find a freebie here. And Felchi, a little confused. That's not my killjoy.
Wow, doppelganger galore on an A site. She's just peeking away. Izzy though will get taken down. Oh, she won't. The one tap is there to send Envious down to her grave. However, Izzy will also get taken out by the spike explosion to, a little bit expensive for Cardboard Dinosaurs. They lost 2 guns in that process. But when it comes to bonus rounds, you know, sometimes it's give and go. You can really gamble it, play fast, maybe just get the first few entries and then hold on. But yeah, again, 50-50 still in the gun round, or in the bonus round rather.
You saw that very moment, Felchi, but she looked away. I don't think that was my killjoy. And in that very moment, she may have regret her decision not to shoot. At the same time, you're absolutely correct. A lot of these players tend to be a bit more loose on these bonus rounds just because of the sheer weapon advantage. But all things considered, there's just no way the Ghost would have taken her out here. Angela, go kill is the call. And Cardboard Dinosaurs once again will fall flat on this round.
Yep, Angela go kill is the code, where you have an angry player now looking to just mow down the rest of Cardboard Dinosaurs to extinction. But there goes Felsi as she takes down Envious. And only losing Kit Kat means that this bonus, or gun round rather, is actually pretty solid coming in for Invincible's GC, because they have minimum casualties. They still have the ability to hold on to the weapons that they have and provide it to them as well. And the same scenario as Cardboard Dinosaurs were able to start the round, but now this time Cardboard Dinosaur, they have the guns that they needed. However, if they lose here, this is going to steamroll in the hands of Invincible GC.
That's right, Rosie going for that one way here, deterring any would-be attackers to peek her. That stun is going to give them time to walk up and maybe scale. But that is going to be the first frag on the board, and that's going to be Kiko. Right now, Cardboard Dinosaurs, they are looking to avoid getting bewitched by Angela and the gang here, as it is very typical of them to win out rounds like this where, you know, the snowball could potentially happen. But Pigrudo trying to make some work. Angela yet again finds a frag. And Invincible looking indestructible. This cardboard dinosaur is looking that much more fragile. Wait a minute. That's not fair.
The recon was kind of stuck in the wall, I assume. But yeah, nice try. You know, things happen, and you can't really blame yourself for that. But Angela, she's just bravely playing in mid, because sometimes it's,
Oh no.
you know, what happened?
I was about to say, like, don't let the average rank enjoyer hear that. No, it's impossible. She could have swung out and one tap 4 people. If it was me alive and not spectating, I would have done that. You know how it is in rank.
Yeah, ranked people don't really care about bravery, but there goes Elfie. Bravely gets Angela, and Angela is dead. But the spray down now from Izzy, looking for the third one. Kit Kat also contributes to 1 kill of her own, but Kikowo puts her down, and now she gets her own Vandal. A giveaway happening down in Catwalk. Meanwhile, Samfire will try to walk steps towards mid, where they should expect at least the alarm bot being here, because this has been here all the time unchanged, but they won't, and they get revealed as positionally in mid.
Exactly that. Information has been given on the side of Invincible. At the same time, they have to be careful here. They're not in a position where they're ready to trade for each of their members. You see the shoulder peek by Izzy here. But the timing again, completely devious. They now double up on CT and everybody slipped by. They have no idea. I think Izzy has seen a few players, but she's not tempting fate here. Looking to engage in the duel, but Kiko again, quick on the draw. 1v2, still very much doable. No more dash to burn. 30 seconds left on the clock as Invincible remain unmoving, remain solid. Sturdy defense. Kiko falls down onto the site, trying to clear everything, but she has confirmed that she's very much here. And look at Rosie. She's ready and waiting. No overextension. Going for the clean 2v1 here, realize.
They're shifting around towards Generator, but Kiko will get taken down. Rosie, unseen from A main, as Kiko oblivious of what happened to her. And now Invincible's GC, they steamroll with the leads that they get, but still, you can still see shades of what could happen if Cardboard Dinosaur are able to get, you know, their kills with the Sheriff, what they can really do with the Sheriff, because this spray down was quite to be the nail in the coffin for Cardboard Dinosaurs. However, the fact that they can still be able to pull it around and get a few kills with the Sheriff, and then pick up the Vandal, and then create havoc or cause havoc towards A side was something that looked kind of scary for Invincible's GC. But now at least Angela has the operator in her hand, 6k in her bank as well. The recon shot down, and she will flick it away, dash out, gets envious in the process, wanting to push with the shorty, but the backup is there from Felsi, and they get 2 kills in an instant. 5v3 now. Cardboard Dinosaur without their main duelist and without their main control.
That's right. Again, without the flash, without the dash, it's going to be that much more difficult to try and take any of these avenues, as Rosie doesn't know that there's going to be somebody here. May have spotted the person on the cross. Again, patience from everybody here. Elfie does have from the shadows, if that need arises. Picarito will find Izzy in a 1v1. And that is gonna be a signal they need. And that is such a risky teleport. Oh my goodness. Good thing she managed to get out of that one. And it is a 4v2, very doable. Angela does have the choice to pop that Blade Storm if she wants to get up close and personal. It doesn't look like that's gonna be the case. They crouch, they get caught, and Kit Kat will break open this site yet again. Finds a second target, gets the dink, but won't finish it off as they hold it down. 1v1. Who is low? It's Samfire, but she's closer to yet another round for Cardboard Dinosaurs. And, you know, I feel like a broken record, but you can never tell how these rounds are gonna go between these teams. It's crazy.
Wow, that is disgusting from Samfire. The way she just flicks herself, it all happened in a split second. She just flicks herself and then gets the crosshair right in the head of Felsi. And Cardboard Dinosaur still hanging on the tightrope, but Angela gets Pigrudo early on in the round, controlling the main. And now at least for Kiko, she's able to make her way towards Catwalk, down towards Cubby. But Kit Kat has been very strong. The stun is there. And the fragment thrown away. Kiko was still fighting for dear life. The aftershock forces Kit Kat to move back a bit. Kiko is taken down by Kit Kat. And she holds on for as long as she could. An A site opened, but doors are closed. And Cardboard Dinosaur still the spike. Look at the spike. The spike has to go through Cubby. This is hard. Angela catches her, and Kit Kat will just break them down to pieces. Integrating. And Cardboard Dinosaur lose yet another round.
Once again, the linchpin to their success is Angela and that bragging power, whether it be the op or the Vandal. And aside from that, Kit Kat, indestructible here. Looking like a real Terminator, just holding on to that tree position and just brick-walling the rest of Cardboard Dinosaur away. Bladestorm is going to be in the hands of Kiko. And speaking of Kiko, you know, she has shades of Iceberg, you know, with that sheriff. I still remember when Iceberg would be the absolute terror of the 6-shooter. And it's great to see other players, you know, maybe challenge that moniker a little.
Yeah. Iceberg was well known as a supportive player, but Pigrudo will of course support her teammates with that kill towards Angela. Oh! The knife through the head of Felsi. Looking for the second one, misses it though. Rosie holding in backside the immovable iron wall, and that is Rosie. Triple, but runs out of bullets. And thankfully for Elfie and Sampire, they get the kills needed. And a thrifty round for Cardboard Dinosaur. My goodness me. That was scary from Rosie.
Once again, you can never tell how these rounds go.
Yeah.
And that's just a testament to how competitive this series has been. It has been quite obvious for everybody that the preferred way of play for both these teams are just to really duke it out. Like you mentioned, everybody on the board can go absolutely ballistic at any given time. But with that effort, they maximize their gain and they keep the Rolling Thunder, which is going to be yet another tool in their kit that they would like to use. But Angela, very successful with her weapon so far, will get pushed away, but is in safety.
Yep, Angela now holding with the operator. Oh, she skips Kit Kat, and all of a sudden they all die. Cardboard Dinosaur in the precipice of defeat now. In this round, Angela will jump with the shorty. Bang, bang goes, and Pigrudo has to submit herself. Invincible GC. They keep on with the lead, and that was all happening in an instant. All deleted in under like 3 seconds.
That's a valid reaction, you know. I heard you, and it's like, you're right. And you know what? Beautiful timeout. You just can't let moments like that go, because it feels like they've been figured out. You know, this defense has had a great read, if not just great adjustments all around for Cardboard Dinosaur, that even though it's only one round, the gap between these teams are only a round, the momentum has definitely been in the favor of Invincible GC. And they still have not found a solution for this operator. You would think they would invest a little bit more flashes. They tried to do that, but to no avail still. In the blink of an eye, they get reduced to ashes.
Yeah, it was all happened in a beautiful way, to be honest, for Invincible GC. It was such a symphony, music to their ears. The fact that they're able to react to such fast-paced. For Kiko, she skipped Kit Kat, sadly, so it was all caught in the middle of everything. But thankfully, though, for Invincible GC and for Cardboard Dinosaurs, they could still juke it out here with the guns that they have. Angela still the operator, looking close.
Wait.
The turret will try to spot out Angela pushing up. But the dash, though, activated. Good flash.
Oh, wow.
But there goes the stun. Rosie still alive. What a pop flash from Kit Kat. That contributes Invincible's GC to a very, very good start. They're up 1 player.
I have to say, KitKat has been so well-rounded. Even in these hybrid roles, right? She was playing the lurking smoke on Lotus. Then she played a very supportive role on Sunset. And now on I would say a more demanding agent with KO. You talked about it, the God Flashes, plus she's been so hard to just kind of eliminate from the field. Has been a great blessing on the side of Invincible, as these things are just adding up on the side of Cardboard Dinosaurs. First, it's Angela with the operator, and then it's KitKat looking like an absolute beast. Envious trying to get the frags here, but once again, the turret of Dome is KitKat sweeping through everybody.
My goodness. Look at how strong all fronts of Invincible GC are. You got the sniper, the marksman ready to gun you down, and then you got the backup coming in from this indestructible robot, the killing machine. You know, as cute as the name KitKat, you know, KitKat sounds very fragile, as in the chocolate, you know, you can just break it into two, but this time around, the KitKat breaks you into two. And for Invincible GC, how the tables have turned. Of course, for Cardboard Dinosaur, they're still looking to maximize their lead. Could we see the same scoreline again after what happened in Lotus and Sunset? This time Rosie will get the kills onto her own name. Samfire gets one back with the classic, switches to the Sheriff, and she can go back with the Vandal as well in front of her. And this time it's KitKat, still an ace side. She will be tested once more.
Feels like they're playing a FromSoft game here, you know? It's been boss after boss, challenge after challenge, and everybody on Invincible has been dangerous in their own right. If it's not Rosie suddenly exploding from utility, it's the Terminator that is KitKat, it's the clutching machine that is Izzy, and Felchi has just been so good in terms of being there for her team, whether it be utility or trading. Right now, Invincible, they are playing to form. Cardboard Dinosaurs, they're looking to fix their stumbles, because this is by far the biggest lead we've had. Or at least one of the biggest ones. It was a 4-0 in Lotus, now it's a 3-round lead. Again, Angela looking to tempt bait, but fire support, like you mentioned, is always ready and waiting.
Oh! Suppressing fire! Oh. There goes Felci with the Odin. The ever-trusted infantry with the Odin as well. Angela now can get one or two, rather. Two birds with one stone. Looking for the third one. Misses it, though. And Ellie dodges that stray bullet. However, she gets KitKat. Looking for the third one, and that's for Angela to bring home. This time, the scoreboard is different.
The specialist kits have been rocking it for Invincible, and we are going to be throwing it right to the panel for them to nerd out over that first half.
Oh my god, this is so neck to neck at first between them, but the problem is with Cardboard Dinosaur, there's a lot of moment where KO is just truly annoying to them and shut down the utilities. And another game of Stronghold is also having the base of this first half itself.
Yeah, it was like absolutely chaotic. Like our caster said, you know, it was very neck and neck in the beginning, but towards the end you could totally see Invincible sort of pull away with the lead. They're really finding the momentum, but we talked about it. They were starting on that defensive side, looking with that momentum of that previous win, so they've been really able to capitalize on it. And this is the first half where we've really seen them take a little bit of that stronger lead. So far, on all three maps, they managed to find convincing halves, but hopefully this is the one where they need to be able to convert it, because this is the map they need to win to move on in that upper bracket. And so far, they are doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, and especially the defense and the great rate from Invincible GC indeed to make it harder for Cardboard Dinosaur to close the first half obviously. Not to mention the stepping up of the Invincible GC players, like for example Angela is always on fire, and also the KitKat itself.
Yeah, I think that definitely Angela's having a great game. She's been able to keep that momentum up from that previous game as well. So it's been really nice to watch her. I think that she is the agent that this team really needs at this instant. So I think that again, it depends on consistency. I think that they need to be able to keep up the momentum from this from what they had at the beginning of the map. So if they can do that, this is definitely a win for them.
Okay, and let's see the outcome of this second half. Let's toss it back to the caster. Here we go.
Well,
Wow.
I have to say, this is a different script as we planned. I mean, not planned. There are no scripts.
Don't leak it.
No leaks, no scripts.
No licks, no
Nothing.
Yep. Nothing. Nothing but good Valorant in this series. So far, this has been an eye candy for most viewers. The fact that they are able to just fight to the death, it's insane. But this time, it isn't as close as how we pictured it to be in the previous maps. And of course, for Invincible's GC, they have the power now, but the flash from Envious. Oh, Kiko caught down by Falsey with that one tap. And KitKat will move back, a tag as well towards Samfire. This is just so hurtful for the players of Invincibles, or for Cardboard Dinosaurs rather, and Invincibles GC. They have all the sweet time that they need.
That they do. And they are going to use that luxury to maximum efficiency. They do catch Cardboard Dinosaurs in an awkward spot where there's only 2 members on the A side, but that's 2 angles, too dangerous, that will eventually be dealt with by Invincible. And now, like I said, it's awkward. Players on the side of Cardboard Dinosaur still trying to avoid the meteor. But it is looking bleak. It is looking dark as the ashes are falling onto them. Samfire with the recon dart, trying to buy some space for her teammate. Pigrudo spots out the turret, gets rid of it immediately, trying to do the same thing for her teammate, but will get spotted out by 007 Felchi. Pigrudo was one of the last few members to fall. Samfire, reliable with a 6-shooter, just has too many targets. Will get cut down where she stands. Invincible, looking dominant.
Wow. The dominance is in their name, Invincible's GC. Look at how they're so reactive towards the push coming in from Cardboard Dinosaur. I mean, it was looking so good with the flash as well from Envious coming in, but, you know, when Kiko is down, when your main engine is down, then you're stopped in your own tracks. And Invincible's GC, they look forward to cling on to that 10th round of theirs. Meanwhile, for Cardboard Dinosaurs, they're forced to play with these sidearms, with these little weapons that they have. And KitKat, she's not lagging, is she? Nah, she's not. Tactical movement, right? Trying to play anti-flash maybe, but yeah, for KitKat, she's just gonna stroll around towards Cubby, where she is completely oblivious that A site is empty. No one's playing an A site. And if they do walk towards B, this is a walk towards the crocodile hole. However, rotation's being built upon, and feels like Invincible's GC, they will march towards A site, and this is all free for them.
That's right, the Crocs have been avoided. But whether it be sandals or animals, they're dangerous in their own right. Reliable, perhaps. And the strongest of their usual environment. This is what Invincible want to do, want to assert. At the same time, Cardboard Dinosaurs, they're trying to go for a take from tree here. Nobody's there to check, but I feel like they're going to get spotted out as Kiko is going to be making a lot of noise. Sorry, the first member down. They try to chip away at the door. It looks like they want to get rid of this round as quickly as possible. But look at that. Angela still chiming in despite not being seen on the map. Kiko with a classic trying to do some work here, but the Guardian a bit too intimidating for them to push immediately. And again, they are stuck between everything and everyone. And Cardboard Dinosaurs, they need the second win badly.
Yep. It's so hard for them to deal with this, because everything in their own favor, it's all lost. And Cardboard Dinosaurs, yeah, if they lose this gun round, I feel like it's going to go to match point, because if you calculate, you know, they lose here, they don't have enough funds to buy the guns needed in round, like round 16, round 15. And for Invincible's GC, building up that bank that they need to just breeze past the players of Cardboard Dinosaurs is going to be very, very, important for them. Invincible GC, of course, playing it slow, attempting to, preempt that recon coming in. But Envious already standing by with the stun of her own. But I don't think there's enough follow-up after the stun. There is no way that Elfie will just open up and you know, go guns blazing, you really need to play with your Jet. You really need to play with Kikowo to have that pace, you know, being brought upon you. But the one-way smoke from Elfie will again pose a looming threat towards Invincible GC. They will try to peek out, but they skip the wine player. But oh, thankfully though, Elfie, she won't get, you know, disturbed. She won't be riddled upon. So the players of Invincible GC, they rotate. But look at where Kikowo and Samfire are, front to back in B main. They could catch someone here. Oh no! But Kikowo whiffed the shot. No way! And B side all open again and again, back to back. 3 sides for Invincible GC.
That is so painful. Those are 2 chances that could have changed the outcome of this round. But both times denied. Perhaps the third time is the charm. Rosie has that paranoia ready to throw if she hears noise. Again, cardboard dinosaurs, they have to make a move here. But it seems they're hamstrung once again. No chance for them to even set foot on B. Invincible. This is where you cue your title card. They are looking mighty strong.
Oh my goodness. That was actually so good. That was actually, you know, cardboard dinosaurs for the taking. Because look at this. It was perfectly built for them. And it wasn't even a headshot. Sadly for Kikowo and Samfire, both, they missed their shots. They usually hit them, but when it comes to the most important one, sadly, they didn't hit it. And now, for Invincible GC, they have all they need to close out this map and this series. Look at the dinosaurs. They're all stripped down without anything to work with. But Samfire does get the tap. Felsi gets 2 back for herself. Pockets both players, Samfire and Kikowo again. And this just leads them. This just gives them so much space to work with, so much space to move around. As the spike will try to progress its way towards B side. And if they go towards B, Pigrudo is there. But with minimum weaponry, though she has enough utilities to hold that push coming in.
Pockets of comfort and maybe windows of opportunity presented here on the side of Invincible. Cardboard dinosaurs, despite managing to get 1, still finds Pigrudo safe in their corner here. They can't confirm. And maybe, just maybe, if she hid, that could have been a bunch of free kills. But once again, the dominoes don't align. They fall for cardboard dinosaurs as Invincible just strong-arm their way towards B. It's a 2v4 now. Again, it looks hopeless. It looks dire. But Elfie will bring a bit of a shine here. Does get a rifle in hand, making this that much more possible. Izzy has a Molotov, has a Nano Swarm in hand. Ready to pop it if she can get into cover. Rosie's holding strong. Envious prepping the flash, completely blind. Elfie gets 1. Looks to be the hero. She puts on the cape. Tries to avoid her kryptonite. Again, they don't know where she is. That's the first target down in this 1v2. She hears the teleport, but where is she? She gets her ankles broken by Rosie. An Invincible 1 more for the series.
Match point.
The Invincibles slowly ascending to the Immortals. Look at how that footwork, that fleet footwork from Rosie to just deny the round. This anti-flash though was so good. How fast she flicked that was so good, coming in from you know, Rosie and now Invincibles and both cardboard dinosaur. They're playing this close to the knife's edge.
Maybe it's the Axe's edge here, fleet footwork, and maybe the Conqueror's charm. Is Invincible. They are looking, again, just so dominant against cardboard dinosaur. Angela makes noise, will be punished for it severely and quickly. Elfie plays safe, tries to play the numbers here. Hunter's Fury still very much in the pocket of Felchi. There goes the drone. They scan it out. They see 1. Can they confirm where the other is? Kit Kat with a flash. And the fragment still have it. They opt to double back, but look at this. Cardboard dinosaur, they've made some great reads. Mid could be the death trap for Invincible.
They lose Angela, and lacking again that, you know, Spear's edge they need. Kikowo will present herself to 2 players, and she whiffs it again. Kit Kat gets the kill. Pigrudo pulls 1 back. Still advantages for cardboard dinosaur. However, still Invincible, they don't have the smokes needed to traverse their way to the side. They will have to open this with brute force,
30 seconds
sheer
left.
power. The recon towards towards hell, and they run towards B side. Supposedly, Pigrudo has to hear this, but no rotations made whatsoever. They're still second guessing this. Kit Kat will open up the space needed.
Wait a
And the
minute.
teleport towards the backside. Elfie, is she
10
expected?
seconds
She's
left.
able to stay alive as long as she could.
spike
The headshot
down,
is
B.
there. The spike
One
from the
enemy
Pigrudo
remaining.
on time with the backup. 2 seconds left, and Felsi just sent to her maker. 12-5 dinosaurs yet to be extinct.
Great knowing you all.
Oh my goodness, they brought themselves a lifeline here. 12-5. It may look insurmountable for some, but this is possible. Doesn't really take away the degree of difficulty, realize. But again, they made it work. Again, it was one good read after
10
another.
seconds left.
And a lot of patience and steel coming from the players on the side of Cardboard Dinosaurs. One more round is what Invincible need. But Cardboard Dinosaurs, they look to play spoil sport yet again.
Oh, I get this. But it's much harder now compared to previous maps because you can't really make any mistakes. You're basically walking on thin ice because one crack will open up a fissure that will end your series here. For Kit Kat, playing very close with the drone supporting her. Aftershock will halt the movements of Invincible's GC. However, they're still wanting to force this. The flash trades coming in, and Kiko opens up herself, but 2 kills for Kiko. Looking for the third one. The headshot is perfect from her. The stronghold of dinosaurs here on Cubby. 4 kills. Looking for the ace now, but no, it is stolen by Elfie. And the Cardboard Dinosaurs, they evolve even stronger.
Oh my goodness, Cardboard Dinosaur. They are keeping this as close as possible, or at least for the moment. A few stumbles here on the side of Invincible. They have a lot of room to work with. They cannot let the nerves get to them now. They're once again within arm's reach of taking the series after a grueling 2 maps. Lotus was a bloodbath. Sunset was a bloodbath. And it looks like Ascent could go the same way if Cardboard Dinosaur can keep this up. Once again, great read after great read. Angela still trying to force the issue. This could be her undoing, realize. As she walks onto the side. Where are her targets? Where are her defenders? Who's that again? It's Pigrudo. This could be her moment.
No way.
Angela. They don't see her!
Pigrudo!
And they get... they nearly get shredded down!
Remaining.
Cardboard Dinosaur again! They stay alive!
Oh my goodness. Wow. They hold on for dear life again. Walking on eggshells, but none stepped on. Invincible GC still unable to close out the game. And look at their credits. Look at the funds that they have. All stopped. They have to recycle. They have to reset back to square one. For Cardboard Dinosaurs now, they have the artillery needed. They also have that operator in the hands of Kikowo. But that was Pigrudo just staying alive as long as she could.
That is one blind spot that they have to address very quickly. Both times rounds were stolen away, but the quick pace is once again here. Angela, tired of this prolonged series. She could be avoiding the flash completely. She's here to shred. She gets one, nearly gets a second. She is trying to dance for her life. 15 HP. Hunter's Fury does deny. And Kit Kat will try and assist her teammate. Null Command still very much there. And these stingers could shred up close. And Kiko will get sacrificed for Pigrudo's trade. Elfie is here. This could be her moment again, but denied. Sapphire all alone as Pigrudo. And despite a rally back, realize Invincible deny the dinosaurs yet again.
No way, that was so close. The fact they won that round in an eco situation with minimum guns, with minimum buys, they're able to take down the dinosaurs, and Extinction faces them. But Invincible's GC, what a showing from them. This time it's more one-sided, but yet it was still close towards that last bits of the game, that last round. And again, walking on thin ice, you can't make that much errors if you're down 12 to like 6. Sure, you can build up the momentum, but it takes one, you know, mess up, one moment where it could just all come crumbling down for you.
You know, you talk about walking on eggshells, on thin ice, on very, very dangerous fields, but you know what Angela said? I'm gonna float. My feet don't have to touch the ground. I'll blade storm onto the site. And again, it's been a wonderful series, to be honest with you. Regardless of who won, I feel like that was probably the most entertaining one that we've been part of. And hey guys, don't forget, this is only day one. We have so much ahead of us.
Still day one. We are yet to see other teams play, you know, Boba with Kohaibi, Ayumi, and the others. But of course, we want to throw it back to our panelists to break down what happened. So we will see you guys with our panelists, Abigail and Zach.
Thank you so much for our lovely casters, Realize, and also Raf. And I also agree with them that this is one of the most entertaining series so far. I mean, 8-4 score actually is not a big gap. It is not a far gap. It's doable, but it isn't if you lose the gun round, which is very crucial. And that's what happened on the Cardboard Dinosaur side. And it seemed like they couldn't handle the pressure because they suddenly losing their grip, causing more damage to their side. Even lost a game and failed to get their revenge.
Yeah, I think it was like really close. I think that they had a couple of really good rounds, but yeah, towards the end game especially, even though Cardboard Dinosaurs did catch up, they just weren't able to keep that momentum going. And towards the end, especially that final eco round, just very, very collective plays. I think that the likes of Cardboard Dinosaurs, even though they were able to kind of make a comeback and make themselves like look good, I don't think they were able to really like do too well aside from getting those opening picks, because I think overall Angela was just having such momentum from that first game that it was just impossible to like deal with her, honestly.
Yeah, and to be honest, the impact of Bridge itself didn't really show off. Cardboard Dinosaur couldn't deny the BD games from the Invincible GZ. I mean, like a look at Kit Kat WC HKO. She's playing an important role here with the kit to deny the delay power of Cardboard Dinosaur, considering how convenient they are to enter the side despite the aim power, which is also talked a lot.
Yeah, I think definitely aim-wise, it was clean coming in from the squad there. I think that overall they really deserved the win, and especially with how close all of these maps were, I was genuinely worried for a second that it was gonna go all the way to that comeback. With those last couple of rounds were really, really scary. But yeah, overall, I think the first kills, again, just Angela making a huge difference there, being able to pop off like this. And overall, I think Angela is my MVP for the day, at least. Yes, there were some insane clutches from Envious and Samfire, and I think overall we saw a really good show coming out from Cardboard Dinosaurs, but at the end of it, looking at the kills here, like you can see all of the impact frags. Like they knew the angles to peek, they knew the post plans to play, and I mean you can see that's exactly what they did throughout the game.
Yeah, and I'm also not to mention about how which one to spot that they want to do the post plans. I really love the way how they always control the space and creating a problem for Cardboard Dinosaur to do the retakes.
Yeah, I think
it's a
retakes
perfect
also.
post-plan.
Yeah, exactly. Like post-plan was great, but also I think in terms of the retakes, I think that compared to the previous map, Cardboard Dinosaurs kind of like underutilized their ultimates, I would say. I think that it was a pretty good game coming in from them, but overall I think by the end of it, it was just a little bit of a team difference. I think overall Invincible, especially in terms of momentum, were looking like to be the much stronger team here. And yeah, I think they just ran away with the victory afterwards. Like with that first kill, with those first couple of rounds leads, I think it's exactly what they needed to like push forward. Yeah,
and if you say Angela is supposed to be the MVP, but I would prefer to say Kit Kat WC is the real MVP of the decider map, because I mean look how convenient every single player from Invincible GC to enter the other side and to create a plus plan perfectly and even prevent the retake situation from Cardboard Dinosaur. And I think the highlight will say a lot about it, but I think on the first half everything went pretty much smoothly because it's still a very neck to neck match between them.
Yeah, I think that especially on this map, you know, the previous ones it was very neck and neck, like you said, very back and forth, and both the times it was 7-5. But this is the first map where we really saw Invincible kind of feeling like living up to their name, like playing invincibly. Like, okay, this was a crazy clutch from Sapphire. I have no idea how she did it, but the rest of the time, especially once Angela got this operator, it was just absolutely ballistic. And the way they were playing as well, like they could feel that they had the momentum. They were making so many proactive, aggressive plays off the back of those KO flashes, off the back of that operator, and the trades were just impeccable, right? There was no way for CBD to really jump back into this, and it was just such a difficult game for them, especially when you get collab shots like this. It seemed like you said, Invincible could do nothing wrong at all, and throughout the game, they just absolutely like decimated their opposition.
Even the Odin itself could give them a problem for at least 2 rounds, if I'm not mistaken, right, Zach?
The Odin, the operator, the KO flashes, the Omen flashes, they were like spammed, collided, blind for half the game. It was like so difficult. So I really have some sympathy, but I guess that's why you're in the meta comp in a sense, because if you know what to do with it, you really can't do anything against it. And I think that was where they really struggled. I think that despite them switching over to the defensive side, maybe they could have done a little bit better, but because of the momentum firmly being in the favor of the side of Invincible, like they were playing their defensive side like the attack side, bro. They were like pushing out so aggressively. They were going for all of these peaks, and honestly, I think once you have that kind of momentum going, you have those kind of kills, you're feeling that confidence, you know you got the aim. It's kind of what we saw. I mean, towards the end, yeah, it got a little bit shaky, but you know, it's only 3 rounds, so it's okay.
Yeah, and it comes back to the game of momentum, which handled perfectly by the players of Invincible GC, and looks like, you know, Carbo Dinosaur need to prepare a lot more so they can get their revenge in the future if they are able to secure a win on the lower bracket, because there are 2 teams actually that already dropped to the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, we had our team from the first game. I must say, both the maps of that first game of XIPTO playing were over before one of the maps got over here. Like, we played more rounds at map number 1 than we did, I think, throughout all of the maps. That's how fast and comparatively competitive this game was. This game was just like so back and forth. It really, like, Invincible could have 2-0'd this if they had been able to close that Lotus out, but CBD as well, right? They had some chances on Sunset and they kind of messed up there, so it could have easily been a 2-0 for either team, but instead they got locked into this protracted struggle. And really, like our caster said, this is the best kind of Valorant. When you know both teams want it really badly, it's going so scrappily, they're playing as hard as possible, and unfortunately for Carbo Dinosaur, once again they fall victim to the hands of their opponents. I mean, last time around as well, it was quite close. I think it was a 10-13 on that map number 3. It's just a little bit heartbreaking that this is the case, but hey, that's why the lower bracket exists. You can go back down there and try to make that comeback coming in. But I mean, Invincible, look, their name is Invincible, but their next game, they have a lot to live up to because it's going to be against XIPTO.
Because they're going to face XIPTO. And as long as I remember, I forgot it. Is it Carbo Dinosaur or Invincible GC who already encountered twice with XIPTO? I think it's Carbo Dinosaur, but at least I believe Invincible GC encountered XIPTO at least once.
I think so as well during the group stage, but I mean, the thing is, Invincible had like a pretty chill run throughout their group stage. I don't think they actually faced off against XIPTO. It was Carbo Dinosaur who got that short stick. Unfortunately, they were the one who grabbed them, so just a little bit rough there. But yes, we haven't seen Invincible go up against the likes of XIPTO before, so this should be a new map coming in for us. So let's hopefully they can make a change. I'm not gonna go ahead and say or like jinx them, you know, saying like, yeah, they can do it, but you know, maybe this momentum, maybe watching XIPTO play today has given them some ideas. I think Angela definitely has the aim at least to go up against the players on XIPTO's side. Let's hope the rest of the squad have what it takes as well, because I mean, look, XIPTO is like that final boss that you need to beat, you know? It's the boss that you grind to like level 100, you unlock like special armor, you get like a bunch of spells, and then you go to fight the boss and the boss still like sometimes one-shots you. That's XIPTO right now, if you want to like use a bad analogy. So every single team that has to go there has to like climb the steep slope and really like try to struggle to take over them, because they haven't lost a map this year, and the way this is going, I would really doubt that they will. I would be willing to bet that XIPTO win the stage without dropping a single map. The way they're playing today.
And that's so bold. I mean, and that's so bold to be honest. But I think it's sort of possible considering you are betting for XIPTO. But talking about how this Visit the Game Changers 2024 Stage 2 playoffs will go, it gives me a ring a bell. Like, it's sort of like every single team in here is trying to, you know, do some. Do you know the game ads that always move around to through your social media, where you're starting with one number over above your head, and you need to multiply the number before you jump to the boss pit.
Oh no, I usually skip that, which is why I died. It's just like my problem.
This kind of a stage 2 play was kind of giving me that kind of feeling. But I mean, it's always nice to see every single team, especially even Cardboard Dinosaur, although they lost once with the Invincible GZ, they made a big improvement, and especially talking about the Sunset itself, although they, you know, almost closed it, but it almost is never enough.
Yeah, I think, you know, I'm trying to think of like similar like competitive streaks. Honestly, XIPTO mostly reminds me of like the original Vision Strikers, who, you know, play like 100 games without losing a single one. That's like the closest thing to a legacy here. And I mean, if I think XIPTO generally have a chance because they didn't lose a single series last year. I think they lost a couple of maps, but they didn't lose a single series, and they had to go all the way to that international championship before they even lost a series. So that's the kind of like level they're at. And I think that in terms of SEA anyway, I think that she's still, or at least all of these XIPTO girls are still like absolutely at the top of the game. I think that they've actually been working on their aim quite a bit. You know, it's been a few months since that stage 1, but they look just as cracked, if not more. And I really hope that they've been cooking up some strategies to use against not just the rest of the SEA teams, but you know, it's step by step. I am like pretty sure XIPTO's gonna make it into that top 3. Just by even if they absolutely bomb out now, they've done more enough. It's not gonna happen, but if they absolutely bomb out now, them winning stage 1 in such a dominating fashion has basically given them enough points, and I think that they should make a top 3 here pretty easily, if not just the top 1. So we can pretty much expect them to qualify for SEA. So you have so many different regions coming in there, and I think that that's where XIPTO is really gonna have like their first major challenge this year, where, you know, they'll have to face up against like so many different play styles. But talking about this game, I mean, Invincible as well as Cardboard Dinosaurs, like you said, Cardboard Dinosaur is really showing a lot of improvement. I just feel like they couldn't keep that momentum going, especially towards that 3rd map. I think them losing that map number 2, especially with a lot of the rounds being as close as they were, was very, very heartbreaking for them. And I think that kind of, it's something that they'll have to kind of learn to do better, like reset before you get into a new map. Because on map number 3 as well, there were rounds where it seemed like they could have had control, but they were just these minor mistakes. And I know that a lot of these teams have been playing together for a very short time, especially when you compare it to like teams like XIPTO. So of course that's going to be an additional challenge as well. Building chemistry as a team takes so much time, so there's just a lot of challenges ahead of these teams. And you know, while I hope that they are able to do well in this stage, I really hope that they're able to, whichever 3 teams do make it, they're able to fix all of these synergy issues by the time they get to that Pacific stage, because you really do want to see them. It's only 2 teams who are going in from that Pacific stage to that international championship, so a lot on the line there.
Yeah, and you know, reducing the fundamental mistakes is also a very important thing if you want to conquer the best spots, and especially in the Southeast Asia playoffs, you need to be perfect in every single aspect, right? Because look at the first map, we still see, you know, it's sort of a minor, but the fundamental mistake is something that you couldn't accept in higher level.
Yeah, I think the level of play, like you said, is just XIPTO's like on another level. So there's a lot of aspiring to do. I mean, to be fair, if you have like 5 players with just absolutely god radiant aim and you let them loose, I feel like XIPTO could pretty much like do well against like a lot of challenger teams. I would love to see them play in challengers in the upcoming year. I think that they could do really well. I think they actually did participate in one of the challenger series. It's either last year or this year, I don't remember, but they did play and they came like top 64 or something. But yeah, I think I would like to see a little bit more of that team practice coming in, because I think XIPTO definitely has what it takes to play in a mixed league or in like a tier 2 league right now. Maybe not quite up to that VCT level yet. I don't know. I mean, they haven't played against the VCT team. You never know. They could, like, with the aim that they have, they could do it. But right now, at least, looking at the strats, looking at how they're able to play, I think that they are doing quite well. And today we had, just to recap for our viewers, we are waiting for an interview to come in. We have a very exciting one planned up, coming in from the players of of Invincible GC, so it should be a fun one. But while we wait, just to recap the day, we had any percentage speed run coming in from XIPTO. They just steamrolled their opposition. I think it was 13-1 and 13-2 if I'm not wrong, and that was the first series. Luckily there is a lower bracket for their opponents, so it's gonna be okay. I think that XIPTO took down LILAC's like 2-0, but LILAC's do have a chance in that lower bracket. XIPTO moving on in that upper bracket. And the second game for today, I mean, you want to talk about it?
Yeah, the second game is pretty much awesome because we are finally able to see this sort of a very neck-to-neck match, and it is supposed to be a good revenge match on the cardboard dinosaur side, but sadly on the second map and the third map they're kind of choking in a very crucial time, so that's the moment where they couldn't make their revenge. But probably in the future, because they still have one chance left in the lower bracket, they probably could meet again with the Invincible GC to secure at least one time win and at least one time defense against the Invincible GC. But to be honest, talking about tomorrow's matches and also another teams that I would look for, I really want to see the performance of Kohaibi's a new team. What do you think?
Ooh. Well, I mean, Boba was the runner-up the last time around, so I think that they're definitely a really strong team. They have, however, had to replace a player. Casper moved over from SEA to South Asia. RIP, we're gonna really miss Casper here, but she has qualified for the Pacific Land, so that's good for her. We'll be seeing her going up against the likes of XIPTO and Boba and whoever else qualifies. We don't know if they've qualified yet, but I would be willing to bet that Boba would, because they have the most amazing players. They've got Baby TZ, they've got Ayumi, who was the best chamber, and is still the best chamber, I would say, in SEA. And I think that they are definitely a strong contender as well. If there's any team that can take a map off of XIPTO, it's gotta be this one, because they are the power squad. I am looking forward to their game. They're going up against Avernus here. A couple of familiar it's full Filipino team. I don't recognize too many of the faces here. Some of them do seem to be like new players, but I think that Filipino players are some of the scariest ones in the lobby. Like Filipino players and Indonesian players, like I don't know what they do to have their like aim so precise, but it's just like tap after tap after tap, like insane.
Yeah, I'm like, if you look how easy they are playing Valorant, you will think that is it playing Valorant is that very easy? I mean, I don't know, but I really want to ask several questions to Angela as one of the most bright player in second match. So why don't just call her?
Ding 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 ding.
Hello.
Oh, there we go.
Hello.
Hi Angela.
Yes, I can hear you.
I think I'm gonna ask the question first. So last time you guys lost cardboard dinosaur on Ascent, how you won on Ascent with the flawless movement, the false strategy. What adjustment did you guys do to secure the win?
First thing is about our passion. We are the Thai player, like the top one, I'm not sure, but we really like to do it together, and we really hard practicing. Like we pay a lot for this tournament.
Ah, nice. How about you, Zach?
Yeah, so I actually wanted to know about your team, So Invincible GC, how long have you been playing together? How did your team come about? Because I don't think I saw you guys in the previous Open. I don't know if you were still playing as a team or if you made this one for this particular qualifier. So give us a little bit of insight about it.
Yeah, we been together like 2 months, like 1.5, something like that. Yeah.
It's a very short
impressive.
time.
So do you like know each other from game, or like how do you guys know each other?
Yeah, we used to be like all teammates together. Like I and Ice come from another team, and the Kit Kat and the First come like money first. So we come together and make it perfect layup. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys really did a perfect game today. But since your next match is going to be against XIPTO, how do you see it, and how would you guys prepare for it?
So we talk about it that it would be hard, but we will try our best. So we will try to get many rounds.
Any questions, Zach?
Honestly, I think that today you were like honestly just absolutely popping off there in terms of those entries. So, were you like feeling it today? Did you like know exactly what to do, or was it something more like things were falling into place? Like it was like gradual, or did you just know that you were gonna like stomp all over your opposition today? especially on that sunset map.
So my opinion is about my first map is so bad because my my aim kind of cack, so but come from sorry. So the second map, I think I come and I feeling it, so it's not really hard for me now. Cannot stop me anymore.
Invincible indeed, yeah.
Well, once you wake up the beast, you can just stop her. I mean, it's lovely to talk with you, Angela, and I think that's it. And thank you so much for your time. We wish you good luck on your upcoming matches. So
Congrats on the win again.
And congratulations once again.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
God, she's adorable. I love her.
Oh my gosh, she's so adorable, so lovely, so cute.
I'm a new
help.
Angela fangirl.
Me too. Me too. Like, yeah, I will give every single part of my life to vote Angela. She's cute. She's so cute. I mean, and our interview with Angela also give us an update for the bracket because we already finished 2 days of matches. So 2 teams who lost today still have another chance on lower bracket, and we will continue the playoffs journey with another matches tomorrow and see who's another team who will go to the upper and lower bracket. On tomorrow's schedule, we will have matches between Sisu versus Forfan and Boba versus Furnace, and I personally want to watch the last match of tomorrow because I want to see the performance of Kohaibi's team, like I mentioned before, Zach.
Yeah, I think that Kohaibi's team, especially Kohaibi's team, them bringing in Delbisky, I'm gonna be intrigued to see what role she's playing because she used to play duelist last year, so I'm kind of, but she's coming in instead of Casper, who used to play smoke. So I'm wondering if they're gonna have like a little bit of a role switch, like we saw last year. I think when Aluka joined Alter Ego, she switched from playing like Reyna to smokes as well. So we've seen a lot of players like being able to really shuffle around the roles, and the important thing here is that Boba has to put on a pretty dominant performance tomorrow to prove that they are like capable of being like a top team here. I think that last open as well, Boba, Kohaibi's team, was able to just absolutely dominate. The only team that they were completely unable to beat was XIPTO. So both of these teams, extreme rivalry between them. They've got like a scarred history, and I personally feel like Kohaibi really wants to come back in the upper bracket and show us what she can do here. But at least for today, it is gonna be us signing off. Any final thoughts for your first day, Abigail?
Well, I think the very first day is already awesome, so I think that's all for today. And not to mention, it has been a very blast today to be with you, Zach, and also our amazing casters, Realize and Rap. And thank you so much for the viewers who stay with us from the start until now. But we will be back tomorrow with another interesting matches, so make sure you guys don't miss it. Abigail and my lovely idol Zach and the insanely amazing caster Realize and Rap will be signing up now. And last but not least, I hope you guys have a good night. See ya.
One enemy remaining. The lead here. One enemy remaining. See nothing. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Out of charges. One enemy remaining.
I've got your trail.
One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy. One enemy remaining.
I'm still here. My ult is ready.
You have got to. One enemy remaining.
Fire in the hole!
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. To dust.
5. One. Headshot. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. 5. One enemy remaining.
White.
One enemy remaining. One enemy. Spike down mid. One enemy. One enemy remaining.